guys, Cindy over here with My Arts Endeavors. How are you doing today? I'm actually doing pretty well. We are here with our explorations of me for this month. This was last month, you know, what are the positives of social media. So we had fun with that. Now this month it is, let me look, it says, do you have a daily routine? Does it help you? What happens if you don't stick to it? All right, well, I can tell you right now, I have kind of a daily routine. If I don't stick to it, I kind of get grumpy. Nothing wrong with that, is there? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get some paint on the background here, and then I'm going to start working with my daily routine. I may do it in some text. I may do it, I think I'll probably do it just handwriting. But I'm going to give you an idea of what my routine is and what happens if I don't kind of stick to my routine. All right? So I'll come back at the end and we'll chit chat about it, and I hope you enjoy. right, guys, so I'm sorry that was so long. I just got into playing. Playing with paint, playing with the retarder, messing around with some ink and some stamps. I was in the zone, I was playing, and I was enjoying. So, and I think that's what a lot of art is all about. I've got a couple of these little borders here that were done in a border swap quite a few years ago with Crazy Island Family. So I am going to use these on here just because I want to. And I want to use up stuff that's laying around here on my desk. So these are going to be used on here. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and start my routine. I've been thinking about how I want to do it, and I really don't want just white blobs in here. I don't know, maybe I should just do some white circles and, you know, have it go. I'm not really positive yet, but I want to write what my routine is. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of it, and then at the end we'll, you know, whatever else I happen to add. The first thing I do is I sleep as long as I can. And the reason I say that is because sleep is hard to get. There's a lot of times at night, you know, I'll only get an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, if that. So if I'm sleeping, I stay asleep. And it's perfect because my husband understands, and he will keep Pucky away because she likes to attack me first thing in the morning. So that's the first thing I do. Of course, I normally get up, pop in the shower, clean my teeth, you know, all the things you do to get ready in the morning. Third thing I do is I head to the coffee pot. Don't talk to me before the coffee pot. Don't, I wonder if I can write on these. Probably not. I don't think before I have my coffee. It's so funny because my husband's a morning person. And I'll walk out in the kitchen and I'll get all these questions thrown at me. I'll just look at him. I'm like, really? I'm sorry. I know you're not awake yet. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know what? I'm just going to do my paint. Why not? And paint my circles. So that, you know, that is a definite morning routine. Where'd my paintbrush go? The one I want. Where's the one I want? Right here. Duh. So yeah, it's headed for my coffee pot. From there, while I'm drinking my coffee, I'll normally hang out on the couch because for some reason Pucky's got it in her head that she has to go back to sleep on Mama's lap for about a half an hour in the morning. So what we do is I sit on the couch, I'll check up on my phone, look at my email, that kind of stuff while Pucky gets her little nap. You know, another thing I do while I'm sitting there drinking my coffee is I'm going to assess my body. Now, what I mean by that is any of you that are in chronic pain, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, I will do like a visual the whole way down my body, like in my head. I think about each part of my body and I think about where it stands as far as pain. There are some mornings that I wake up and I don't have to think about it. I know exactly what's going on because it's just so mean and obtrusive. So, sit there drinking my coffee. Okay, how's the back today? Is it good enough to go into the art room? Is it good enough to run to the Dollar Tree? You know, how good is it? What is it doing today? Is it okay? So that's, you know, one of my very first things I do. Now, once I decide my body is either okay or not okay, then I have options. If my body's just not doing great, I'm just going to move these before I glue them in. If my body's not doing great, then I have to realize, okay, can I sit in the art room for any length of time? If it's not doing that well, the answer is usually no. And then what I have to do is I have to plan a couch day, what I call a couch day. So I have an art case all set up out on my coffee table so that I can either work in my personal journal, I can work in just a regular art journal, I can doodle, I have a couple composition notebooks where I, you know, practice drawing things, that kind of stuff. So that's out there. Or, you know, is it really bad? And if it's really bad, I'm going right straight back to bed. Now, when I do that, I also have certain art supplies that I can get to in the bedroom And, you know, sometimes when it's that bad, I really don't even want art supplies. So there's not a huge kit in there. There's just enough that, you know, if I feel like gluing something on paper, I can. When that happens, I have a TV that's actually on wheels that I can move to the end of the bed, and I can sit there, I can watch TV, I can relax and just let my body rest the way it needs to. So that's kind of my routine for the day. There are so many other things beyond that. If I don't listen to my body and I just decide I'm gonna do what I want to do, it just causes me more pain down the road. So that's why that a session, you know, checking my body, doing that visual and doing that feeling really helps me to figure out what I'm going to be able to do that day. So that is my routine. Now what's good about it? Well, if I'm in a normal pain range, then I get to play in my art. I'll be able to cook dinner for my hubby. I have to do it a little different, but I'll tell you in just a second. Let me dry these so I can start writing in them. Alright, so let's say we're going to try to do today as an example. Alright, here's today, here's my start. Yep, my pen is not going to work. My marker, don't mind my lines aren't perfect, and I really don't care. They don't need to be, because I'm just playing. Alright, so here's the start of my day. So I'm going to, first of all, sleep as long as I can. And again, we already talked about that, and that's because of the pain. Alright, up and shower, do the normal morning bathroom routine things, you know. We all have to do it. Sometimes there's days when I know I just can't even stand up that, I gotta get a paint pen. I can't even stand up that long to do the showers and stuff. So, you know, you do what you have to. I go in and clean up, you know, the best I can and just work at, you know, being alive, right? So, like I said, the first one is sleep as long as I can. Second one is my normal bathroom routine, which I'll write that in a minute. Third one is the big one, coffee. My granddaughter Haley, she's so funny. When she stayed with us when we were up in New York, she'd come out of the bedroom in the morning. She always liked to sleep with Grandma, and she'd come out and she'd be like, "Grandma," and she'd be like a robot. "Grandma needs coffee." She was just a little stinker, but I love her to death. So yeah, next one is coffee. That's not an option. That's a given. So this is my normal bathroom routine. I should say wake up routine. Alright. Okay, so the next one is coffee. And that is a definite need. Alright. Alright, after our coffee, like I said, this is where my day starts getting a little bit more where it makes sense. And while I'm drinking coffee, I'm going to assess my body. I'm going to figure out pain level, activity level, and action level, which means what can I do that day. Alright, this is a very, it's got to be a normal portion of my life, of my daily routine, and the reason being is because you can't, if you don't do this, you end up causing yourself so much more pain than you really need. Now that's on the chronic pain perspective. And again, you guys are going to see that chronic pain is in here because that is my daily life. I live with it, I deal with it, and I have to accept it. So, alright, so once my body, you know, I figured out the pain levels, I'm just going to put in here what I do on certain pain level days. Let me just do this one while I'm sitting here. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect. I like the messy sketch type thing. Have you noticed? All right, so if we are in our normal, this is my normal pain level, which is a 7. It never goes below that, and it hasn't went below that since the day I had my accident. All right, so that's my normal. On my normal pain level day, I will do art, maybe laundry, some type of cleaning. Now this is not, like, I don't come in my art room and do bam, 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 and do a lot of stuff. I'll come in, maybe do one video, and then that's it in the art room. Then I take a break. Then maybe I'll throw a load of laundry in, and I take a break. Sometimes my hubby will bring the laundry to me on the couch so that I can fold it there. Cleaning. All right, maybe this is the day that I'm going to clean the bathrooms. All right, maybe 2 days from now I'm going to do a little bit of vacuuming. Maybe 2 days after that or 3 days after that, maybe I'm going to dust, which I hate dusting, so I do that very rarely. But anyways, so this gives you an idea when, and I'm going to put on here take breaks. So that's my normal pain day is a 7. Okay, so a higher pain, I'm going to say is like an 8 to a 9 for me. I'm very lucky I have a high pain tolerance, so I can deal with high pain a lot better, I think, than some people may be able to. But that's just how I am. I've always been that way. So on my higher pain level day, I will decide if it's the art. I can be in the art room. I'm going to say AR, and I'm going to say no. All right, so then I know it's a couch day. Now, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm having a lot of problems with my lower back, that's where the massive pain is, a lot of time I'm going to be laying down, okay? Now, when I lay down, I can either sketch or read or watch movies. If it's not my back, and let's say my fibro is really mad, let's say I'm in my normal 7 for my back pain, and my fibro is really kicking up a fit, giving me a flare, so I consider, you know, let's say this is the fibro, all right? Now, when I'm doing the fibro with an 8 or 9, sometimes I can sit and do art on the couch. But honestly, a lot of times, my fibro basically stays in my shoulders, in my middle back, my shoulders, not my neck. So it's kind of hard to sit up. Other than that, I'll just revert and do the same things I'm doing here. Okay, that's those days. Now, if my pain goes above a 9, those days, honestly, it's very hard to even get out of bed. All right, so I will stay in my bed. Hubs will bring in my coffee. He may bring in something to eat. He'll make sure I've got my TV. So let's say I get my art, coffee. You notice the theme here? Coffee's in all these too. Stay in bed, I get my art, I get my coffee. Hubs will get me food and make sure my TV is hooked up. Now, when I say making sure my TV is hooked up, I actually have it on a roll-away stand, so I can pull it out and bring it up like to the edge of my bed so that my controllers reach it. Or when I'm not using it, I take it and I put it back in a corner of the bedroom. So it works out really well. Now, this is my normal routine, and this is where when I want to find some, let's use some red. If I don't follow this normal routine, several things happen. One, I end up in more pain. Let's get that on there right there. I will end up very depressed because of having more pain, even though I did it myself. I will also be grumpy because of the pain. So if you notice there's a common theme here, I have to pretty much stay wherever I need to because of my pain that day. So if I don't listen to it, again, I'm in trouble. These are lessons I've learned throughout the whole chronic pain. It's not something that I relish on anybody, but if you are living in chronic pain, take an idea to try some type of a routine such as this, or relook at what you're doing in your life. And another thing, just a little piece of advice on that, is you've got to be able to trust yourself, and you've got to be able to be what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible. And hopefully whomever lives around you, they will tell you or understand what you're going through, right? And that's a total another discussion. But for this month, for the question, for Explorations of Me, these are my answers. This is what my daily routine is. If I don't do it, I'm going to end up in so much pain, I will be just miserable for, weeks. So I don't do that. I choose not to be miserable. I choose to listen to my body. I choose to do the best I can with what I've got. And I've also chosen to accept the fact that I can't always go and do. And those are the big, huge things about this whole chronic pain journey, is the exception. If you don't accept it, you're going to overdo. You're going to make your life more miserable. And it's just not fun that way. It really is not. I don't know why I wanted to put those on there, but I did. I just thought they were kind of cool. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to finish up this page. I want to doodle a little bit, put some Humpty Humps in here, whatever. And then we will be all set for this month. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And like I said, let me go ahead, do a little bit more doodling, and then we'll wrap it up at the end and on for another month. Thanks for watching. Hold on. right, guys, so I think I'm done with this page. I just, I have fun playing, and I think that's what a lot of this art is all about. So I just wanted to show you a bunch of that background, just marks I've made, and just had fun with it. So there you go. There is my routine, my daily routine. I can't wait to see what yours is. I'd love to see how different it is. Whether you have chronic pain or you don't have chronic pain, I would love to see what your day consists of. So don't forget to check out the other artists. Their links are in the description box below. We've got Gina, Barbara, and Leslie. Let's see what their schedules are about. I'm excited to see those as well.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, Karen. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
And we're excited today to talk about leadership. And I know it's something that Johnny and I hear a lot of questions around, especially with our clients who are now moving into leadership roles in their career. And it's one of those areas where there isn't training in school. Of course, a lot of times we get placed in these leadership roles without a clear understanding or even witnessed good leadership, right? So oftentimes we have bad bosses, we have mentors who maybe don't have strong leadership skills, and now we're in a role where we have to lead people. So we're going to unpack the science of great leadership today, and I'd love to just kick this off to hear a little bit of how you got involved in leadership training and what leadership really means to you.
My story into leadership development is kind of an interesting one. So my doctorate's in marriage and family. So I'm actually a registered therapist. I still practice 1 day a week. People actually often ask me if I still practice, but I do. For a lot of reasons, I still do. One of them is that I just love it. But I started my work 25 years ago. I was in my early 20s, and I was asked by a local doctor to set up a practice within his medical center. And because I was so young, I was 22 at the time, and I had all these teenagers as my clients. And I learned very quickly that a lot of therapists don't like working with teenagers. It's a niche market. They're very particular. And I love young people. I love their curiosity and their passion. And because also my focus was very solution focused, I love to address what's the problem. Let's try to fix this head on. And so people saw results really quickly. And so the word got out. 200 doctors started sending me their patients, and my practice literally exploded. And so in Canada, I became quite well known as being a teen expert or a millennial expert. And I started doing speaking tours across the country, and companies would sponsor my work. And it was all super fun. And I did television. I was telling Johnny, I had a music talk show, worked with all the record labels. It was a psychology music talk show. And it was all around kind of teenagers and millennials. And so I did that for the first 10 years. And then it was really interesting when millennials hit the workforce. I started getting calls from companies, and it was the companies that were sponsoring my work. So the Pepsis and the Microsofts and the eHarmonies, and so these companies that I was working with, I started getting calls from those CEOs and the senior leaders saying, "Karen, your doctorate's in systems, family systems. Could you apply what you know from family systems into the workplace? Because we're now hiring millennials and we don't understand them. We don't know how they need to be managed. Managers are having a major retention problem." So I thought, why not? I love people, so I'll just kind of transfer that knowledge. And I found it was actually pretty easy. I mean, people are people, right? So I started working with companies of all sizes, a lot of family businesses, Fortune 500 companies, on really helping their managers manage millennials. And as I dove into that work, it became crystal clear that there were certain managers that were crushing it and some managers that were doing a terrible job. And when I looked very deeply at it, it was basically emotional intelligence. So the managers that were doing a great job and had these engaged teams, they had high emotional intelligence. And those managers who didn't have it, they had, people were quitting, without warnings. Like, where's Johnny? I don't know where Johnny is. Johnny's like not showing up today. No offense to Johnny. That's a terrible name that now that I realize that Johnny's on this call. But, if I've got, so there's kind of this whole sense around, if managers don't have leadership emotional intelligence, they're going to have major problems. So that's where my niche and focus really ended up. And I became excited about the topic because leadership, emotional intelligence are skills people can learn. It's not taught in business school, and yet it is literally the number one predictor of around engagement and retention is the leadership EQ score of a manager. And so that's where I landed. And so wrote a book called The Three Chairs. It came out last year that hit #2 on the Wall Street Journal, and then just did a TED Talk about it as well. But I'm passionate about it because when people learn about leadership emotional intelligence, it benefits every part of their life. It benefits their team, it benefits the company, it benefits the profit, and it also benefits their personal life and their relationship, marriage, and kids as well. So it's been just an amazing journey and so much fun.
I think in that story lies part of why emotional intelligence is so important and why some people had developed it and flourished in that role, and those who didn't kind of petered out and exhausted themselves, which is while rising through the ranks to get to a leadership position, you start to feel very confident in how you got there. So you have a fixed mindset of what allowed you to get there. And so this is how you're going to rule over your team, and you're going to expect the same to them. But people are different and there's different motivations. And now the most important part is, while dealing with millennials, you're dealing with a generation gap that technology divided further. And so those motivations are completely different. If you have the emotional intelligence to understand you're not leading a group of people like yourself, you are leading a group of people, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different ideas, different growing up in different environments. So that emotional intelligence is going to allow you to speak to each one individually to find out what it is that is going to motivate them, rather than here's how I got here, and I expect the same from you guys, and you're going to need to follow the lead.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's kind of why, we need the education. People often ask me around kind of the focus around education. Like, we still need education. The education's still going to kind of get us in the door. But what we find is the best predictor really for around when people are getting promoted, it's no longer those technical skills, it's those EQ skills. Because you can know, like, we do a lot of work with engineers, accountants, law firms, professional groups, people that are super bright. You can have very, very high IQ and very low EQ. It actually uses different parts of the brain. People think it's not correlated. So that's why, it's fascinating. So you can have this incredible sense of skill in this one part of your life. You get into the workforce, you get into your job, you're doing really well at this, and all of a sudden you get promoted. But when the second you're promoted and you are now managing people skills are a totally different set of skills than the technical skills. And so that's why you can do really well on the technical side and do really terrible at the managing side. And this is why we get hired. We work with companies in 7 countries around the world, different industries, to help managers learn how to successfully manage people, because it's a totally different set of skills.
Well, you talk about this in the book, and I think it's such an important observation that many in their career look at the title as granting them leadership. So it's like, if I just get to this upper management level and I get the title, then people will listen to me, they'll give me respect, and all this is going to fall into place. But actually, it's the opposite. It's the real work begins when you become a leader, because you have to work on your own self-awareness. And as Johnny said, yes, there are some leaders who know how they themselves are motivated and how they got there, but oftentimes they don't even realize it, because, to your point, a lot of these technical skills, these highly developed skill sets, don't often involve interaction with other people, don't involve motivating teams. It's you siloed working with a computer. It's you siloed working with your hands, getting very proficient at that one distinct skill set. But then all of a sudden you're asked, well, you have to lead a team with that skill set. How does that translate over, and how do we actually learn those soft skills? Because Johnny and I completely agree, and it's why we started The Art of Charm. But I know there are still people who listen to this show who are like, some people just have it. Some people have IQ. They're born with it. How do we actually really develop it if we've now recognized that this is a gap, and I know that my company or management's not going to give me the training necessary? I'm on my own to develop these skills.
Honestly, this is why I am so passionate about this topic, because once I really did, digging in terms of what exactly is emotional intelligence, and realized these are skills we can learn. This is not like IQ that tends to be more fixed. EQ is simply a set of skills. And here's a fun question. So in a typical business conference, if I'm speaking and I start talking about leadership EQ, and I'll say, okay, put your hand up if you know what emotional intelligence is, almost everybody's hand goes up. If I say, hey, tell me what is emotional intelligence, I am lucky if I get 1 to 2 people's hand to go up, even in an audience of like 500 people. And then if I say, tell me how you change it, nobody's hand goes up. And that's where there's a gap. So there's a ton of research on what EQ is, and Johnny's like bursting laughing right now.
Everyone over indexes on their emotional intelligence. And we laugh, and we're like, we're doing this show. We see the research, and we see how people interact with that. And also we understand those blind spots and patterns. as
Right.
we've been doing this for 15 years.
So that's where so there's been tons of research that emotional intelligence is a proven science, that it is correlated with engagement and retention, period. And we're seeing this even more so than the internet. I mean, EQ has always been important, but where we really kind of saw a massive shift is when the internet hit, because all of a sudden, you can take somebody who has got drive, who's got goals, that has self-discipline, can get themselves a mentor, and all of a sudden they're crushing it in the workplace. All of that is they've just used their EQ, right? So before it was more traditional, you had to get the education to kind of quote unquote be successful. What we're seeing now is that education is still important, but it's not as important. Well, it certainly has the same part, if not, EQ is actually even a little bit more important. So to your point, AJ, the first thing is for people to understand what it is, to understand what it is, and then to actually measure it, and then you kind of figure out what are the tools that I need to kind of help expand it. So I like taking a lot of research, finding the patterns, and simplifying in a way that's really easy for people to understand. So for everybody listening, the next time you hear a speaker talk about emotional intelligence, they say, "Do you know what it is?" They put your hand up, and you say, "What is it?" You can actually, very confidently put your hand up and say, "Yes, I know what it is." So what EQ is are 5 skills. It spells the acronym CARDS. It's our own little acronym. It helps people remember it. I like acronyms because it helps us kind of chunk that information. So here are the 5 skills, everybody, and I want you to just think to yourself, how would you rate yourself according to these 5 skills? All right. So the first C stands for your communication skill, your ability to give and receive feedback. It's your ability to build trust with your teams. A stands for your attitude of yourself. Are you arrogant, confident, or insecure? Humility is a huge piece around confidence. Are you willing to receive feedback? Okay, that's all part of the A. It's also goal setting is also part. So it's attitude and goal setting. So somebody who has very high EQ, they know what they want in their life. They've got goals, they've got direction, they know with where they're heading. R stands for your relationship skills, exactly with what Johnny was talking about, your ability to see life from a different lens. Realizing that how you see the world is how different than how other people see the world. That's where cultural differences, personality differences, gender differences all kind of come into play. It's understanding that the way that I see it is going to be different than how AJ sees it, is going to be different than how Johnny sees it, and being able to lean into that and listen. D stands for your decision making and your self-discipline and your performance skills. So that's an interesting one. People don't realize that when you're managing your time, you're using your emotional intelligence. It's somebody who really, with a really high EQ, they're able to say, this is the goal I want, and they're able to be self-disciplined and step on the gas and take initiative. Even though it doesn't feel right, or they don't feel motivated, they do it anyway. So that's kind of a really critical piece around EQ. And a lot of people don't know that. And the last one, which is huge, especially with the whole mental health movement, is your stress and your energy emotion management skills. Somebody who has really high EQ, they understand what emotions are. They can differentiate between a thought and a feeling. They know what they need to do to kind of lower their stress. They have certain rituals and habits and boundaries in place to manage their stress so that they can actually operate at a very high level. So high performers, we work with a lot of high performers, and they really focus on how do you perform at a very high level with actually lowered stress. So those are the 5 core skills. Okay, they're all important. And for anybody who wants to kind of do a little scorecard, we have a free scorecard. You can go to our website, dkleadership.org. And in Canada, .org is not a nonprofit. I get asked this all the time from my American friends. They're like, .org, is that like, no, in Canada, it's for everybody. So DK stands for Dr. Karen Leadership.org, and you can go and you can download it. It's a scorecard. It's free, and you can do it with yourself. You can do it with your family. You can do it with your team, and it's a really great one-pager to help you quickly identify where are you as a self-assessment tool according to those 5 skills. It helps you understand, okay, wow, I'm doing really well in these 3, but these 2 I've got to lean into. And so that's a really good first step in terms of helping to build your EQ.
One that you mentioned there was the decision-making aspect. And this is a pattern that we have recognized in a lot of our clients. And when noticing it, I tend to see it going to how millennials have learned to use the computer to answer questions that lead them to take action. And where that breaks down, because of course, if you can find all the information you need to make a educated decision, great, so be it. You would want to do that. But where the breakdown happens is when it's too much information, and now they're overloaded with information. And because of that, there is no clear-cut answer that lights up that they can choose. And then there is a breakdown of wanting to put that aside or come back to it later or come back to it when maybe that answer will light up, but that answer will never light up. And it's something that I say all the time, that sometimes there's no right or wrong answers, only answers that you make right, or right or wrong decisions, but decisions that you make right, which you're going to have to make a leap of faith in what your goals are and the values that you want to engage in to reach those goals, because in there lies the right answer. And that is reflection that you yourself have to figure out.
Right. And, you know, it's something that is really interesting, and it comes up in management all the time, is around, and you talked about it earlier, around the values. Okay, so so this is where everything kind of starts intersecting like a big puzzle piece, right? So you've got emotional intelligence, these 5 core skills. Then now let's kind of add on the generations. And so all of a sudden you've got different, and that's kind of part of the R, the relationship categories in terms of understanding how people kind of see things different. But you know, one of the generational differences, and this is again when I do a lot of training on, is managers. So Gen X managers, they tend to manage according to how they want to be managed. So if AJ's on my team and I'm a Gen X, I'm like, hey AJ, here's the assignment, let me know when it's done. And if you're a Gen X, that will work well. If you're a millennial, that will probably not work well, because AJ might start feeling alienated, and he might not feel supported because they are used to a much more collaborative approach. So all of a sudden that one misunderstanding causes massive conflict in companies. I mean, literally people quit over it. Like I talk about this in the book, example, right? Like in terms of how people literally will quit because they feel not supported. And they need to kind of have that career path. But, you know, so that's why managers desperately need to get this kind of training so that they can understand, oh, okay, this is with what they value. This is with who they are. This is with what they need. And the coolest thing is, like, a lot of the things that millennials want and need are things that are free. Like, they're not even things that actually cost money for companies. It just takes intentionality and time, right? So it's really interesting. Once we kind of dial it back, it's all very solvable, but we do have to kind of lean in and have the growth mindset compared to the fixed mindset.
What strikes me in all of those different parts, the 5 pieces, is the level of self-awareness it takes to really understand your EQ. We sort of talked about this, like everyone sort of overestimates their EQ, but the problem is, oftentimes, if you're lacking in communication, you don't have the right attitude, your relationship skills aren't that great, there isn't much of a feedback loop there. Like, you're not getting graded on this in school. You're not getting feedback from management typically. It's not part of your performance review typically. Oh, you communicate poorly, but people just move away from you. We try to avoid people with low EQ, because interacting with them takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of energy, and then you fall behind in your career, and you may not even realize it. As like, I feel like I'm performing, I feel like I'm completing the tasks on time, I'm showing up, I'm going to the meetings, I'm doing everything, but this EQ really is that roadblock to your career success in moving up the ladder. And unfortunately, relying on self-awareness, right? Your friends and family might be like, you're a great communicator. Oh, you have a wonderful attitude, but they don't see you under stress at work when you have that poor defeatist attitude. You're in the victim mentality. You're not giving the communication its need inside of the group setting, in the collaboration that's expected. I love that you have the self-assessment. What are some signs that maybe our listeners might need to pay attention to, or some warning signs around, hey, you might need to work on some of these areas to really move into that leadership role?
Well, I think it's a great question. So, you know, step 1 is do the self-awareness tool. Okay. It's a great way. You can kind of come back to it every 3 months, 6 months. If you want to get really bold, okay, we're going for gutsy moves here. Take the same assessment tool and give it to your team and say, I would love you to score me on this. And then put those numbers together and see, oh, look at Johnny's eyes just like lit up. Yes, that's what happened. So you see, because we can see ourselves in one way. And then the question is, does our team see us? So we might, let's say I give myself a 9 on my communication skill, and then I give it to my team. They're like, actually, Karen, you might give yourself a 7, right? All of a sudden you're like, whoo, okay, there's a gap. Let's lean into it. So that's a really easy kind of fun way of actually kind of, you know, again, this is only gonna be for people that are like really gutsy with it, but getting feedback, to your point, is exactly the next step. Feedback is critical. And this is why, you know, in my TED talk, I talk about it, in the book, I talk about it, like, it's hard because if somebody is struggling with their EQ, if somebody is struggling with emotion, with security, the very thing that they don't want is feedback. Like they're what I call feedback fragile, right? So you kind of like, you try to give feedback and they just kind of crumble because they take it personal. So I think it's really important for everybody listening is if you really want to develop your EQ, be feedback hungry. Lean into it. Don't wait for somebody to give you feedback. Lean into it. And I usually like to encourage people to ask a couple people at work, because you're right, AJ, people will give you different feedback in different environments. But if you're really gutsy, ask your spouse and ask your children, because you need to have that full 360. We have another free tool on our website. We created it for parents of kids and teenagers. So if you really want to be gutsy and test your emotional intelligence in the communication side, you can download it. Again, it's free. It's a report card for parents. And parents have loved this. So basically, it's a parent saying to their kid, I want to be a great parent. I'd love to know, what am I doing well? What am I not doing well? And let the kids actually give that feedback. Because otherwise, for a lot of kids, they don't know how to give the feedback. Like to your point, right? So getting feedback and asking for feedback is what I call the accelerator to this process. It doesn't have to take 5 years. It can take, a few weeks if we kind of really lean into it.
And I know it sounds intimidating, but if you approach your manager outside of the performance review cycle seeking this feedback, you actually showcase that you are a top performer, that you are willing to go that next step. So I know it may be fearful to say, well, I'm going to burden my manager. I'm going to ask him something outside of the performance review cycle that we have, and it will feel awkward. But in actuality, it's a signal to management that you actually have high EQ, even if you might not have it yet, that you're willing to pursue this feedback. And if you don't have a great relationship with your manager, or you just started, then go back to your previous role's manager and say, can I just borrow 5 minutes of your time? I'm looking for feedback in these areas. Please be as honest with me as possible. And we've had coaching clients go and do this with their past managers, and that allowed them to see gaps that they didn't even realize. And oftentimes when you start a new role, you're trying your best to assimilate. There's a lot of new things that you need to learn to understand those gaps going into that new role. That really sets you up for success instead of waiting for the 6-month, 1-year performance review, where oftentimes that feedback is going to be too late to act on, to really change their perception.
And it's actually, you've said so many things I 100% agree with. One of them is from a management perspective, and this for all managers listening, it's not that I'm against performance reviews, but for the love, please just use it as a formality. The real feedback and performance review has to be ongoing. It has to be an ongoing conversation. It is not fair to tell somebody once a year what they've done wrong. Like, it's just not fair. All of a sudden, they need to know on the spot, what are they doing well and what actually needs work. It will save you time. It will save you energy. It gives a person a chance to course correct it. So it's one of the biggest things. Again, I know a lot of companies use performance reviews, but use it as a formality. The real feedback has to be in relationship, ongoing as a conversation. So I think that's a really important piece. But the feedback, if we can just start getting a little bit more comfortable with asking for feedback, I think that's because people are often hesitant to give it, right? So, I mean, this is kind of with what both of you are saying. So if you can kind of have the courage to ask whether it's the current manager or a previous manager, I think is great. And, for anybody in the business arena, if there is one thing, we do a lot of work with HR managers, and they're like, what are those kind of clues that you look for about somebody who should be promoted? One of the first things I'd be looking for is any sign about growth mindset. What books are they listening to? What podcasts are they listening to? What TED Talks are they watching? When's the last time they actually asked for feedback? Like, how did that go? Like, that's because there's a lot of things we can train. But if somebody is not wanting or desiring to develop their leadership EQ skill, you cannot force that. Like, you cannot force it. One of the things we joke with our clients, because we have an EQ training program, and I tell our HR managers, I'm like, listen, a great way to kind of figure out whether or not you should promote somebody is just offer it complimentary and see who shows up. You will see very quickly who is really hungry, saying, oh my goodness, what a gift. Thank you so much. I am going to put my hand up, versus who are the people going, seriously, do we have to? And talk about an amazing way to filter out people that are not really ready for the next level of leadership. It's a great way of kind of like filtering through who is kind of ready for that next step.
Well, it's something we've also talked about on the show before as well, that if you do not have a growth mindset, or you're not somebody who they feel they can give feedback to, you're going to find yourself in a personal improvement program, which they call PIP. And that doesn't mean they're trying to help you out. That means they're shooing you out the door and that they're taking care of legalities.
Yes.
And it's often too late in that moment. The key in all of this, though, is just saying, hey, can you give me feedback? Right? No specificity tied to it, which is why I love the self-assessment saying, hey, these are the 5 areas I'd like feedback in. That actually gives your manager, your former manager, an idea of what specifically you're looking for. Because feedback is so broad. It's completely broad. And because people don't feel comfortable giving it, oftentimes they'll give you something complimentary or something small just to like answer the question and get away from the stress of, is this person ready for feedback? Can this person handle the feedback? So having a specificity tied to seeking that feedback, you're going to find not only does it increase your self-awareness, but it showcases your willingness to be that growth-minded person and your readiness for a leadership role.
I agree. And I think it's such an amazing sign for everybody listening. Just think about that for a second. Just think about how would it be received if you were to give that one pager to your manager saying, I really want to do a great job here. That's my intent. My intent is to be a great employee at this company. And I would love your honest feedback around what am I doing well in these 5 skills and what actually needs work. And I just would really appreciate that honest feedback and to kind of give it to them. And the beautiful thing about it is like it's one page. It will take them probably like 10 minutes. So time is another really big one, right? So if these assessment tools are like so lengthy and they're like 15 pages, the first thing that we do is like, okay, I don't have time for that. But if it's something that's only going to take 5 to 10 minutes, I find the secret is 10. If it's more than 10, people are like, I don't have time. But if it's like, it'll take like 5 to 10 minutes, and I would just so appreciate. And then you get those numbers, because I love numbers, because you can measure EQ. It's not this airy-fairy thing. It's you can measure it. Then all of a sudden you're like, wow, okay. And if a number is low, because there will be some surprise, some you might get rated higher than others. But if the numbers are kind of a little bit low, my encouragement to everybody listening is lean into it. Don't step back, lean in saying, first of all, thank you so much for the feedback. Train yourself to say thank you when you get the feedback. Thank you so much for the feedback. I'm curious, that's one of my favorite lines. I'm curious, this number here, I'm surprised that it was maybe rated a 4. Could you help me understand maybe why you rated a 4 or what did I do that kind of gave you that impression? So you get curious, not defensive. Because what that does is that creates the culture that you are really growth minded. This isn't like a checkbox going like, oh, I really want the feedback, but I don't really want the feedback. So you take the number and you lean into it. And if you kind of get that understanding, maybe it's something somebody said or they worded, like you can just get so much value back in that conversation. So it becomes so the assessment tool really becomes just a piece to kind of start the conversation, a very meaningful conversation.
What I found in that conversation in my own leadership role here at the company is oftentimes upon receiving feedback, that person will then ask for specific instances. And they're not often asking for specific instances because they want to learn from it. They get defensive and they want to push back and say that, well, actually you have the wrong perspective or it didn't go that way. And they get into this like revisionist history cycle that takes them off course from really learning from what that feedback is. So if you do score low, don't worry about specific instances. Clarify if it's not clear what that is and sit with it. And go back and revisit it 24, 48 hours later, because there is going to be emotion tied to it. Like there's no denying it. Even the strongest among us, and we've had fascinating, wonderful, successful guests on the show who talk about their failures and mistakes and how emotionally charged that was. Understand that those emotions will pass in getting that, wow, I thought I'm a 7 in communication. I'm really a 2. And don't put your walls up and say, oh, I got to fight. I got to prove them wrong. Revisit it, and then set up a follow-up 3, 4, 6 months later to say, hey, I've really been leaning in this area. Am I on the right track? Are you noticing improvements? That closing the loop is also key, because feedback is only effective if it actually results in a change in behavior, if it actually results in improvement.
It's one thing when you're receiving the feedback to sit with it, but also as somebody who's giving the feedback to know that they're going to have an emotional reaction from what you're about to tell them. And AJ and I have set this up with clients and with people who have worked for us. We're like, listen, I'm going to tell you a few things, and I don't need a conversation about it right now. What I'd like to do is just present you with a few things, give you an opportunity to think about this, and then let's come back and have a conversation in a few days. Because whatever conversation is going to happen after that will be from a heightened emotional state. And the person that you're giving the feedback to, they're certainly going to be it. But if they have an opportunity to rebut that and go off, you're going to go into a heightened emotional state. So it's best to say, I want to present a few things. I want you to chew on it over the weekend. Hey, and let's talk about it Monday. I would love to hear your thoughts.
People like feedback differently. So some like it over the phone. Some like it face to face. Some like it in an email so that they can actually read it and process it before they talk. So I think, when we're talking about how to give like really effective feedback, and again, this is applicable for every relationship, for managers, for teams, for families, is really get to know the people we're talking about. Get to know what is their preferred style. What is the method they really like? Because the goal is to come to an understanding, and so hopefully to produce some change of behavior, right? So the goal isn't just to, blame and accuse people. The goal here is to really try to, move the needle and actually produce positive change. So you really want to figure out, and that's kind of like that whole relationship part of the EQ side, is get to know the people. Like some people you need to give a lot more encouragement to. Other people are like, skip the encouragement, just give me the meat, give me the stuff that I need to kind of work on. Some people like it in email. I've really kind of found the value, like that's why it's so much of an art and a science, right? To really understand who is it I want to give the feedback to, and what it would be the best possible way for me to give that feedback so that they can be the most open to actually hear it.
So when you're receiving that assessment, to simply ask, how would you like me to give you feedback on these 5 areas, right? If you are a manager, and I'd love to talk about that other side of the coin, because that's one of the most critical functions of a leader, is to give effective feedback. And there's a lot of myths and misconceptions around how to appropriately do that. And of course, there is an art to this. So for those who have now moved into new leadership situations, we know that avoiding giving feedback leads to dysfunction of a team and can really create a toxic culture. And you're going to be called upon as you move into a leadership role to give feedback for someone who's underperforming, who missed the mark, who didn't achieve what you had set out to do. So what does the science show, and how do we give effective feedback if we're in that leadership role?
One of them is making sure like timing is really important. So with feedback, you want to make sure certainly that, you want to make sure it's done privately. I literally cringe when I hear around, feedback is given in like a team environment. I mean, if it's team based, it's different, but, certainly for a personal performance, you want to make sure that it's done privately. You want to really pay attention to the time of the day, making sure that you actually have time to talk things out. So even if you just want to make sure that if this is going to open up more conversation, that you're calm, they're calm. So even the emotional state is actually really important. And then understand who you're giving the feedback to, because different generations are going to want it a little different. Traditionals a lot of times like more the performance review, like they like something a little bit more custom, more traditional. Millennials like more informal. They like it more like you're going out for lunch, or you're kind of like going for a cup of coffee. Like it's much more informal. It's more a relationship, kind of a mentoring kind of feel. I'm a big advocate, and I get mixed feedback on this. I'm a big advocate. Let people know what they're doing well first. And this isn't coddling, and this isn't babysitting, and this is just positive reinforcement. Like before you tell a person what they need to work on, let them know with what they're doing well. And what you're doing is you're actually reinforcing, like, keep doing this. This part is awesome. I love this. This part we got to work on. This part, is, and then being very specific on what it is that the person actually needs to do. So often, like, people are like so afraid to give it. They're super vague, but people need very specific direction. And especially millennials, for everybody listening, millennials get this terrible reputation that they're difficult to manage. I love millennials. They're one of my favorite age groups to work with, because give them lots of praise, give them very directive, specific guidance, and they will be so loyal to you. They are fiercely loyal to really great managers. But you do need to be very directive and say specifically what they need to be doing well, and really set them up kind of for success. And so, but it does depend on who your audience is, because I've done lots of management training, and I'll have boomers saying, I don't want any of the positive reinforcement crap. I don't need that. That I feel like that's almost a setup. I just give me more direct. So you do have to get to know. You have to know who is your audience and what is the best way that they're actually going to receive it.
That's every boomer I know.
Johnny included. I can speak from experience.
Yeah. No, honestly, boomers are like, Karen, please do not tell me that positive reinforcement. I can't stand but that's your experience. Realize that other people are different. And if the end goal here is for us to really motivate and inspire change, positive change, you've got to understand your team members and what it is that they need it, what needs to happen so that they're best likely to actually listen and to actually pay attention to it.
I think a big part in our experience, especially with managing millennials, is letting them know ahead of time, I would love to give you some feedback, and not just scheduling a random meeting at a random time out of the blue and dumping on them. Because there is a mental preparation, and some people are going to want it immediately. Some people are going to say, okay, can we do it in the afternoon? Can we do it tomorrow when I get through this other thing? There is an emotional regulation piece to that feedback, and we all receive it somewhat differently. And that's where the art form comes in. But just scheduling a meeting and out of the blue, jumping right into feedback with no context, the other person's not prepared for it, will oftentimes lead to that emotional outburst that we're not really looking for as leaders, is not impactful in terms of the behavior change, the goals that we're trying to reach. And the other piece in our feedback that I've noticed is understanding how this piece fits into the bigger whole, right? Oftentimes, when we receive feedback, it can feel like you're on an island and you're being singled out and you're the only one doing something wrong. And as a leader, it's also on you. It's to say, hey, it was my responsibility. I understand that I didn't clarify this in the email that I sent you. I understand that I wasn't specific in the exact time that I needed this. So for future reference, this is what happens. And when this happens, this is how the entire goal, group, whatever suffers, gets off track. That level of context and you taking responsibility as a leader for the miscommunication, whatever the case may be that led to them maybe feeling like they didn't need to deliver it on time, or maybe feeling like it was a little bit looser and more free instead of something they should prioritize, goes a long way to them trusting you as a leader upon receiving that feedback.
Absolutely. And that kind of goes to that C part, is the communication, which is taking ownership. So leaders that take responsibility and take ownership in their communication, and I loved your wording on that. It's something that I actually say a lot with my team. I'll say, you know what, I realized I was not clear enough. I'll say that. I realized that I was not clear enough. Moving forward, I'm going to do A, B, C. So taking ownership and also clarifying what is the takeaway. In any time that we're, especially with conflict, if there's not a clear takeaway, we're likely to actually repeat this issue all over again. So that is a really important piece. And by setting that stage, all of a sudden, we have that sense of humility. My 3-chair analogy, it's somebody who actually sits in the middle chair, somebody who actually, the leader that has humility is acknowledging the areas that they could have actually worked on. You're creating now this amazing culture that allows other people to take responsibility as well. It seems so simple, but if leaders do not take responsibility, what on earth makes us think that our teams would take responsibility? We have to model what we want our teams to do. And part of leadership is the humility piece around acknowledging when we've made things, when we've maybe not done such a great job, or we haven't been so clear. And so that all really helps to kind of set the stage and kind of develop that culture.
Well, we can all remember as children those moments of do as I say, not as I do instances, which are painful to watch. Well, why do the adults get to do this? Why is it a different set of rules for me? And that happens in that leadership role where they see the leader never taking responsibility, never admitting fault, never understanding or expressing the mistakes that they made. And with that pointed, directed feedback towards team members, of course, they're not going to want to put their neck out on the line. They're not going to want to put in that extra effort. They're going to feel that they need to self-sabotage just to preserve themselves in this toxic environment.
And that's really the biggest difference between an arrogant leader and a confident leader. Like a lot of people often ask me, like, what is really the difference, that differentiating factor? And there's lots, but the biggest one, and I talk about this in my book, The Three Chairs, is the arrogant leader. It's they think they know everything, and they tend to blame things when things go down on other people. The middle chair leader, or the confident leader, they know a lot, but they also know that they don't know everything. So they're more open for feedback. They're more open to learn and listen to other people and hear from their advisors. And they're more likely to apologize and take ownership because they have humility. Like, humility is the difference between confidence and arrogance. And so for anybody who's thinking, I'm not really good at apologizing, I'm not really good at taking ownership, you got to get over it. If you want to, you got to lean, you got to do it anyway. It feels uncomfortable. We got to do it anyway. There's a lot of things that are really good for us that feel uncomfortable. So we have to learn to just kind of, I'm going to make the choice to take ownership, even though it feels super uncomfortable, and you got to do it anyway.
If you see somebody who's supposed to be this leader and they're refusing to take ownership over a mistake that it was completely obvious that they have made, it will only be a matter of time before you become the scapegoat and they throw you under the bus. They may not be doing it now, and you might notice that and you're like, well, at least it ain't me. Well, it's going to be you sooner or later. You need to make some decisions now before it is you, because when it is you, it's too late.
These are topics that Johnny and I are so passionate and excited about. And I realize now we've made some references to the three chairs, but I love if you could just set up this visualization, because it is really in the title of the book, and it's so key in breaking down all this emotional intelligence that we're talking about. So what are these three chairs, and how should we visualize that great effective leader?
Yeah, I created the three chairs, 25 years ago when I started really looking at all the different research around confidence and emotional intelligence with what it is. And I realized it was so powerful, but it was sitting on these dusty shelves in university libraries and journals. And I thought, how can I make this come alive? How can I make this really just kind of jump out, because it's just so powerful? So I came up with this concept of the three chairs. Are either of you visual learners?
Yes, big time.
Yeah, you are? Okay. Johnny, are you a visual learner?
I would say more auditory.
More auditory. Okay. So he can have his eyes closed while I'm doing this. AJ's going to be looking at my little my visual. So there you go. I'm off the charts visual too, which is probably why I created it. But basically there's the three chairs, and I talk about it in the TED Talk, but everybody listening, I want you to think to yourself, where do you see yourself sitting in these different chairs? So the person who sits in the left chair is what I call the blind attitude. That's the person that kind of really, they put themselves down. They're tough on themselves. They're like an inner critic. This is the person with imposter syndrome. They can look very confident, but their mindset is they're really critical towards themselves. Okay, so that's kind of the insecure leader. Then you've got the one on the right, which is what I call the arrogant leader. They're cocky, they're arrogant, they're very superior. If things are wrong, they're going to blame it on everybody else. And then you've got the middle chair leader, the person in the middle chair, and that's a confident leader. And that's the person that they have confidence, but not arrogance. They know who they are. They know that they're working on themselves. They've got the growth mindset. They have a really healthy attitude, but they also have humility. And so those are the three chairs. And I've taught this to kindergarten students. I've taught this to Fortune 500 CEOs. It's an amazing concept. It's so simple. It's like crazy simple, but the crazy thing about it is the research that once you know kind of where you sit, the majority of the time, we're all moving around, but the question I would be asking everybody is, where are you seeing yourself sitting the majority of the time? And then how does it impact your decision making? So when we talk about emotional intelligence, the whole book is about emotional intelligence. Somebody who has very high EQ, they're sitting in the middle chair, okay? So the whole book is actually developing the CARDS acronym that I was talking about. But once you know kind of with where you sit, you can make very well-educated guesses on how people make decisions. Everything from risk-taking, decision-making, conflict, who they choose as their partner even, like it's crazy, to in terms of how they manage stress and boundaries. And so it's a great, simple visual to help people actually understand where they're seeing, what kind of leader are they right now, and what they need to do to help themselves move in the middle chair.
There's one distinction between that arrogant and humble, confident leader that I want to point out. And we talked about this on a previous episode, the power of language and the words that we choose when describing ourselves and our team members. And that's the me versus we dynamic. And that arrogant leader will often take all of the credit and talk about themselves, even when there's a team behind them. Johnny's nodding his head because this thing it gets under my skin so badly. It's nails on a chalkboard. And we had a team member in the past who's no longer with us, who that was his entire MO, was constantly me, even in situations where he played zero part in the reaching that goal or making that achievement or that accomplishment. It was always me. So that is, in my mind, one of those clear indicators. If you are sitting with a manager who's making everything about me, and never uses the word we, never elevates the team behind them. And I had the same experience in graduate school with mentors who there's a team in the lab who's actually doing the experiments, who's behind them, supporting this research, and they make it about themselves. So as you move into the leadership role, it's really important that you acknowledge all of the team members that are functioning behind you, that have got you on that stage, that have got you promoted, that have allowed you to achieve that success. Really effective, confident leaders know how to acknowledge and share in all of that accomplishment with those team members.
Yes. And the interesting thing is they talk about me unless there's a problem, and then it changes to plural, and it's all about you.
You.
You are the problem. So it's like the reason this doesn't work is because you, plural or singular, are actually the problem. And so, it's one of the fastest ways around figuring out with where people sit is in conflict. And how do people communicate, and what language do they actually use when there's conflict? Because the person in that right chair, that arrogant chair, they tend to blame things on everybody else. I'm not the problem, you're the problem. We didn't get the goal because of you, right? And so there's a blaming versus the middle chair leader that says, let's reevaluate what our plan was. Let's reevaluate why we did not achieve the goal and what we need to do differently. And so there's a ownership and responsibility. And it's a great way of thinking about certainly the team, who to hire. Once people actually understand the three chairs and then do interviews, and you can ask interview questions to help understand with where people are at, because as long as you've got somebody in that middle chair, they're going to be that growth mindset. They're going to be open to learn. They're going to be open to taking responsibility. They're going to be open for that feedback. You're going to save yourself so much time and energy in any kind of team if you can kind of help. If you can be hiring kind of from that middle chair. Not saying that people can't move, because you can. People are moving from the different chairs all the time, but it just, people can change. You just have to really want to change. We can all get in their middle chair, but we just have to really want it.
Now, there's another acronym from the book that I would love for you to unpack and share with our audience. And this comes up quite a bit on our show in personal relationships, romantic relationships, family relationships, and that's how to effectively draw boundaries. And as a leader, you are going to be drawing boundaries. It is essential to you effectively doing your job in the day-to-day. So what is this acronym that you have, and how can our listeners become more effective at drawing boundaries in their life?
So boundaries are part of the tactic around we think about the cards and that S category, that stress and emotion management. So leaders who sit in the middle chair, and that can always kind of be our focus and our goal. So leaders that sit in the middle chair, they know how to set boundaries really well. And boundaries are easy for some people and super difficult for others. If you're in the left chair, a lot of times they actually have the hardest time with boundaries. Of all three chairs, they're the ones that actually have the hardest time, because if they're in the left chair, they want to please people so badly. So they have a very difficult time saying no. They really want to win the approval of other people. So setting a boundary is completely opposite to that. So they tend to say yes, and then they burn out. And people in the right chair, what they often do is their boundaries, sometimes they actually say yes too much, but a lot of times they're not considerate of other people's boundaries. That's where I really see it with team. It's like the manager that says, well, of course you're going to stay past 5 o'clock because I did it for 50 years and now I expect you to do it for 50 years, right? And that, okay, talk about a generational difference. That is one of the big topics that come up a lot with generations and teams, is the boomer that says, if you're not willing to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not committed. You don't want this badly enough. And the millennial is, if you expect me to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not respecting my boundaries. And therefore, I don't know if I really want to work here. And so boundaries literally can be the topic that causes whether or not people stay or they leave. It's really fun. Like once I work with lots of, you work with lots of companies. I mean, it's really interesting the patterns that you actually start seeing. So boundaries are really important for that middle chair, because for any high performing individual and a high performing team, if you don't take care of those boundaries, you're going to burn out. So it is not a suggestion, it's a requirement for high performance. So how do you do it? There's lots of different ways, but as a team, if I was a manager of a high performing team, well, I am. So here, one of the things that we will do is we'll talk around, I want to help my team set boundaries. We will set boundaries on what times emails go out. We will set boundaries around when we're supposed to be responding to emails. We will set boundaries around, how much time we're actually taking care, time off. There's even a boundary around who's responsible for it. There are emotional boundaries as well as time boundaries, right? So boundaries is like a huge topic. But if you can kind of think about boundaries is critical for high performance. And so it's learning what am I going to say yes to with what am I going to say no to. And at the time, some people are going to get upset. That's okay. That's kind of part of life. But we're going to kind of focus on really with what's the most important. And it's hard, but it gets easier the more people actually do it.
It's interesting. It creates more freedom for the team to function at their best. And as I was waiting for my mouse to come online, I was flicking through TikTok and I learned a new phrase called quiet quitting. I don't know if you've heard of this.
No, I haven't.
And it's millennial and Gen Z, this idea that they're not going to quit their job, like outright quit it, but they're going to stop putting in any effort above and beyond what they're asked to do. So no more staying late, no more leaning in, no more hustle grind, all this other stuff. And a good manager with high EQ will recognize this shift. The poor managers aren't going to notice that they're losing an entire generation of the workforce to this concept of I'm just going to take my paycheck and I'm going to skate by until someone realizes I'm not performing and I'll deal with the consequences later. That to me signifies that boundaries haven't been drawn in an effective way in a lot of these company cultures. We're asking so much more. This work-life balance is off. And now we're hearing more and more about burnout. We're working with more and more clients who are experiencing it. And I know it's a big part of that, recognizing and managing the stress component. So in a high EQ environment, and especially a high EQ leader, if you start to recognize team members burning out. So I think a lot of times it's really easy to recognize when we're burning out because the signs and signals are very obvious to us. And sometimes it takes a spouse or friend or family member to recognize it. But often it's difficult to see when team members are burning out or quiet quitting. What have you learned over the years for those leaders who want to keep their team members from burning out, or what to do when they recognize team members are starting to burn out?
It's a great question. And so there's a few different signs. The first thing is you're going to start seeing a flat energy. So the energy is they're not as engaged. They're there, but they're not really there. They're not coming up with a lot of great ideas. They're kind of they're just flat. I call it flat energy. So you're going to start seeing that. The other big thing is that they might start making mistakes. This is a big piece to actually burn out, is that they'll start making just really simple but bad mistakes because their decision making, they're just not sharp, right? They're kind of not sharp. They'll probably, in terms of start being absent, they'll start kind of having some more sick days. They might start talking negatively around kind of just, different things that are actually happening in the office. And so it kind of comes out in different ways for different people, or maybe they just withdraw. Some people just kind of really, like what you're saying, they kind of withdraw. You're not seeing it at the social functions kind of anymore. And I think, for everybody listening, if you're going to have one takeaway from our call today, it would be great managers who sit in that middle chair, they care deeply about their team. They really care for their team. This is not just a job. This is it's they're almost like a shepherd to their sheep. They take care of their team, and they want their team to be balanced, and they want their team to thrive, and they want their team to be successful. And so when they see their team not setting boundaries and working too late, and they see the price tag where they're exhausted or they're emotional or they're not handling feedback well or they're making mistakes, that's the time as a manager, you will get so much loyalty, especially from the younger generation. If you lean in saying, I'm concerned. I'm actually concerned with what's happening. Like in the last, there could be personal things. We had an employee years ago. We've had an amazing success around managing, hiring millennials and retaining millennials. And one of our employees years ago, she had a hard time setting boundaries. And I remember sitting her down and I said, she's like, Karen, it's so hard for me. I said, I know it's hard for you, but I am deeply concerned. I'm concerned for you. I don't want you to be emailing back at like past 5. I want to help you set the boundaries to care for yourself and in your family, because that's the thing about boundaries. If we say yes to everything, we are indirectly saying no to other things. We're saying no to our health, right? We're saying no to our family, our spouse, our performance. And for senior leadership teams, when I'm coaching them, if they're like, I don't know about this, like burnout, high performance, all you have to do is look at the science. And if you want a high performing team, you have to set boundaries, because people are humans, they're not robots. So they need to protect that emotional energy in order for them to kind of perform. And so the great managers will really kind of lean in and help their team members really learn how to do it and model it. And it's hard, everyone listening, like it's really hard to set boundaries, especially if we're maybe not good at it or we didn't see it modeled growing up. And then we have a manager that's not good at it. So all of a sudden we have this basically this unspoken culture is like they talk about boundaries, but they don't really mean about boundaries. So to really set this up properly, managers, you have to show them how to do it. And one of my favorite ways to do this, is when I work with senior leadership teams and I explain to the CEO and the senior, this is the science on high performance. If you want to perform at this high level, you have to set boundaries, and here's how you do it. And when it comes from the top down and all of a sudden becomes this cultural shift within an organization, those are my favorite kind of clients. Because you can see it all of a sudden, spouses start getting the attention. Kids start thinking like, wow, Dad, you're not so stressed out as before, right? They're starting to go to like the soccer game, and then because they feel so filled up, then they kind of have more burst of energy at the beginning. And so it has this massive domino effect, but culturally it's so hard for so many of us. So it does, the more that can be injected within cultures and companies, the better.
There's no intentionality to a lot of the tasks and decision making that they're doing. And I think that also contributes to that burnout. If you had a why there that was important to you, if you were making decisions based on your values, well, then you're doing something, and there's a benefit to that, to why you're doing it. It enhances life. You're engaging in something that's important to you. You're going to feel better afterwards. That makes setting up boundaries to do those things that much easier. But if you don't know why, and where you're like, well, then it becomes, well, why not? And if it's why not, then you've opened yourself up to doing a bunch of things that you don't need to be doing, that is taking time, effort, and energy away from you.
And the why is so critical. I mean, I love Simon Sinek's work, and I just love the focus on the why and the purpose. Again, that's another big value based for the millennials. They have to understand what their purpose is, what their meaning is. But, for anybody who is hesitant around boundaries, it feels awkward, it feels uncomfortable, it feels like you're not being a good employee. The why is look at the science and the research. And in the book, I talk about a lot of the data around high performers set boundaries, period. They said that's how they do it. And you can set the boundaries different. It doesn't have to be, the boundaries have to be like 9 to 5, depending on the organization, the type of culture. We're with companies, we work with companies around the world. And so you've got different time zones. So sometimes boundaries look like working from 8 to 12, and again from 7 at night to 10 o'clock, right? Depending on the time zones. And also, different people will have different kind of boundaries. Sometimes they're like, okay, you know what? I'm good to kind of put in longer hours on the weekday, but weekends I'm out. I'm done, right? So I think, again, thinking about a great manager and developing a high performing team, talk to your team around, let's talk about boundaries. Let's talk about what's the benefit when we actually start setting boundaries, and how can we kind of help each other so that we're all protecting our boundaries. And the why, to Johnny's point, the why is because we're going to perform higher and we're going to have lower stress. That's why we set boundaries. So higher performance, lower stress.
That's
everybody wants to do that. That's what it is. This the secret is boundaries. And then means they're going to produce better work, as well as you're going to have a healthier life outside of work in terms of your relationship and with your kids if you've got them. It benefits right across the board. But what's really interesting, I'm working with a company in Alabama right now, and when I got the entire team to kind of work on their boundaries, a lot of them said, Karen, it sounded so good until I started practicing it, and man, was it hard. It was hard because it's so ingrained in us, but then once we got a few days in, and then we started receiving the benefits, and then kids started saying, wow, Mom, you're like a new person. Why are you so calm? You're not so stressed out. And I was able to go to my first kids' baseball game. Like, all of a sudden, when we start receiving the benefits of the boundaries, then we get hooked. And I often tell people it takes usually about 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks of really sticking to it. Then you can see the boundaries, and then people get hooked on it.
We love asking every guest what their X factor is. What do you think makes you unique and extraordinary, Karen?
I think my X factor, I've been told this by lots of people, my X factor is my expertise is wide and it's deep. Like, look how we talked today, right? We talked about emotional intelligence and leadership development, but we're also talking about families and kids and parenting. And so I've been doing this for 25 years. And so the fact that I can talk about family systems and organization systems and how they all interconnect, and then we can go deep, and I mean, we could have talked for like another 10 hours, right? I mean, like, there's just so much content that we can keep going with. So I think I haven't met anybody else who does what I do, that I'm a leadership and relationship expert. And it's fun for me because when I work with business leaders, we'll talk, for half an hour about business and managing millennials. And by the way, can we talk about my wife? And because I'm not understanding my 14-year-old daughter, I'm like, sure. And so, because it's all part of the same toolkit. It's just in a different way. And so for me, I think that's what's made me unique. And it's just something that I love people, and I love helping people really make positive changes. So I think that'd be my answer.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll link everything up in the show notes, but where can our audience find out more about your free quiz and assessment and all the other great stuff you're doing?
Awesome. Thanks so much. So the best would be go to our website, which is www.dkleadership.org. DK stands for Dr. Karen. And then on the site, you're going to see all the freebies. You're going to see the Leadership EQ scorecard. Like I said, print it, give it to your team. You'll see the free parent report card, which is a really fun resource. You'll see kind of a link to my TED Talk that I did about the 3 chairs. We just hit 500,000 in the last 3 months. We just got word yesterday. We are, I think, number 18 globally right now in the top 10, the top TEDx TED Talks in this year, which has been really exciting. So that's a great free resource. You can actually teams can actually watch the TED Talk, and then we have free discussion questions. Again, what we want to do is inspire into meaningful conversations, right? So people can watch the TED, and you can actually watch it with your family. We've got the discussion questions on our website. And then there's also a link to my book. You can go to Amazon as well to get the 3 chairs. Hopefully people listening are feeling inspired and a lot more equipped and educated to take this to another level. And that's what I'm really passionate about.
Us as well. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I'm joined by somebody very special today, my very good friend, Jenna Bay, and she is phenomenal. All the guests that I bring on, they have a tremendous amount of value to add. That's why I bring them on. And everybody has their own special area of expertise. And on the show, what we try to do is we go down memory lane essentially and find out their story, their journey. Jenna, I mean, she's just phenomenal. She is an expert on neuroscience, epigenetics, quantum physics, child development, and she's also a virtual course. She has a specialization in nutrition. She actually started her career as an elementary school teacher, and she built up her virtual coaching practice from there. And she now supports women and children in terms of child development. So her main goal is to empower women, especially moms with kids. So if you're a parent, you're a mom, then this is the interview for you. This is going to be an amazing conversation and you're going to find a lot of value from it. She has her own book series, which she's promoting right now, because that book series really helps you understand child development, and it essentially just takes off the pressure from you as a parent in terms of learning about how you can help your child develop and nurture them, etc. It takes the pressure off, and you can go ahead and just have those books available to you. So it helps you to help your child grow into a complete person. So with that, please help me welcome Jenna to the show. Jenna, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you on. Jenna, I mean, we connected before. We had a call before, this one, and you blew my mind. You are so passionate about what you do. You really want to help women with children, so specifically parents and moms. And I know you work a lot with women, but you also help men in terms of understanding child development and nutrition, etc. So remind me of how you got started down this path, because you were actually a teacher in elementary school, right? So how did it all start from you being a teacher to where you are now as a virtual coach?
Yes, great question. We all have our origin stories, and mine started when I was really young with having a learning disability and not knowing how I would be able to have a full life. And there was times where they thought I wouldn't even get into college or university and even get into the next grade. So that started out with low self-esteem. And as I built my neurological system and having the functions of the brain coming up to my proper age, I learned a lot about the brain. And that's kind of where it started. Then when I was 15, I lost one of my best friends to suicide. And I hit an all-time low. And I really needed to discover for my own benefit why someone would do this, why this was something that needed to be done. Why did this seem like it was the only option? So that really started my investigation into the mind, and I started learning and researching about neuroscience at that time. And then that led me into learning about quantum physics and just how the whole world works. And this was just in high school. So it became just one of those passionate things. And sometimes when you're going through grief, some people will go to faith as a way to move through it, and others go to different outlets. And this was mine. Mine was motivated to figure out, why does someone like country music and someone like rock? Why does someone think this way and others think this way? I really, really was on a quest for this. When I became a teacher, I decided to go through for a teacher because of my experience at a younger age. I really wanted to build kids up, and I wanted them to know how good they were, because when I was young, I didn't feel that way. I felt like I was stupid. I felt like I was ugly. I was also very chubby. So it's just had all of these issues that I brought with me to my adulthood. So I really wanted to see if I could knit that for a future youth that were growing up. So I decided to do teaching. Once I got there, I just realized that I couldn't do the things that I really wanted to do because there's so much you have to do as a teacher. There's the curriculum that you have to follow. Then there's a whole bunch of other rules and regulations that are there to help support your growing the child, but it wasn't really what I wanted. So I decided to open up my own business where I was working with families on building nutrition, because through my experience with neuroscience, I learned how valuable nutrition is. So that's when I went back and got my degree in neuroscience and nutrition. And this is a degree that is ever flowing. I find that I'm a continual researcher, which is why that's kind of how I introduce myself. I'm not stagnant with any degree, because in science, we're constantly changing. We're constantly learning new things, and same with child development. But that's always been my specialty. And as I was building this practice, I was learning all these different fears that parents have. And I work a lot with women, but I also do work a lot with men too. Men are also parents and coaches and teachers and leaders. And what I learned from all of this is that we're so similar, and that we are going through so many different things, but they all relate back to the same, that we all just want to feel good, and we all want to raise thriving children. So I went through this quest of how do we do that? And as I was a nanny as well, so I come from a different experience. I'm not a parent yet, but my experience of being a nanny, a live-in nanny, and also a teacher has a different perspective on child rearing. And then throwing in my educational background in it, I felt like I had so much value to add to families. So through my experience, I'm learning that I do, and that the things that I'm able to share with them and guide them with and support them with helps with thriving in themselves and their lives as well as in their children. And that led me to this. This led me to my book series and helping women thrive. And my website basically is the hub for all of this. And I really feel like in order to have children that thrive, are the parents, the leaders, the teachers. If you're a parent or you're an influencer of children, you are a leader. That developing those leadership skills is one of the most important things. And that's what my book series does, as well as my nutrition courses and all of that that's on my website. That was really long-winded.
No, it was great. It was fantastic. I mean, first of all, you're into everything. I mean, I love that. You know, everything from neuroscience to quantum physics to nutrition to child development. I mean, there seem to be very kind of unrelated fields.
Yeah.
But actually, if you think about it, they do integrate quite a lot, right? I mean, there's
A lot.
yeah, there's huge intersection there, especially when it comes to child development. I mean, if you put that in the core, then the quantum physics and the neuroscience and the nutrition all make sense, right?
Oh, big time. Everything is in a relationship. We're in a relationship with anything and everything. So that's even our phones or our cars and of course the people in our lives. And one of the basis things of a relationship is your interaction. And the basis of an interaction is action. And every action is followed or is created through a thought, which creates your emotions. And through neuroscience and quantum physics and epigenetics, what everything will tell you is that we're all made up of cells, and these cells are constantly vibrating. And this is the energy that creates our worlds, creates our lives, creates everything. So when we get that under control, which is what the book series is all about, is how to handle our emotions and become so emotionally intelligent that we're able to use our minds to create the reality rather than facing it.
Right. Wow. I love that. Absolutely love that. So your book series, Jenna, I mean, what is the ultimate goal of that book series? What's your mission behind it? What are you hoping to achieve?
Yes, that's a great question. So every book is just one strategy. So instead of creating a thick parenting book or a leadership book for an adult to read at the end of the day, I've never met a parent who said, oh, I have tons of time at the end of the day. So I wanted to create something that you could do with your child and learn at the same time, immerse yourselves in it together, and build that neurological wiring for emotional intelligence. So here's the thing about the emotional intelligence is that it's something that we're constantly working on. It's not something that you can have and then you have it forever. It's you're exercising your mind like you exercise your body. And that's what each of these concepts in the books do. So one of the ones that we're going around right now with is superhero powers. And it's one concept. And the concept is just that every single person on this planet is here for a purpose and they're valuable. Even in those moments when you feel depressed or you feel like there is nothing worth living for, or those times when you're struggling or when you're comparing yourself to someone else because they're the better mom or they're the better this and or their body's better than yours or something in that moment, when you can come back to your individual superhero power, you remember that you're here on this earth for a reason, to add value, and every room you walk into is different because you're there. Anyone that you interact with, one conversation, the conversations that you have on this podcast, one conversation can change your life. And if you walk into the grocery store and you think the cashier is going to be so excited that they get to meet me today, because you're going to add that little zest that no one else has but you. And when we understand what that zest is, that's our superpower. And we have a lot of them. And it's celebrating that everyday superhero. You know those times when someone holds the door open for you or gives you a smile and it makes you feel like you matter. That's a power. That's because everyone matters. And we forget that. We get so busy in our day-to-day lives that we forget to think about what's going on around us or what other people are going through. So having this concept, and I hear now testimonials coming back from parents saying that their whole life has changed because they're focusing on what their child is doing right rather than what they're doing wrong. And having that simple mindset shift of just constantly looking for what your partner's doing right rather than what she's doing wrong or he's doing wrong. And it makes life a lot more fun. And when you get to use your unique talents or your gifts or just be the best version of you that day, it makes life a lot more fun. And that's the bottom line, is we're supposed to have fun. Life is supposed to feel good. And so it's really about, that particular book is just about finding your uniqueness, owning it, and then using it to better the world.
Wow. I love the message. That's really powerful. And you're right, people do need to hear it, because a lot of the time you are so kind of busy dealing with the day-to-day routine and the day-to-day chaos that you forget to step outside of your normal environment and think about the higher level stuff, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So and especially when it comes to parents, I mean, parents, as you said, they don't have time. They don't have any time. They're always busy. They're always doing something.
Always, yeah.
So yeah, it's so amazing that you've created this book series for them.
There's they have been told, like I've been told a lot that they're called parenting books disguised as children's books, and I just want to premise that I'm not at all ever suggesting that this is how you parent or that any parent needs help parenting, because I'm a firm believer that every woman and every man that I work with that are parents, they're naturally become leaders. It's just innately in them. And for me to come in and say, this is how you should parent your child, is totally absurd, because every child is so different and no one knows your child better than you do. My whole intention and goal with all of these strategies, and that was just one book that I went, there's like 15 that are coming out, and more to come after that. And they're there just to uplift you and to remind you of your power, because you don't necessarily need anything else outside of you. You got it inside of you. I'm just there to remind you of what you already know.
Wow.
And that's just, it's important that you just, the parents feel supported, because especially moms and dads, of course, that it can feel so lonely and so overwhelming, because you can have these moments of pure bliss and everything's great. And then the next moment it's, am I doing this right? Is this the right thing to do? I don't know. Is this what I'm supposed to feed my child? My child won't even touch a vegetable. What do I do? Like there's always this panic. So my goal is just to answer these questions that all parents have, and have a hub for them so that they can just know that they're not alone, and everything's going to be okay. They've got this, and here's our just added strategies so you can take it or leave it.
Awesome. Well, Jenna, yours is a beautiful mission and an amazing message, and your book series sounds absolutely phenomenal. And for people in the audience, if you are a parent or if you know anybody else who is a parent, then you have to check out this book series. If one of your friends, neighbors, colleagues, if they're about to become a parent, well, this will be an amazing present, wouldn't it? I think so. So go for it. Check the book series out. It's absolutely amazing. We'll put all the links below in the description, so you can just go ahead and click the link below in the description, and you can find out more. But let's talk about your nutrition course, because I know you're a specialist in nutrition as well.
Yeah.
So you're passionate about child development, and you've done a course in neuroscience and nutrition. So tell me, how can we combine these three very kind of far-fetched, unrelated fields into something that helps us learn more about who we are and empowers, especially the parents? How does it actually empowers the parents?
Absolutely. That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. I am really passionate about helping maximize human potential. And if we want to help our children thrive, then we also need to thrive. And the bottom line of being a leader and being in a parenting or a teacher, like being a family, you are a leader. And I work a lot with companies too with that, and we'll get into that in a bit. But working in the leadership, you are an influencer, and rather than a dictator. That's how you'll get a lot farther. And in order for you to thrive, you need to love who you are and own who you are and be confident in who you are. And that's challenging. And after you have children, you lose touch with who you are. Your identity shifts completely. You're no longer who you were. You're someone even greater, but we lose that, oh my gosh, like this is who I was, now who am I? And there's a different connection between you and your partner now. And there's another being who's so dependent on you that we forget about nourishing our own bodies and nourishing our own minds. And when we become stable in our nutrition, where we feed our bodies, we're feeding our minds, we become able to equip ourselves with being the best leader and model for our children. Also, we go through this transition in our bodies as well. We tend to have extra weight when we deliver or give birth to a baby, and that's natural, but we forget that, and we put these high expectations on ourselves that we need to get right back into that fit body we had before, or even a body that is more fit now, or whatever the case may be. And a lot of times we don't have time for that, and we're exhausted. So feeding our bodies is really important, having that self-care. So this nutrition course is really to help with that, with helping you thrive so that your children can thrive, understanding what foods help support you and your brain function as well as your child's. And it's really catered for disordered eating. I work a lot with compulsive eating, anorexia, bulimia, all those types of terrible, hard habits that we have in these mindsets. So this course is about that. It's about shifting that mindset, helping you relate to your body, how your body works. Because here's the thing. We often eat according to what our mind thinks. So we read about a paleo diet, or we read about being vegetarian, or see the videos, and it makes sense to our minds, but not necessarily to our bodies. Our minds don't eat. Our brains do, but our minds don't. And yet we give our mind all the power. So this course is about coming back into your body, listening to what your body needs, and eating from that rather than from a diet piece of paper or rules and regulations, deprivation, restriction, and all of that. We're eliminating that and moving more towards, what does your specific bio-individuality need to thrive?
Wow. That sounds really amazing. And you know what? You are absolutely amazing. I mean, you're blowing my mind by how you're linking these very kind of unrelated, far-fetched concepts very elegantly, and explaining, the whole kind of thing behind child development, and, how you actually form relationships and energy, and, what people are, focusing on what people are doing right, and how do you actually build a relationship with your child, and then how you need to thrive as a human being. So you need to achieve your full potential by eating right and helping your child eat right. It's absolutely amazing. I absolutely love it. And for people in the audience, I mean, if you're a parent, then come on, this has just been absolutely phenomenal. Jen has added so much value to us, already, and she really understands this stuff at a very deep level. I mean, you can just sense it just by the way she's linking things, just the way she's explaining things. She's really passionate about it, and this is what she is here to do. This is her mission. So seriously, I would highly encourage you guys to reach out and check out her book series, her nutrition course, and reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. Jenna, you talked about something that I think seems to be a recurring pattern. I mean, I've had some really amazing people on my show. I've been blessed to, have them on and have conversations with them and go deep. And the one kind of underlying theme I've noticed is the fact that they have at some point all experienced a deep level of pain in their life. But what they did was they were able to use that pain. They were able to use it as fuel and essentially achieves a transformation where their pain helped them achieve, actually see clarity in terms of what their mission in life is, what their passion is, but they discovered that through their pain. Would you say that happened with you as well?
I would, and that actually brings up a really important point for being a parent. Is one of our major goals, and when we're influencing children in any degree, is that we want to protect them. We want to make sure that they don't go through what we went through. So we want them to have a better life than we had. And sometimes when we do that, we become overpowering, and then we create codependency, and we don't allow them to have their own experiences and their own devastations. And same within, like with high school, I'm speaking about this right from personal experience with families, is that when you're working with that age group, they're craving independence. That's their time to move away from the nest. And when we try to protect them and try and regulate everything that's going on for them, that's when we get even more rebellion. And even in your personal life, I know that you've had some pain points, and you almost, when I was talking to you, used that as your launch pad. It was something that made you who you are today. And although it was painful and something that you wouldn't want to experience again, or even wouldn't want to wish it on your worst enemy, it's something that you experienced, and it helped catapult you to become the person you are and have that compassion. And that's the same, that I would totally agree with that. When suicide was a huge shock to me. I didn't even know what it was. And I felt guilty for having joy after that. I felt that if I was happy, and it was me not honoring my friend's life. And so this has it's been such a journey, it's made me who I am. And I'm also, instead of focusing on suicide prevention, my books and series and website and all that is on happiness promotion. And that's one of my biggest passions. And that started because of what I've experienced. So you're totally right. And I think everybody's story is so fascinating. And that's why I love listening to your podcast, because you hear such amazing stories, and the people that you attract, which makes sense because of the energy we talked about earlier. You give off this amazing energy, and when you think of who you are attracting, that does also indicate how you are vibrating. So you're doing a good job.
Well, thank you, Jenna. You're very kind. This is really amazing. I mean, the fact that everybody who has achieved a high level of success, can point to their pain at some point in the past and say, this was the thing that helped me, become this person, or, find my mission in life, or, find my passion in life, etc. So it's really amazing. This is kind of like a recurring theme that, I've noticed. But also the fact that, what does it take? What do you think it takes to really use that pain as as you call it, a launch pad, rather than break down, give up, or fall into a deep depression?
Great question. And that is, again, the motivation for my books. It's building that emotional intelligence. It's one of the most important, impactful things that we can do as influencers. So that's influencers of children, that's influencers of our teammates, of our employees, of our employers. It's us becoming so emotionally strong. And what I mean by that is understanding emotions, that anger is not bad. It's just when we deny it, that's when it gets pushed down and we enter either into depression or we lash out. But when we allow our anger and we learn ways on how to handle it, then we're able to move through it and allow for it, and then grow from it and become who we're going to become. So when we have these strategies and these tools, which my books teach you, you have them at younger ages, then the life that you are going to lead is going to be absolutely incredible. And it's never too late to learn these. Like, I have I have a lot of adults that buy my book series just because they're helpful for everyone. And when we learn them, we are now able to influence and teach those who are depending on us or looking up to us. And then this whole world shifts, because when one of us is in alignment, it influences a lot of the other ones in our lives to be in alignment. And that's my main goal.
Wow. Yeah, I love it. And you're absolutely right. The fact is that, your book series, it talks about higher level stuff. So it's not just talking about this one very specific strategy that will help you to solve this one very specific issue. It's bigger than that. It's broader than that. And it actually helps you essentially achieve, that transcendence, which helps you to, grow and think at a higher level, at a higher plane. So, I will highly encourage the people in the audience, especially if you're parents, to go and check out those books, because it'll help you, again, develop emotional intelligence yourself, but also, help your children, achieve that as well, to help them develop emotional intelligence. Now, Jenna, that kind of brings me to the next bit. Are there any strategies that, parents can be using to help their children develop that high level of emotional intelligence?
Honestly, immersing them in the strategies. So when you work on one of the strategies that the book outlines, there's lots of companion materials. So there's things on that they can hook into once you get the book that will help with, like, there's videos and activities and all of that stuff. If you do homeschooling, there's curriculum there for it. And it's just immersing them and being excited about it too. So it's one thing for the child to read it, but when you read it with them repetitively and you immerse them, so after the book's over, we practice that, like how at the end of the day, asking those questions, how did you use your superpower today? Or at the beginning of the day, how are you going to use that superpower? Or what's your, having those really great conversations. And then from these books too, there's a ton of inside jokes. And these are kind of my favorite ones to read when they send them to me through my website. So if you ever have any, send them over, because they're so funny. And when you create an inside joke, you create that bond. And there's a whole lot of neurological science that I could go into about that. But the main point is, when you have those connections, that development, so much happens. So immersion is basically my number one, and just having fun with it, just exploring together, and that quality time is so important.
Awesome. Now, are your books for a specific age range, or do they have a limit on age?
They don't. They are great for kindergarten to grade 5. They are in some classrooms, and they are poems, so they're repetitive. So they help with word recognition. They also help with memory, and the novelty of it helps create this excitement for it time after time after time. So a lot of adults will tell me, we have to read the same book over and over. So this is created in a way that when you do, it's actually really good for your neurological development. So we're building that foundation for our children, but also in ourselves. So when we repeat it, it's actually a really good thing, and our brains won't get too exhausted about it. And so they're really for anyone who wants to increase their emotional intelligence and learn how to become a better leader and influencer. They're good for probably kindergarten. Younger than that, they do actually. I do have some book readings with like 3-year-olds, and they're great too. Like I have some that are remembering the affirmations, and they're walking around their kitchens saying it. So really, I don't want to put an age limit on it, because every child, every person seems to be benefiting.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Jenna, what does it mean to you when you get those parent testimonials on how they have actually grown themselves, or help their children to grow into a fuller version of themselves? What does it actually mean to you when you receive them?
It means the world. There's nothing better, because when I think of a child or a family thriving, that is my ultimate goal, my ultimate passion. And there's nothing in the world that I would rather have than having a healthy family and having individuals in this life know how important they are, how worthy they are, and how good they are just because they're here. I'm a firm believer in that, and I believe in maximizing the human potential in every single one of us. So that brings me so much joy.
Awesome. And to be honest with you, I can sense your passion. It really is there. It's real, and I'm sure the audience can sense it as well. You are coming from a very genuine, deep place, and I love that. That's awesome. Jenna, in terms of actually going forward into the future, you're doing this book series, etc. But I know you also work with parents in terms of you coach them, you have retreats organized. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? And for people in the audience, again, Jenna is a virtual coach, so it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation and see where that goes. But she does a lot more. So let's go down there, and you can maybe talk to us about what other things you're working on.
So they're called Executive Pursuit, and they're retreats. There are some for families, for couples, for just individuals. Then we go into different organizations and different companies. So last week we were just at one of our biggest companies, Nike, and what we do is we help increase the innovation and collaboration within a company to help catapult them forward and keep them at number one or make them number one. And that's one things I'm really passionate to when it comes to being a leader. It doesn't matter if you're in a family or if you're in a business, it all really equates to the same thing. It comes down to being that amazing influencer and not a dictator. So simple things of just a prime example. If you recently, one of the families I work with, they couldn't get their 5-year-old to brush his teeth. And it was really important to the mom that he brushes his teeth, and he hadn't lost his teeth yet. So his dad was thinking, well, it's not a big deal because he still has all of his teeth. So whatever, he'll just lose them. And when the adult teeth come in, then we'll really tackle it. But her idea was, well, no, I want him to get that habit now so that when it does happen, he doesn't have to establish it. So as a leader, it's really important for us to be influencing that. So we have to model it. We can't ask those who we are trying to get them to do something that we're not actually willing to do ourselves. So they did. The two of them modeled brushing their teeth morning and night in front of him and just talked about how fresh their breath smells and how good it feels. And then he wanted to be just like his dad. So then he naturally picked up the toothbrush himself. So when the desire becomes something that's inside you or inside your child rather than an external motivation, it's an internal inspiration, they're more likely to continue to do it on their own.
Wow. I love what you said there about internal inspiration versus external motivation, because I think parents especially struggle with that quite a lot, because they're trying to get the child to do something like eat their food, tidy up, make sure they get dressed on time or brush their teeth. And, the child is clearly not, following those instructions. So what do you do? I mean, there's just like, come on, get on with it. Or there is a better approach where you try to instill that internal inspiration. I absolutely love that. And that's a great strategy.
Thank you. Yeah, there's tons of free videos on my website too that parents can just find some value there maybe. And I invite them to go check out or check it out, jennabain.com, which I know is in the link below. And but any way that I can support too, like I'm happy to answer questions or anything like that too. So I'm here to support.
Awesome. I love it. Now, Jenna, I am one of my previous guests. He says something really amazing. I'm wondering if you share the same opinion. And he said that actually children read energy. They understand energy. They're not very good at communication. They're not very good at sorting out through emotions, but they do understand energy, and they can read your energy. They can, read what sort of what's going on, the environment, and etc. But they might not actually know what's happening, but they do understand the energy. What do you think?
100%. And I would even go back further, just in the research studies that I've done, is we have indication that they can read energy through the womb. So they're already getting vibrations there. So when they are come out to the world, that's one of the main reasons why it's so important for women. I love to coach pregnant women because their nutrition needs to be on par, but also their mindset, their energy, because their baby's actually also eating that. And I would totally agree with all that he said. And I would even say that we all are that way, not just children. And so when you have a child and their caregiver yelling at them and saying, "Don't you know I love you?" They aren't reading the words or listening to the words. They're reading the vibration. So if they know the words, they're thinking, but your words do not line up with your actions. So I'm even more confused now. So we have to remember that absolutely and I mean, that's the same with like our pets too. And even when we go into another country, we might not know their language, but if someone smiles at you, you know that vibration. You can feel that happiness. If you feel a scowl or you feel like you're not in a protected area, you feel that too. Or when you're facing the other way and you can feel someone looking at you. I don't know if you've ever had that experience where you're at a store or something and you're like, oh, and then you turn around and someone is looking at you. And it's that same thing. We read vibration. We are all made up of energy, up of these cells. And so absolutely, I totally agree with that. And that's why again, the series is just one of my biggest passions, because it will definitely transform families and leadership skills in major ways.
Oh, wow. Awesome. I love that. Now, Jenna, I'm very conscious of your time. So very quickly, before we wrap up, where can people go to find out more about you, and how can they connect with you?
My website's the best place. You'll get all my social media handles there, and there's books and my videos and everything. So blogs, all that's there. Just check out that and send me a message if you ever need or want to chat with me and ask me a question. I'll do a take it or leave it video on it and help better society and all the way around. We're all in this together. I firmly believe in that.
Awesome. For people in the audience, make sure you go and check out those links below in the description, and make sure you do go and check out the book series, you check out the nutrition course, and you actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. She's absolutely phenomenal. Especially if you're a parent, you have no excuse. Seriously, you have no excuse not to reach out to Jenna and start the conversation. She added so much value. I mean, the stuff that she talked about, it's just phenomenal. And before we actually started recording, I talked to Jenna and I said, you know what, there are times in the interview where sometimes I get goosebumps. And I'm actually looking forward to getting some today, and I did. I ended up getting goosebumps, and one of the things that she said was super powerful, and I loved it. And I actually got goosebumps for the fact she said anger is not bad. It's only bad when you oppress it. So wow, I mean, just absolutely amazing. But imagine teaching that to your child, understanding that yourself, embodying it, but also sharing that with your children and helping them understand that anger is just an emotion and it's how you express it that really matters. So powerful. And that was just one golden nugget. And there were many, many, many of them in this conversation. Everything, where she talked about the interaction and how that requires action and how energy links everything, and what people need to focus on is what other people are doing right, and the nutrition, the stuff we talked about in terms of child development. It's been a phenomenal conversation. And Jenna, you know what, I'd love to actually stay on and talk more and go down different rabbit holes, but unfortunately due to time we have to cut this short, but I'm definitely looking forward to round 2.
Me too. Thank you so much. It was such an honor to be here.
Thanks, Jenna. Guys, make sure you share this conversation with other people who are close to you. Maybe they're your friends, your colleagues, your brothers, sisters, cousins, whoever, especially if they're parents or they're actually, hoping to become a parent, then I think this conversation will really help them. So make sure you share it. Also, guys, subscribe to the channel because it helps us grow and it allows us to actually have more amazing guests like Jenna on the show so we can talk to them and we can actually dig deep.
I'll never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different tripwires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this tripwire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account in the morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
I'm Mark Drager, and as an entrepreneur and strategist, I've built a multi-million-dollar marketing agency. I've helped launch startups and transformed international brands. And yet, despite all the success, I still wake up every morning with the feeling that I'm just not good enough. And I've not come close to hitting my potential, and I may never achieve the high hopes that I have for myself. I believe that we all have something to prove to the doubters, to the haters, to the voices in our own heads. And so each week, I share real, tactical advice and the most interesting and inspiring interviews, because my goal is to help those of us who have something to prove show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. Welcome to the We Do Hard Things podcast.
Today's guest is a serial entrepreneur who was raised in poverty, so much so that at one point he was actually homeless. But he did not let that stop him. He went on to build up multiple 8-figure businesses. Now, what I appreciate most about having the chance to speak with him is that he's not all talk. He started from nothing, he built and he lost. He's seen success and he's seen major failures, and he carries that into everything he does. Whether it's as the best-selling author of the book, The Journey Principles, or the creator of the life-changing program, Transformation U, or even as the man who helps people like you and me go from excuse land to building massive success. He believes that you are not living a life you love, not because you're not capable of it, but because you just don't know how to get there. I cannot wait to share with you the insanely inspiring talk I had with the man who can help anyone reclaim their hope and go from stuck to unstoppable, Stephen Scoggins. The place that I want to start the conversation in is, you mentioned within your bio, specifically 30 years of hardship. 30 years of hardship. I'm 37. I feel like I've run a business for 14 years. I built a multi-million-dollar company. Great, but I'm 37 and I feel more behind now than I did in my 20s. I feel that when I was in my early 20s, I had more hustle, more progress, less to lose, less at risk. I was bolder. I was more ambitious. And so when I read 30 years of hardship and everything, I go, isn't time running out? When does this get better?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I grew up in an interesting time and situation. My grandfather survived Pearl Harbor, which started the alcohol train into my father. Right. My mother had suffered a lot of physical and emotional abuse when I was younger. And as a result, by the time I was I think I was maybe 5 years old, they had already divorced and went their separate ways. And then I was raised by my grandmother. Well, that was great for 2 or 3 years, super loving, super encouraging, super empathetic, and everything that you would want a parent to be, right? Well, she comes to me when I'm about 9, just after I turned 9 years old. She sits me down and she says, Stephen, I need your help. And of course, I'm 9 years old. I literally have a G.I. Joe in one hand and a Transformer in another, right? I'm okay, maybe she's going to ask me to take out the garbage that I can barely lift, right? So I'm thinking about through that and then kind of go with that scenario. And then she says something that I'll never forget. She said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. I'm very sick. And even at 9 years old, I was kind of I wasn't exactly sure what she meant. I wasn't exactly sure where she was coming from. But then she made me pull this chair over from the kitchen table. When we lived in a little 1,000 square foot brick house in Wendell, North Carolina, pulled over to the stove and she began teaching me how to make oatmeal and macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and all this kind of stuff. And my brother was 3 at the time. No, I'm sorry. My brother was 6 at the time. I had to get him up and get him dressed and all kinds of stuff. And that was essentially the start of what I refer to as a massive uphill battle my entire life. Now, being where I am now versus where I came from, I'm incredibly thankful that was my journey. Incredibly thankful. It has taught me a different level of empathy when people are going through various struggles. My dad and mom came back into the picture about the time she passed, which is about a year and a half later. Chemo got the best of her. She had cancer. So my lifeline, my stability, my safety net, that was the first time I can remember it actually being yanked out from under me. That was the one time that I had the hardest time recovering. It took me several years. I had to repeat the 5th grade and all kinds of stuff. But, from that standpoint, I went to go live with my dad, and when I went to go live with him, I went into the construction industry immediately. Every Saturday, every Sunday, every holiday, every weekend, that's where I was at, working, carrying studs for $1, $1 an hour. But, it's funny. The one thing the construction industry taught me growing up throughout it was it taught me how to use my hands, which taught me how to use my head, which now I get to use my heart. I was very fortunate that it forced me to face things that I didn't want to face. It forced me to face fears I didn't want to face. I mean, all of that stuff. And that's when I met my first mentor. I was probably 13 or 14 years old. He was my dad's employer. And I remember him, he used to drive around this white Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? And they always had a dent in the right-hand rear bumper because the dude was forever backing into stuff. And he would just get the bumper replaced, and he would do it like a month later and whatever. He was in his maybe 70s at the time. He had perfect dentures, perfect big white smile and all this kind of stuff. And, but he took a liking to me, and I never understood why until he put me in his car to talk to me. I was working on my dad's framing crew. It was hot as Hades outside. And I was like, he's got the AC on. I don't care if it smells like mothballs or not. I'm getting inside, and I'll sit in there as long as he wants to talk to me. Don't care what he tells me about. Well, I'll never forget this because he sits me down and he goes, did you know I used to work for your grandfather? I'm like, no. Did you know your grandfather taught me the construction business? No. Well, your grandfather's the best carpenter in this state, hands down. And it said he would be a multimillionaire 10 times over, be far wealthier than I ever would have been if he had just stopped drinking. Stephen, I've watched the duty go from your grandfather to your daddy. And that's how he talked, right? Your daddy. I remember that. He goes, I don't want it to happen to you. You work hard, you're smart, you deserve more and you deserve better. I'm like, again, I'm like a teenager, early teens. I'm like, okay. All right. And then he goes, I want you to hear me out. I said, okay. He said, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to give me an honest answer. I said, yes, sir. All right. He said, what's the difference between a rich man and a poor man? I'm like, well, duh, money, right? Dude, if he could have slapped me in the back of my head, I think he would have, right? Because I'm like, I was like, duh, what do I know? I know, but all I know is poverty, kind of more or less, or paycheck to paycheck scenario. And he goes, no, the difference between a rich man and a poor man in any area of their life is the way they think. You can choose to think like me, or you can choose to think like your daddy. And you got to decide now, not when you're 50. And I was like, man, it stunned me. And then he says, I also want you to remember this. You got to be willing to do today what others won't so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Now here's the contrast. Not even a week earlier, I remember my father, we were on a job site, and I was telling my dad about my big dream to become a professional ninja. I seriously wanted to be a professional martial arts ninja guru because, I idolized Bruce Lee and all this kind of stuff, and
so I wanted all that to furthest thing for a little boy in North Carolina, man.
I don't know. I grew up throwing stars and nunchucks. I don't know, but and he laughed it off, and I'll never forget this because this is like a week before. He says, "Stephen, Scoggins don't get ahead; they just get by." I'm like, I feel like I'm meant for more than that. Like I don't know what that is, I mean, I wasn't thinking entrepreneurship. I wasn't thinking owning companies. I wasn't thinking of developing teams or leading. I didn't know how to lead myself, let alone believe in myself. And that conversation and that conversation collided right at the same time. And that's when I actually started reaching out and started reading. You know, the problem is because my household was always unstable financially. We were always getting the lights turned off and the cockroaches in the mobile home we were in and all kinds of stuff. And my dad had a successful company, and then unfortunately went through a downturn in the late 90s or about mid 90s during the Gulf War and some stuff like that. We went through all that and we lost everything. Foreclosures, repossessions, all of it. You know, and I watched my dad work his absolute butt off. I mean, absolute butt off, 18-hour days, day after day after day, never stopping, but he never could actually, quote unquote, get ahead, right? He kept making bad financial decision after bad financial decision after bad financial decision. And then he make a bad relational decision after a bad relational, like it was like this influx of like every single area of life I watched him struggle with. And as his oldest son, all I wanted to take it away from him, take it off of him.
And
right, because I would watch.
Was the alcoholism a side effect of something bigger or deeper or some kind of mental health issue, or in your mind, you know, the alcohol was
I think the alcohol started with my dad specifically as a way to fit in when he was younger, right? Because you know when he was going to school, you remember the Grease Lightning days. Well, that's his era, right? So the leather coats and the slick back hair, and you're either a prep or a jock or Grease, right? So, I mean, that was kind of his thing. And, you know, I remember him he tells a story about his first, not his first car, but I think his third car was like a 68 Camaro with white interior. And he's like, you know, and how he wanted to be like fast off the line and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's where it started. And then it got intensified when he joined the Marine Corps. Right. So he went all the way through the ranks, got to about the place of what they refer to as a gunny sergeant. And he worked, so he was stationed at Parris Island as well as Camp Lejeune at different points in time. And I don't know if you've ever been to those areas, United States, but they are relatively uneventful. So what do you do with jacked up Marines, right, that are being trained to, you know, to the hilt, not giving them any kind of outlet? Well, they go hang out at the bar.
They drink and shoot, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, so, you know, it's, you know, so it's, you know, it's kind of like, I think that's kind of where it started. Now, my mother, on the other hand, was a little bit different. My mother, on the other hand, actually had a dysfunctional family after my grandparents had separated and divorced. My grandmother, who raised me, my mother's mother, spent a lot of time, unfortunately, trying to fill the void of the husband that she lost, kind of thing. And as a result, she would attract different men. Of course, I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was well into my 30s. You know, I couldn't understand why my mom struggled to be a mother to me for so long until I understood where her influences came from, right? So we went through that process, and as I discovered that my grandmother wasn't great with money. My grandmother actually struggled with alcoholism, which I didn't know because I never saw her drink when she was with me. Turns out she stopped drinking the day I was born and referred to me as her second chance.
Isn't it strange? I mean, you talked about empathy, but isn't it strange how as you get older with more perspective and you realize that everybody's just doing the best that they can and you think they got it all figured out, and then you hit, you know, the same age. I remember the moment, you know, my mom and dad divorced or separated the week I was born. You know, my dad left the week I was born. And so I was never raised in a type of household with two parents like that. So I didn't lose anything or mourn anything for that. But, you know, I hit the age, I have 4 kids. When we had my second child, so we had a daughter and then a son. I have an older sister, and then, you know, I'm the son. Same age difference, same everything. Yeah. And when my son was born, something really got me angry. It got me angry because I looked at him in the hospital and I turned to my wife and I said, this is the moment that my dad decided to leave. Right? Like 2-year-old daughter, baby in my hands. This is the moment. And then I had to address it with him, and I had to talk to him about it, and I had to work through it and all of that stuff. But you talked about empathy. I find the struggle is as I get older, I become more aware and I become more empathetic to certain situations. And at the same time, I become less sympathetic as well. How do you balance that level of empathy with also the fact that, sometimes you got to push through. Sometimes you got to be hard. Sometimes you got to cut people off.
Yeah.
Sometimes the empathy doesn't help. How do you balance that?
Yeah. It's funny. I always lead with empathy, but then kind of back it up with understanding. And here's what I mean by that. So I came at a point in my life, I was probably 28 or 29. My first company that I built from the ground up was doing decently well. And I was getting the phone calls and the answering machine version of the phone calls long before we had these technology devices everywhere, right? And my mom would ask me, why don't you ever come over? Why don't you ever come over? Come see me. She was being a typical mom. And I would go spend time with her. And, and unfortunately, every time I went to spend time with her in that season, it was always a discussion about how bad life was for her, right? Kind of almost like the victim kind of mindset a little bit.
A pity party.
Yeah, it was a pity party, right? And then there's a couple things that I won't share publicly that she chose to do that directly affected me, that gave me every right to be very angry, be distant, all that kind of stuff. Problem is I was carrying that with me, which was harming me, and it wasn't allowing me to even potentially connect with her. So here's what happened. I had a buddy of mine who's also in the influencer space. His name's Chris Lacurto. In fact, I need to introduce you guys for sure. And I met him through the Dave Ramsey organization. I'm good friends with their organization, and he doesn't work there anymore, but he used to. And I remember him talking about his mom and about how he had to heal from his mom and all this kind of stuff. And so I was very inquisitive. It's like, well, how did you do that? Like, he goes, it was simple. He said, I finally realized that every parent has never been actually trained to be a parent other than the parents that they were visibly associated with. And I was like, I've never thought of it that way, right? Because up until that time, I was just judging my mom and my dad every time they made a mistake, right? Well, then he took a step further. He goes, if you truly want to get healing and restore one of those relationships and you truly want to work through that, here's what I want you to do from now on. He says, now he and I are both people of faith, so take what I'm about to say with a little bit of grain of salt. And in that, he said, I want you to start to realize that there's a creator that loves her just as much as they love you. And rather than view her as this villain, what if you actually viewed her as the child with skin up knees that's simply asking for a parent to pick them up?
Mm-hmm.
The crazy part is like, I had to ponder on that for probably a solid month, but in the moment, it instantaneously unlocked like this weeping fit out of me. I just started crying like crazy, because all of that judgment, all of that burden, all of that stuff, I was saying, it's all your fault, right? And then as I began to change my perspective, shift my beliefs a little bit, even in that moment, it was like a weight lifted off me. And then I was able to go back to her and begin to rebuild a relationship with her and actually teach her the same thing I was just taught. Mm-hmm. So my mother is now walking around in freedom where she used to be walking around with chains on, so to speak. You can either choose to become the person that your parents have been, right? Because there's a good chance you're going to marry one of your parents. There's a high likelihood statistically, right? Good, bad, or indifferent.
Yeah, and then you're going to become one of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can look at their mistakes, learn those lessons, apply those new principles, and heal from those things and actually be the thing that cuts the quote unquote bondage, if you will, right? I don't know if any better word to say it. This, for example, have you done anything with ancestry.com? Like you ever gone down the rabbit hole of all right, so I have. Okay. Well, they have this thing that's called the Ancestry DNA kit. So I went down the rabbit hole first.
Talking to someone about this morning, because on my dad's side, we don't know anything about our family past my dad. Like we just don't know anything above that. And so I was just talking, I got to do this DNA test.
Yeah. So I did it like a year ago. We're Scandinavian. So technically I'm part Viking, which is kind of funny because I'm like 5 nothing. And then we have the southern tip of Scotland, the northern tip of Ireland, and then Denmark and Wales. So that's the thing. Okay. So I went as far back in my dad's tree to discover how the Scoggins, quote unquote, came to be inside of the United States of America. It turns out my family was sent here on a penal. But here's the thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because they got arrested, prosecuted, and put on a boat to basically become indentured servants, if you will, here to the United States, or what became the United States, because they were trying to feed their family, and they basically killed a deer on a lord's land. So I've had hundreds of years of poverty, hundreds of years of, we don't get by, or we don't get ahead, we get by, like hundreds of years where that's been. And I remember this. I was, again, I spent this time praying. It's one of the things I like to do. And I did this when I was like 13 or 14. I was in the trailer park that we had to move into after my dad lost his business, that Steve Myrick actually owned. So Steve Myrick actually owned this mobile home park, all the units, and allowed us to move into one. And I had this like surreal, somber moment where I just decided I was going to go for a walk. It was a fall night, stars out everywhere. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm being called out of the mobile home. I walk down the street, go all the way down to the park, which is probably a good 6 blocks from the place my dad stayed in. And out of nowhere, I was just staring at the stars. And then literally, I just found myself like kneeling down and saying, there's got to be more to life than this. I don't care what it takes, what needs to happen, what I need to do differently. I want to be the one to break this family. And in that moment, not knowing any better, I actually used the word curse. 2 things happened. First of all, I'm very thankful that I actually asked for that. Second of all, I did not understand what I was asking for.
How hard?
Okay, because yeah, dude, to break through all this crap, right? I had to face homelessness. I had to face a suicide attempt. I had to face all the failure and all the limiting beliefs and all the junk that come along with generations of not believing you can measure up or become something more, become stronger and better. I had to face my attraction to toxic relationships because that's what I witnessed, right? It's like I walked around with a big L on my head saying, please date me, right? I had to face all that stuff. And as a result, now I get to sit here and have this conversation with you. Hopefully that somebody's going to take something away from this and actually go have their own moment where they're saying, let me be the one. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to hurt, but it's going to be so worth it. The life that I live now, dude. Oh,
so if I can ask 2 questions. One, can I circle back on I understand the polarity of the 2 moments, the conversation with your dad and a week later having this conversation. Was it actually a choice? And is it a choice that you had to make over and over and over again because you were tempted to regress and to go back and to give up and this and that? Or were you actually built for this? And it wasn't a choice. It's actually coming natural to you. You just needed someone to show you to connect the dots. Because if it's a choice, it can be taught and learned. And if it's inherent to you, then you got really lucky.
I think habits are inherent, but choices are chosen, as strange as that sounds. So what I mean by that is, yes, I had Steve Myrick. Yes, I had Susan Bath. Yes, I had Dave Ramsey and John Maxwell and all these other people lead me along the way that I've actually had the distinct honor of and pleasure of spending one-on-one time with these people over and over again, right? That's a rare opportunity. I never take that for granted. At the same time, I did have to make the initial choice, okay, which was yes, I'm going to do this, but I did regress several times. Right. I had that conversation with Steve as a young teenager, but yet, 19 years old, I find myself sleeping outside and sleeping in cars and just trying to figure out where I'm getting food from and shelter from.
Right. But how do you not go, you told me it wouldn't be this hard. You told me all I had to do was just, not be like my dad. And now look at me.
Yeah. For me, it's always come down to 4 different phases. and a lot of reflection time. And I don't think people do enough reflection time. I think people, when they do reflect, they judge and condemn themselves. Like, I made this mistake. This is who I am. Like, they tie their identity to their mistakes. And because they tie their identity to their mistakes, they can't actually tie their identity to their strengths. They're so focused on looking in the rear view mirror that they're like,
sorry, say that again. Say that again for me.
yeah, I mean, they're so focused on their mistakes that they're not focused on their strengths. And as a result, they don't get to move forward. You know, it's like driving a car, wanting to go from here, and I'm in North Carolina, to California, so coast to coast, but never looking in forward, always looking like this. Like, you can't look backwards and keep the car on the road, right? And when I began like really studying myself, I really, you know, one of the things that irks me, and I think when Evan and I were chatting not long ago, I think it kind of irks him too. But right, so because he has this thing where he says, "You're one of the good guys." I'm like, what does that even mean? Because like people kept telling me that. What does that mean?
I know what that means. I know what that means.
So,
if he said you're one of the guys, he didn't even tell me that. That means you're one of the good guys.
yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, but so here's how I took it. There is a world full of quote unquote gurus, but nobody wants to be a guide. So there's all this theology. There's all this philosophical behavior. There's all these 10 ways to do this and 3 ways to do that and 5 ways to do this and 6 different ways to do that and 3 different ways to do this. And, you know, here's the 5 top 10 ninja hack secrets for mindset and like all these different buzzwords. Right. And I can't really say anything. Some of my videos are named that way, but at the end of the day, it's because people don't want a guide. So what I thought I would do differently is I thought that maybe the change would be if I could break things down. At the end of the day, I've been trying to summarize these things, and I came down to this, what I refer to as the 4 phases of transformation. And you can't skip them, and you can't do them out of order. But if you'll do them repetitively over time, the choices are actually made for you. So your routines actually reinforce the person you're trying to be, not the person that you are. And the first phase is, I just call it gain perspective, right? So you look at things from as many possible different angles as you possibly can, ask as many questions as you can about your identity, about how you were built, about where you came from, about your parents, about your friends, about your economy, about your environment, your geographical location. Like, spend time with a pen and a pad and ask as many possible questions that you can possibly do that. Jot down all your answers, and then go to the top 3 people that are closest to you and do the same thing over again. Hey, what do you see? Right? Because we don't objectively see ourselves. We see ourselves by our actions, we see ourselves by our intentions, while other people see us by our actions or our outcomes. Right? The next phase is to actually recognize and remove a roadblock. All right. So case in point, one of my main roadblocks in becoming the person I am today was getting past this thing where I felt like I was worthy and valued enough to actually experience a life that I was dreaming about. Now, a lot of us will dream about the life we want, but then we tell ourselves all the reasons why we can't have it.
Yep.
Right? Seriously. Like, and then you start to think, well, then you start to make progress, and then you're like, and then somebody says, well, you're not who you think you are. And all of a sudden you go, I guess I'm an imposter. You have to understand where it comes from and rip it up by its root. It could be a number of different things, okay? But if you can gain enough perspective to recognize what those things are, then you can remove them. Most people don't actually take the time to recognize them in the begin with, which is why they keep biting them in the butt. That kind of like shifts how you look at just how you assess yourself, and then how you assess yourself on a regular basis to keep yourself moving forward. The third one, everybody and their brother talks about all the time in 50,000 different ways. I don't care what influencer you're listening to or what let's organize a plan. Where do you want to go? What are your opportunities and what are your threats? I believe that nobody does it because no one comes alongside of other people as a guide or a mentor and says, this is how you do it, right? We can say, set it out. What are your goals? Well, I want to make $1 million. Okay, well, you need to make 10 first, right? There's this fear of not taking action simply because you don't know any better. Like, for the longest time, I didn't want to touch anything or take any step forward or gonna go move forward in any way, shape, or form until somebody said, hey, you're going to make mistakes and it's okay.
Yes.
Like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I'm convinced I sit in the seat that I am sitting today, not because of my successes, but because of my failures that taught me something. Right? We look at failure as final all the time, and we shouldn't. I know it's cliche, but we shouldn't look at failure as final. It is an opportunity to learn. Either you learn or you win. It's one of the two. You know, when you look at the final phase, which is work your plan, which is just putting in the work, right? All right, so there's at this time of this recording, you and I are like everybody else in the country. We're facing COVID. We're tired of hearing about COVID. We're tired of having to argue about masks and who's doing what or whatever.
Hold on, I'm in Canada, so
well,
we don't argue.
Like COVID
about masks. No, we don't argue about masks. We all just put them on.
Well, you're lucky. All right, so my country is arguing about masks. So,
we just do what we're told by the government. The government says do it. We go, okay, we do it.
I think we did that at first, and then now it's getting a little like, come on, dude. But anyway, in this particular environment, the U.S. economy was going like gangbusters, right, for several years on a row. Okay. Well, I weathered the 2008 downturn, which was, for the U.S. economy, which is all housing, right? So, and hence I was in the construction industry, and I was one of the last guys standing. And at the end of the downturn in 2008, because I put those principles into place and began using those principles over and over, it became second nature. It's like muscle memory. When you do martial arts and you do certain techniques over and over again, it becomes like crazy automatic. Same thing happens in life. Same thing happens in business. I don't remember which person said this, but obviously they said success leaves clues or leaves footsteps or something like that, right?
Tony Robbins. Okay.
Success. Right, shout out to Tony. There you go, Tony. Yep. And if you follow the clues, it's Hansel and Gretel had to follow the crumbs, right? It's the same stinking thing, right? It's the same hero's journey over and over again. You are where you are. You got to face something that you never thought you'd face. You have to get stronger. I mean, it's Rocky Balboa. It's Luke Skywalker. It's like every single hero that you know, right? There's this massive adversity that you face, and then you get to go through the transformational moment all over again, and then guess what? You get to start all over again, right? Go to the next level. Seriously, I mean, that's essentially what it is, right? Well, most people are living by the wrong movie. So if you change the way you think, you'll change the way you act. You change the way you act, you change the way you get results, right? Most people don't want to look at that stuff. They're so ill. I don't have enough money to get around. I'm tired of crying my pillow again because the one I just broke up, right? Not realizing that all of that stuff can actually be prevented. Here's what I mean by that. So in the U.S. economy, our guys shut down our government as a whole, unified, all of them, all the knuckleheads, shut down the entire country. The one thing that I did differently than other business owners that are currently struggling is I began preparing for a COVID-like experience long before COVID was ever here. While everybody else was saying, let's run with the bulls, let's run with the bulls, the whole bull market thing, the bull's here, let's get it. I was going, okay, bull's here, that's awesome. Let's make sure we take enough advantage of it, but let's also realize that there's always a bear that follows the bull. Mm-hmm. Right? So my company's right of debt. I had, 6 or 8 months of operating capital in the bank. Okay? So when everybody else was like, okay, we're shutting down. And I'm not taking away from business owners that struggle, because I have been there, which is how I learned the lesson. So this is the lesson they probably need to learn, right? This is how you learn that lesson, right? Be prepared. In fear, they're laying off people left and right, all kinds of stuff, and then they're beholden to any kind of stimulus and all this kind of stuff. I was prepared, and as a result of being prepared and having cash on hand, not being in debt, not being leveraged, owning my properties, my life event, like one of your early questions was like, is it choice? Like, what is it? Is it choice? Is it something that you get luck into? Yes, it's choice. It's you choosing on a daily basis to live by principles in life and business that are predictable in that they always bring results, albeit many of those results happen slowly over time. Mm-hmm. Impatience is what ends up basically becoming catastrophic. That's my opinion.
I've got to say it's interesting because so I started my business in 2006. very, very small, $7,000 of capital, service-based business. So I was only 23 at the time. Didn't know what I was doing. But let me tell you, 2009 was not fun for us, ate through all of the cash on hand, had a 3-month period with no work, no invoicing, nothing. I found, maybe about a year ago, I found my daily journal for like April 2009 or something. And it said, on number one, it was like, finally a paying client. Like it was like April. But I have been, that scared me so much that I'm anti-debt as well. I'm not super bullish. And so for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been actually kicking myself for slowing our growth down and going and speaking with my controller and saying, I don't understand. Like people are taking money from here to pay over here and they're leveraged and all of this stuff. I can't even think this way. Why aren't we more aggressive? Why aren't we leveraging capital and resources the way that we leverage people? Like this is killing our growth. And yet then when this all happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's why.
This is a reminder.
This is why my conservative nature is actually paying off. Because, I mean, listen, 2010 to 2020 was a 10-year run where for 4 years I'm like, recession's coming every 7 years. Typically on cyclical recession's coming and waiting and waiting and waiting. And then going like, am I just the fool? Like, am I the fool because I'm wasting time and I'm not leveraging finances well enough and I'm not this and I'm not that. And so hearing other business owners, because you talked about the fact that construction isn't sexy for Forbes. Well, when you're focused on an entrepreneur podcast or a scaling podcast or a growth podcast or whatever it is, nobody wants to hear that you built it very, very slowly without financing. Like nobody wants to hear that story.
Maybe that's why I'm struggling. But it's true. I mean, look, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure, even listening right now, that they have a dream, they have a goal, they're out there doing it. Maybe they're 6 months in, maybe they're a year in, and they're at this decision stage where a bank is like, no, seriously, let me lend you money. No, seriously. You can get a nicer piece of equipment, a nicer toy. We get brand new servers, and
don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Don't do it. I mean, there's no reason to do it. Just be consistent, right? Shoot, when these downturns and stuff happen, if you're consistent and you're putting money away for a rainy day kind of thing, some would call it an emergency fund. Some would call it just savings, right? Maybe it's in a money market, so it's making a little interest. It's not going to be a lot, but at least it's something, right? Then when things like this happen, and they will happen over and over and over again. Why? Because people are dumb. I mean, we make, right? You were talking about the economies and how they're cyclical, and every 7 years, like, it's fear that drives the spending habits. Anytime someone's scared, watch the stock market. Like it's a big yo-yo. All right. You can choose not to participate in that stuff. You can, like, I remember this. I got, a little over 400 team members in one of the companies that I'm, and people that were, and then one of the, I had this, COVID happened. They made the announcement that, hey, we're going to start, and the state started shutting down slowly. We were one of the last ones to kind of get shut down, which I guess we're also one of the last ones to open. So for that matter, but, that whole thing began. I never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. And I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account tomorrow morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
Buy that toilet paper.
Dude, yeah, toilet paper and the water and I don't know. But anyway, North Carolina is weird about water, toilet paper, and milk and bread. But It's, but it removed the fear. But I made those decisions that had those outcomes years ago. How can you lay the groundwork by choice now that is reinforced by a principle-based behavior that gives you the outcome to pivot when you need to pivot? Because if you're not thinking ahead, you're going to get left behind over and over again. It happens. It's cyclical, right? Building a business doesn't have to be difficult as long as you're consistent. It's not like you're going to not have days when things don't work out and you lose a customer, or maybe you're mad at a customer and you want to have well, if you can take fear out of each one of those situations, then you're able to operate when nobody else can.
So anytime that you grow, there's tension. You mentioned when you were 19, the movie reel and what have you. I was having a conversation 1 month ago today with Evan, our mutual friend, Evan Carmichael. Yeah. And, I'm very good friends with him. He's been pushing me very hard for the last few years. And I said to him,
that's only he can do.
What's that?
That is only he can do.
Yeah.
That's only he can do.
I get a very unique version of it that I'm very grateful for most of the time. But basically everything was like a month ago, a lot of things were crumbling around me. And I've been able to rebuild and repair and whatnot since then. But I'm talking to him, and while I'm talking, I get this text, which is like from someone, which is kind of like a linchpin, right? Like they're like a domino person. When they fall, everything else kind of falls around. Yeah. And I said to him, dude, if you didn't push me so hard, I wouldn't have any of the problems that I'm facing right now. Mm. And what I meant was, if I was living a smaller life, and if I may be unhappy, but I'm unhappy now too, but at least I was ignorantly unhappy back then and not dealing with all of this stress and pressure and all of these things. Thanks, Evan, for pushing me to be better. Now I get to deal with harder things. Like, thanks so much for me now having to deal with even tougher things. Like, maybe I was happier back then living ignorant and unhappy versus self-aware and unhappy. And he was like, screw you, Mark. Do you know, he's like, we're friends, but do you know the gift that I've given you? Do you know how hard, I've pushed you? Do you know how much time I've put into it? And now you're going to say this to me? And I said it in jest, but there is some truth to it. Like, if he hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't be dealing with any of the things that I'm dealing with now. And so in your life, struggle after struggle, challenge after challenge, what I struggle with is knowing in the back of my mind, I feel like if at any point I just give up, things would be easier. I can't give up. I don't know why I can't give up on things, but I really go I'm always just like, if I just gave up, things would be so much easier. Have you found in, the embezzlement or the struggles or the businesses or the front staff or this, don't you ever just want to give up?
There have been numerous times where I wanted to give up, and here's what would happen. I would literally go to bed that night thinking, I'm done. I'm exhausted. I've been betrayed. I've been giving. No one cares. Because I'm a proponent of taking really good care of your team, loving on them, mentoring them, all that kind of stuff. And I found that just getting rest recharged me just enough to take another step. And then I had this interesting epiphany about 2 years ago while going through the embezzlement stuff, is that no one climbs a mountain without their legs getting stronger. And you can stay in the valley of life, or you can operate from the peaks. Now, as soon as you get to one peak, there's going to be another peak that you see on the horizon.
After every mountain is a mountain.
Exactly. And then I decided, the other thing that I decided is, because when you go back and look at your life and you're able to see that this thing happened and it should have taken me out, but it didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and then didn't. What you see is when you have the tenacity and the willingness to learn from mistakes, from people, from mentors, that you truly become unstoppable, right? So we use a slang term called stuck to unstoppable, right? We help people go from stuck to unstoppable. And, you know, especially, and at first when we first started talking like that, people were like, that's cute. It's nice, you know, whatever. And I said, no, you don't understand. Are you making the progress you want to make right now? Yes or no? Well, no. Why? Why aren't you? And they give you, I don't have the money. I don't have the resources. I don't have the relationships. I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have that. And I'm like, what if you just went out and tried to serve somebody? Right? What if that created momentum to move you forward? Because I had this I have lots of interesting epiphanies. One of the epiphanies that I had was the greatest purpose you can ever have in life is serving the person you used to be. And I think Evan even put that in his recent book. Something along those lines, like the same wording, which means to me, that tells me that means it's a life truth, right? Rather than looking at your adversity as a stumbling block or something that's going to hold you back or whatever, instead look at it like the Navy SEALs Buds Camp, right? Lifting logs, doing the push-ups, getting drowned underwater, being brought back to life, learning how to be a sniper, like all that stuff. Making that shift, understanding that as trials came and didn't take me out, I was going to get stronger, prepared me for the next level, which is what you just got through saying, right? That means it's a life truth, right? If the longer you're looking for bliss and utopia and stuff like that, the further it's going to be from you. Because what happens is you go through a growth cycle and then you get a bliss cycle. You get to experience the fruit of that work that you did here and the sacrifice and the fears you face and limiting beliefs you face. You get to that point, right? And then for another 6 months, maybe you get to go buy the nice car. Maybe you get to go out and do the nice thing and go to the nice travel, and right? The tricky part is not getting lost, like not losing yourself in the win or in the struggle. The tricky part is understanding that you cannot have one without the other. It's the yin and yang, right? Peace, harmony, joy, contentment, hope, all of that stuff is found in the center, right? Why is it that people in third world countries can make a soccer ball out of leaves and be totally happy? But yet we get totally depressed if someone doesn't give us enough likes on Facebook. Mm-hmm. We want to harm ourselves because someone told us they didn't love us.
At Starbucks, they spell your name wrong on the cup.
Exactly. How dare they, right? You know, It's just like, come on. Like, you're not looking at life with the right lens. You're looking at life through the lens that everybody tells you should be looking through. The most successful people on the planet do exactly what Steve Myrick taught me to do years and years and years and years ago. They think different. Look at your struggles as a tool to propel you forward, not to hold you back, not to take you out, not to keep you in fear, not to lose all hope. Okay, because the strength comes in reclaiming your hope, like saying, that's mine, you can't have it, I own it. And you're going to have lots of people who are going to come in your back pocket and try to take it out of your back pocket, right? You get to choose about whether or not you release that or not. You are going to face difficult stuff. It's going to happen, okay? And the further you want to go, the more difficult things are going to happen, okay? At the same time, if you want to have a legacy that outlives you, okay, then you have to do something that's going to affect change long after you're gone, right? I built a construction company. Fantastic. Yay me, right? I got great team members, okay? My gift is not the fact that I built a multi-million-dollar business. That's what maybe the world would say, hey, this is awesome, like he's whatever. That's not important. What's important to me is, how did I lead that team? Do they have more opportunities to better their lives and better their family because I was one of the leaders? Was I worthy of being followed? Was my character and my integrity and my passion, was it so succinct that they had never had a doubt that they should just keep going? When they went through struggles, did they have me to say, hey, look, keep going. You got this. Come on. Just one more step. Just one more step. I know it hurts. I know your legs are burning. I know you want to give up. I know you do. I know you don't feel like you can breathe. I know it. I know. I've been there. I know. Just do it. Trust me. Trust me. Just please trust me. Right? That created what I'm walking into now. right, is this ability to affect lives at impact at scale. Rory, a good friend of mine, Rory Vaden, he builds he helps a lot of people build a lot of personal brands. He helps them get clear and even helped me with mine to a degree. Actually helped me a lot, to be honest. One of the things that he shares with people a lot in building personal brands is he says, what's the one thing that you've earned the right to talk about?
Mm-hmm.
Earn's a big word. Earn implies sacrifice.
So I do brand strategy within with people, and I always say that if you want to go to market with something, nobody is waiting for you to show up. No one is like, oh, thank goodness you're here. I needed your services, and here you are, right? And so earn is the perfect word, because it's not only what you have to earn the right to talk about, you have to earn existence and attention and you have to earn the right for people's attention. You have to earn so much and then deliver on that and so on. So that's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've been so thankful for people like Evan and Bo and some of the other people that we're definitely, mutually connected with, is because I've been trying to do this, what you and I are doing right now, which is just share my heart, share my experiences, and hopefully, drop some value where somebody can, just one nugget that they can keep them moving forward, for 5 years, trying to cut through the noise, 5 years trying to cut through the clutter, 5 years saying, hey, look, I've actually done it. I'm not just talking here's my playbook. Here's how I did it. I'll walk with you. Let's talk together. Let's reason together. Right. And it's hard, but it's supposed to be. Why am I going to get mad if another speaker gets chosen over me for a different event? Okay, that's fine. Shouldn't affect how I perceive in going to market or going to help people, because I'm actually wanting to help people, right? And one of the things that you learn, I know that the three of us, Evan, myself, and you have all shared this. Once you get to the place where you've earned an income that's really more than, I don't mean, and I use this loosely to kind of know what to do with, so to speak. It's, you've earned the right and the respect to steward wealth. Let's put it that way. You learn that it's empty. It's totally empty. Okay, I got a nice house. Okay, I got a nice this. I got a nice this. And you look around, you're like, is this what my life measures up to? Mm-hmm. Interesting fun fact. So top 1%, okay, have 8 to 12 mastery level skills at any given genre. Okay. Tony Robbins is a good example. Okay. Tony Robbins has mastered the business and the life mastery space. He's the godfather that set the stage for a lot of us other knuckleheads. Okay. It is, right? And like him or hate him, quote him or not, right? The guy paved the way, but he learned from Jim Rohn. Mm-hmm. Right. And then Jim Rohn learned, you see what I'm saying? It's the deal is people at that level, top 5%, top 1%, have 8 to 12 life mastery skills. I'm sorry, not life mastery, mastery level skills. However, only 22% of them share it with somebody else. So they leave this earth after accumulating wealth, after traveling all over the world and doing all kinds of fun stuff, and Kilimanjaro and whatever in Belize, and flying on private airplanes back and forth, and you see them on the Instagrams and they're driving their Ferraris around and they're flying, they're got to make sure I got the picture in front of my airplane and, kind of thing. And I probably shouldn't say that.
I think we know who you're talking about. Your friend down in Florida.
Yeah. So the question becomes, I have zero problem with people earning wealth. I have zero, personally, I have zero problem with people earning that wealth as a result of serving well. The tricky part is did you affect a life in such a way that had you not been there, life would have been different? Jim Rohn poured into Tony. Tony's affected millions upon millions of people. Some of them went on to be incredibly high performers. Some of them didn't. That's where the choice lies, right? You can teach all the principles you want, but you can't make anybody take action, right? So all of that rolled up into one to say, you just got to keep going. If you feel like giving up, just keep going. Just keep going. Take one more step.
Wasn't that something? Stephen's story can help us fight our own uphill battles in life. The 3 takeaways for me for this conversation were, well, number 1, be willing to do today what others won't, so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Number 2, transform your life with baby steps. Don't think about the giant leaps. And number 3, prepare now for the challenges before the struggles come. You cannot operate in fear. Fear will keep you standing still, and standing still is death. I just want to remind you that I would appreciate it so much if you went over to Apple Podcasts, leave us a review, leave us a comment. It would mean a lot to me. If you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. And if you want to connect directly with me, you can find me on IG. Remember, those of us who have something to prove can show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. But you have to think big. You've got to be bold, and you must say yes. Why? Because you, me, all of us, we do hard things.
Rain, and we've got snow on the ground here in Austin.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that it snowed in Texas like that.
It doesn't. But last year it did, and now this year. So
Crazy. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to hop on the Life Coach Zach podcast today. As you know, we love talking about all things mental health, mindfulness, spirituality, health, and well-being. And you are the perfect guest to have on the episode today. We're going to talk a lot about energy healing. We're going to talk a lot about how you're a psychic and how amazing that is. We're going to talk a little bit about my experience working with you, which has been nothing short of amazing. So to all the people that are listening on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, my guest today is Amira Hall. Amira is a psychic, not psycho, with 22 years experience, over 23,000 clients around the globe, and 300 plus trainings. Amira, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm super excited about what's going to come out in our conversation today, because with me, there's always some surprise or twist.
That's it. You never know with you. So tell us a little bit about what you do as a psychic. How do you have these psychic powers? And yeah, I guess we'll start there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Well, honestly, it's been a very long time that I've never admitted that I was a psychic. I tended to call myself an intuitive and then a spirit medium, and I've called myself every name in the book. And so that's pretty wide. But here's the thing. I believe we're all psychic. And that word is getting thrown around and bantered around in ways that it frightens a lot of people. And really, psychic means the unseen or invisible, right? So I'm accessing information. I kind of relate it to being able to look into, let's say a back office or an archive of information that's stored in our energy records. And so I'm able to see and connect with thoughts and feelings and patterns. And so it's, in a way, I gave myself a new title. I'm an interdimensional analyst. How do you like it?
Amazing. Interdimensional analyst. So how do you see the interdimension?
Well, if I could ask you to imagine a rose, or if you've got one on your table or a flower, and then close your eyes and visualize it, that's how we see. And we all see. Call it a visualization, call it an idea, an inspiration. I've trained myself to be able to zoom in on a specific, let's say, entry point. I call them pictures. It could be a thought, it could be a belief, it could be a memory. So when I can dial in, it's like when I look at the energy centers, the chakras, or the energy field, it's almost like I see a kaleidoscope, a spinning wheel of all of these incredible colors and patterns. And then when I zoom in or one color jumps out at me, I sort of go down that rabbit hole. It's like stepping into a stargate where all the information starts unraveling and I get a story. So the story is then translated in my head and I reveal the story. It might be a metaphor.
Yeah.
It might be a literal experience that the person's had.
Right.
So sometimes we have a little discussion trying to define or interpret, is it a real life situation? Is it a metaphor? or is your soul trying to give you, your next step information? So it's kind of a translation. And I think over the years, as I've developed an expertise in being able to, as much as a natural ability we all have, I've been able to refine it and tune it in. And that's what I teach people to do.
Amazing.
Because we're all highly intuitive, call it psychic. And when we access those parts of ourselves, there's so much more information that's available to us.
Yeah. I would say this has a lot to do with the spiritual realm, right? I mean, when we start to link quantum physics and science and brain waves and the natural law of attraction and manifestation, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle that fit perfectly. And a psychic is part of the spiritual realm. I mean, we send out information from our brain through our brain waves into the quantum field, into the ether, into the universe, if you want to call it the universe. And if we can feel the right feelings, the high frequency emotions of joy, love, gratitude, appreciation, what we're trying to manifest will come back to us. And I am a firm believer. However, there are a lot of people out there that don't believe in this. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the law of attraction. There's a lot of people that don't believe that we can manifest our goals and dreams through intentional thinking and high frequency emotions. So what do you say to all the doubters out there? And what proof do you have that proves them wrong?
Well, you might not like this, but I don't need to prove it to anybody. And after all this time, I'm so convinced, and I've had to prove it to myself because I came from a corporate background and not trusting my intuition and doubting myself or hesitating or being uncertain. When I was finally able to dial into the specific information, is it any different than being able to access a certain program or software? Right? If we have the right tools, we can, let's say with Word, a simple thing like that, we can type and send information through the air, right? Well, science is refined now compared to when this started happening for me 22 years ago. Now science is coming and really showing us how this is all stored information. And, there's a lot of different psychics. And I want to just back up on that thought because, some people misconstrue psychic with or associate that with only card readers. I'm not going there. I'm using my natural innate God-given abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, which we all have. It's part of our natural GPS system.
Right.
And our soul's path. Yes, this is a spiritual journey. As we start awakening and become more desensitized to being programmed by everything in our environments, all of these natural abilities just start coming online.
Yeah.
And so it's a wonderful process of discovery. And I really feel, going back to what your comment was about mental health and the work you do, I often see it. People that get depressed, I know for myself it's happened, it's stuck energy. It's not even mine.
Right.
And so the wonderful liberating thing was, if it's energy and I can clear it without meds or drugs or, destroying everything in my life, then that's great. That's a win. Just show me how. And so that's where I started embarking on teaching people to clear their energy field, quick, fast, and easy, so that they can come back online and be that inspirational or that be on purpose with manifesting.
Yeah.
And coming back to the doubters, I think doing a reading, I don't know what your experience was, Zach. We haven't had a chance since I spoke to you about that. But that's how a lot of doubters come back to really believing. They need proof themselves.
Right.
And when I connect with them and identify things or articulate circumstances, and they go, holy geez, how did she know that?
Unreal.
I never told her.
Unreal.
And
I had such an incredible experience on our session last week. I'm just so thankful that I was able to meet you and come across who you are and what you do. And I want to take a step back and talk a lot about manifestation, because I feel like these manifestation and our energy is very interconnected. I myself have manifested amazing things in my life, amazing things, from my dream lifestyle to my dream car to, a relationship with friends and family that are just constantly growing and getting stronger. And I believe it to be true. I believe that if I meditate and if I feel joy, love, appreciation, and gratitude in my heart, and I believe that if I am going to get what I want, then subconsciously my thoughts, decisions, and actions are going to align with what I want, ultimately creating that, bringing it to fruition, right? So I don't need to prove to anyone either that manifestation and the natural law of attraction is true. I don't need to prove it to anyone, but if they were to look, they would see that, these are the receipts. And I'm someone who loves to study the natural law of attraction, and meditation is the foundation for that, right? In order for us to manifest what we want, our goals and dreams, we have to be present. We have to live as if we already have what we want, whether it's a beautiful house that's paid off, or if it's our dream job or our dream relationship. You have to live, you have to feel, you have to believe that it's already true. And it's easier said than done. So when it comes to the phrase easier said than done, I want to ask you a question. How do you, as a psychic, as an energy healer, sharpen your skills and get better at what you do each and every day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I want to say that, I totally 100,000% believe in the law of attraction. I believe we're here as creators. That's our spiritual purpose. We're here to learn about who we are. And unfortunately or fortunately, we've all been programmed. And what we're not realizing is that as an energy being that came into form, we're programmed and we're camouflaged our true purpose and our true abilities. And so we have to dig through that or begin releasing it so that our natural self can shine. And so that's why, I started this journey just simply to heal me. After a near-death experience, I was in a really dark, destructive place in my life. And I hung out there I couldn't get out of it. I didn't go see a psychologist because I figured they're going to lock me up and throw away the keys. When I started hearing things and seeing things, all of my abilities got so turned on. It was like having a speaker blasting in your ear super high. You can't really hear it, right? So I had to learn myself. I had to prove it to me, Zach. I had to prove it that this was worth a damn and that it worked. And this was way before the law of attraction came into vogue and everybody was talking about it. But, they've oversimplified it. And I feel like the general message behind it, they've left out some important ingredients in the recipe. And that is your vibration. So they talk about feelings, which is key, as you mentioned. But all of your feelings, if you've got these unconscious blocks that are sort of tucked away in the back closet that you don't know about and you're not looking at it and it doesn't matter to you because you're just focused and you're hell-bent on getting that beautiful home or whatever it might be, you're missing out. And there's that skeleton rattling in the closet that is dragging you down, and it is unconsciously lowering your vibration. So the trick is, how do we get to that crap that's behind us that we have no idea is there? And that's the part I work at, because it's the unconscious quantum part of you that's hidden from view. And it's real simple when you have the right tools. You can't vacuum your house, the whole house, with a little handheld vac, right? That's just going to take forever. It'll work in little, one square at a time, but it's like that. Meditation is key. Listening as the intuition starts to come alive is not doubting it, and to taking specific action when you are hearing that little voice.
Amazing. So when it comes to past trauma, because that's something that you and I discussed on our session last week when you were, diving deep into my subconscious and feeling my energy and reading my energy. And it was very eye-opening. But as someone who likes to be aware of not only what's going on right here, right now, but what's going to happen in the future and what's happened in the past, how can how can anybody that's listening be more aware of that skeleton in the closet? Like, what if they have past traumas that they don't even know of? And is that a common occurrence where people have past traumas that they kind of block out, that they don't even realize is there?
Yes, we all have trauma. We all have experiences that have derailed us. And those are stored in your archive, accept it or not, believe it or not. Is that you ringing or
I
is
think
that
it's
me?
you. No worries though. No stress.
Okay,
That's
sorry
okay.
about that. Yeah, we can't see or know what we don't know. And so I think it's a journey of first making the body feel safe and the mind being retrained, because nobody's helped us train our minds, and our little monkey minds are jumping around all over the place. That's what spirit does. When we think of going to Hawaii, we go there. It's a flash, but our spirit literally leaves the body. If you've ever come in the house and put down your keys, and then you're going to leave next time, you can't find your keys. Where the heck did you put them? In that moment, you were out of your body. Your spirit was somewhere else, focused on something else. And same thing when you're barreling down the highway and you miss your exit. It's because you were at the grocery store thinking about what you're going to pick up or that meeting that you're going to have. You left your body for an instant, or most of it. A part of your unconscious or your subconscious self is driving the vehicle because it's rote memory. So, this is the point where we have to retrain ourselves, not only to be mindful, but to have our spirit be in the present. And that is the most powerful place to manifest whatever it is we want. Because I see the energies on the planets is shifting. And we're coming into a phase where, as you think, you create. And so where it might have taken a month or two to manifest something, it's going to happen in a flash, because you were thinking it and, oh my gosh, somebody just showed up and said the very same thing and invited you to an opportunity. So it's happening fast. So equally as fast, we're also destroying things in our life, destroying or missing opportunities. So we're just, nobody's ever been here at this time, I think, in the evolution of our spirit and the planet. So I know that we have to be more and more diligent, vigilant on paying attention. If you're anxious and you're just losing your mind, you're too far into the future. What's going to happen? Well, what if this doesn't work? Well, what if that's, not true? Getting clear, being able to be present and focus on what you see as the absolute next step is key.
Right. And I love that.
The trauma is, when we have the trauma, it's basically we're connecting to a memory or a feeling that is in a past experience. It's not real. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's your memory and your energetic connection to that point in time that keeps it alive in this present time. So we have to purge that. And it's like, how do you remove malware or viruses from your computer? You run a software, right? You deprogram it. And that's what I teach people how to do.
Interesting. So I love how you mentioned about we're kind of destroying ourselves too. I forgot exactly the verbiage used to articulate that thought, but it was like, we manifest good things, but we also manifest bad things. The natural law of attraction works both ways. You don't just manifest good things. You can manifest bad things too. And to all the people that are listening, that are like, whoa, I didn't realize that, I want you to really start to become hyper aware of your thought patterns, right? Are you in a positive feedback loop or are you in a negative feedback loop? Because a lot of the times when we have a shitty day, we allow the shitty day to turn into a shitty sleep. And then the shitty sleep turns into a shitty morning. And then the shitty morning resonates and comes in throughout the rest of our day. So be really careful about your thoughts. Be really strong-minded and exercise your free will to choose positive thoughts only. What do you think about that, Amira?
Well, I think, again, meditation is key. And it's a form of meditation that I'm speaking about is a tool or a practice that actually purges what we don't know is there. Because I see a lot of people going out in the world and they've got this happy face on and they're perfectly groomed and they're bragging about all the shit they manifested and all the good things. Meanwhile, they go home and their relationship is in tatters,
Right.
or, you know, they're really not being honest with themselves. Or even if they are thinking, I'm positive, I'm optimistic, I've got these affirmations plastered all over my mirrors, but then all these things are not so good happening. Right? So it's like their split personality. They want to believe those good things are happening, but there's something inside of them. They don't know where that is, that's just tugging them back. And that's maybe a sense like I've tried everything. In fact, I'm thinking out right now that most of the people I work with are highly successful and they're well educated. They've got successful, amazing businesses, but they hit a wall. And they can't figure out, because they're really smart, what the hell did they do wrong? Where did they go wrong? And so they analyze it and analyze it and analyze it. And it might come back to a memory or something that happened so long ago. Man, it is in the back archives. And they have no direct tie to it, so they don't think it's haunting them. But it is. It's coming up for removal.
Yeah. And
because we're on a journey.
Yeah.
We're on a journey. It's not a stop and start, or you hit a button and you're finished.
So what's the process you go through? If you can explain it as simply and as succinctly as possible, what's the process that you go through to help people accomplish that?
The very first thing that we all need to learn, including myself, it's a continual practice, is being grounded.
Yeah.
And I ground from the base of my spine. So it's like I've got the base of my spine. Imagine right now I've got a USB wire plugged right down all the way to the center of the earth. So if anybody blasts me, you know, with a criticism or a big surprise, or, you know, somebody shuts something down now or something, I've got a way for the body to discharge that energy. And that energetic surge doesn't get stuck or locked in my body. So that's the first thing. Second thing I work with people is clearing the center of their head, because you can't be clairvoyant or inspired or have a vision to where you want to go or what you want to create if that space isn't clear. So if it's filled with worries or lists of things to do, or you know, constantly looking at your phone, did I miss something? Did I miss something? The distractions. We've got to clear that inner space. And it's like a reset. When you reboot your computer, it's like you got a fresh software, you know, connection.
Mm-hmm.
So that way our higher self and our guides, our angels, they can all, you know, give you the messages with the utmost clarity. And then the third thing is to be able to have a practice where you are aware of where your aura starts and stops. So a lot of mistakes people make is they may be very gregarious or outgoing, but they come home and they're just flattened. And it's because they've went out into the world, or even online, it happens. You're plugging into everybody and everything, and they're all jumping into your energetic field. And then you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know, nobody's taught us how to have a healthy, clean, fresh aura, how to stay present and not go into somebody else's energetic field. Like, what do you do when you go there and you come back feeling really crappy? Have you ever had a call?
Yeah.
Or a phone call with somebody and you were feeling great, and then after you talk to them, you're like, oh man, I want to commit suicide.
Right.
So that's what happened. It's their energy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times we just blame ourselves, or we think something's wrong with us, or we can't identify it. So the beautiful thing is, I teach people to use my stress buster, and they can just run those energies, the cosmic and earth energies in our channels. It's kind of like having an acupuncture session, right? Just keep those channels flowing. The body and the spirit know what to do when they're clear.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's key.
That's a process.
So those are the basic ones. And then being able to reclaim your energy. If you've gone on an adventure, you've had an event or a project, you've left your energy in that event. Oh, it was great. There's no question. You manifested a pile of money and all these people were praising you. However, your energy's still there.
Yep.
So in order to get back on track and be present and to continue to, the momentum of manifesting, you have to reclaim that energy.
Absolutely. And the best way to do that is to give you a call, reach out to you. To all the people that are listening, you can go to chakra-clearing.com. That's chakri-clearing.com. Connect with Amira. Have your psychic reading done. I did it. It was amazing. Looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. To all the people that were listening on Apple and Spotify, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe, share it with your friends. To all the people watching on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link to all of Amira's socials and her website and how you can connect with her below. Amira, it was nothing short of a pleasure again to have you on the podcast today. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with today?
You're a manifester. You're a creator. Go do
That's it. Go do it. Go do it. Be present.
Be
meditate.
Be it.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Zach. It's such a joy.
My pleasure, Amira. Have a wonderful day. Wishing you all the health, wealth, success, and happiness for this year. And we'll connect again soon.
Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment.
It is something I like to share some ideas and thoughts with you. I'm not asking that you believe anything that I say. I'm not asking that you agree with me. I'm merely asking that you stand on and in the conversation that we'll share with you this evening. And if there's something that I say that can fit and work for you, I say use it. If not, discard it and let it be. Is that all right? Yeah. Say, that's fair enough. Very good. All right. One of the things I have realized, and many of us have, that if you want something out of life, if you want to change yourself, if you want to acquire something, if there's some goal that you want to reach, that is really not easy as some people will make us feel. That living your dream, changing your behaviors, overcoming negative habits, it's challenging. It's hard. That living alone is just very difficult. And once we begin to come to grips with the fact that living is difficult, life is very challenging. I heard a song once by a guy named Dimples called, "If It Ain't One Thing, It's Another." I say to you, if it ain't one thing, it's 12 others. Always something. You will never ever have a problem-free moment in life. Somebody said, and I like this, that you either in a problem or just left one or headed toward one. Anybody found that to be so? Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about. I mean, there's always something. So how do we begin to nurture that hunger? What are the characteristics or the qualities of people that are hungry? What will it take for me to get some of the things that I want? And being hungry for those things, number one, you've got to work on yourself. It's very important that you engage in an ongoing process to develop you. Spend more time on yourself than what you've been spending. It's very important. You owe that to yourself. I was reading a book by Og Mandino called The University of Success. Read one line, gave me a chill. I didn't have to read anything else in the book. He said, many of us never realize our greatness because we become sidetracked by secondary activity. We spread ourselves too thin, don't know how to say no. And we find ourselves doing all kinds of things and never ever have time to do those things that we need to do to work on ourselves. And then there goes a second, there goes another second, there goes another second, and we can't stop and hold time. And before you know it, you wake up one day and you're behind on your dreams and your bills. So decide that you're going to take some time to work on you, that you deserve that from yourself, that your life deserves some prime time because you are creating your own production. As Michael Todd would say, you are the star of your show. You are the director. You're writing the script. And you will determine whether your life is a smash office hit or flop. You determine that. Working on yourself, talking to yourself. That's so very important. Overcoming the negative conversation, that inner dialogue that's going on all the time, even when you don't want it to be there. You can't stop yourself right now from thinking. You can't do it. It's going on. And so learning how to empower yourself, part of doing that is standing up to yourself. You've got to stand up inside yourself sometimes and say, shut up. You've got to do this. I was going to give a presentation, and this voice inside of me saying, you can't do this. You don't have everything it takes. I shut up. Yeah, I'm behind on my bills, and you're telling me what I can't do. I have got to do it. You'll get scared sometimes. Your mind will go blank on you. Some people you will allow to unnerve you, and you wonder, what's wrong with me? I'm not crazy. That's why you've got to learn to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to stand up inside yourself. Working on yourself, watching that inner dialogue, it will determine the quality of your life. I don't believe this. I know this. I've had a challenge of losing weight. I'm walking through the airport, this voice say, why don't you have some M&M peanuts? No! Well, just one. Then after you eat that, you might as well have a Snicker now, you sucker. I mean, it's challenging. My mother fixed the kind of sweet potato pie you can't eat with your shoes on. Have to take your shoes off so you can wiggle your toes. It sticks on my fingers. It says, eat it. One little bite won't hurt. That voice, constantly. Little demons from Colonel Sanders driving my car in there. I had to say, no, 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 no. I'll diet tomorrow. I saw a skinny man get hit by a truck. Had he had a little bit more weight, he might have lived, you know. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Raise your hand if you know that. That voice is awesome. So you have got to stand up to that voice. When you're working on something you want to achieve, you have got to stand up to that voice. You've got to sell yourself every day on your abilities, on what you're doing, on the goal that you want to reach. You've got to sell yourself every day, every day, every day. According to your level of belief, it will manifest itself in what you're doing. Whatever we have right now, whatever we're demonstrating in our lives, is a result of what we believe subconsciously that we deserve. And part of increasing that belief level is that you have got to convince yourself every day. You've got to sell yourself. I do a lot of training for many corporations, and I conduct sales seminars, and I've heard all kind of guys doing techniques and training people techniques of how to close sales and how to work with and begin to control the sale and how to ask for the close. Let me share something with you. You can learn all the techniques in the world. If you don't believe in yourself, it won't happen for you. I learned all of it. So that's why I do a training called Focus on the Seller. You've got to focus on you. And as you convince you, as you sell yourself every day, every day, every day, you will begin to see a difference in the things that you're doing. Selling yourself on your ability to perform a job, to achieve a certain objective. Telling yourself every day, here I go again. And I got what it takes. This is my day. And nothing out here is going to stop me. And when you go out there, life say, come over here. Say it again. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. That brings me to the next thing. It takes courage to act. Part of being hungry when you've been defeated, it takes courage to start over again. I used to do door-to-door sales, and I was working with another friend of mine, and door-to-door sales, I mean, it's punishing. It's cruel and unusual punishment. And I was a little boy knocking on the door. Hello, would you like to buy a nice working television set? No money down? No! Bam! They slammed the door in your face. And the friend of mine that was working with me, they slammed the door in his face, and I looked back, and he was going to the car. He said, I can't do this. And he sat down in the car. And he said, you go ahead, I'll be here when you get back. Now, he had a mother and father to take care of him. My mother was ill. I am adopted. I was hungry. I had to go on. I learned something about myself. That when you step into your fears, somebody said, it was Winston Churchill, he said that courage is going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. When you step into your fears and continue to push yourself to go on, something happens for you. It will enable you to transcend yourself. I went to the next door. You like to buy a nice working television? No! Bam! Went to the next one. No! Bam! After a while, I no longer took it personal. And I began to play a game. I said, well, I know there's a yes out here somewhere. And I'm going to keep on until I find it. And I'm not going home until I do. And I continue to knock on doors. And then somebody eventually would say yes. And I said, are you sure? And I would go in there and I would get the sale. When you have something you want to do, if you don't develop the courage to do that which has been given you to do, and you spend a lot of time going around trying to convince other people or trying to get their approval, what will happen is that you will lose your nerve. And other people will convince you that what you're doing doesn't have any value, and you'll give up on your dream. It's an interesting thing about life, I've also found, that if you don't have the courage to act, sometimes, and particularly, if you have something special to do, life will move on you. If it were not for life, I would still be a disc jockey. I didn't just leave voluntarily to go to the state legislature. I was fired. I was working on a job, and I came home one day. I was married at the time, and I told my former wife, I said, that guy Bert I work for is stupid. She said, if he's so stupid, why does he sign you a paycheck? Now, you see why I divorced her, right? I couldn't stand her. That night, I could not sleep well. Here was a guy that was controlling my life. I was going through all kinds of changes because this man controlled my paycheck. And it was Carlyle who said, truth crushed to earth shall rise again. Winston Churchill said, the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but at the end there it is. And we know scripture that says, ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. And the truth that I had to come to grips with, that I wasn't in charge of my destiny. The truth was that I wasn't giving all that I had. The truth was that there are some things that I wanted to do, but I didn't have the courage to act on those things. And the truth was that Bert Childs was a blessing to me. He made life so miserable for me, I had to start looking at my life differently. I started going to work earlier. I started being the last one to leave there. I started working harder than anybody else. The other guys could not. Why would you work so hard, Les? I said, I'm not working for them. I have been cheating, Bert, I thought. I've been cheating myself and my family. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, do it with everything that you have. Develop the habit of giving more than what you're paid for. Develop the habit of setting standards that others will be measured by. Someone said, do not go where the path may lead, but go where there's no path and leave a trail. All right? It is easy to be negative today. It is easy to have low morale today. I was at a corporation and they're going through downsizing and going to lay off some 1,500 people over the next few weeks. It's very depressing there. And those people that stay there 9 times out of 10, they're just going to do just enough to keep from getting fired. Anybody can do that. But if you can begin to harness yourself and say that where I am, I'm going to do the best I can with what I got, because that is an expression of who I am. If you get into the habit of just being mediocre, it will become a part of your consciousness. If you get in the habit of giving less than what you have it within you to give, it will begin to reflect itself in your personality. It will begin to damage you psychologically. And you don't want to be a part of that kind of self-destructive behavior. And so you want to set some high standards for yourself. The next thing, part of what feeds that hunger, you've got to develop a sense of urgency. Aurelia said, stop living your life like you have 1,000 years to live. In life, you're either here today and you're gone today. If there's something that you want to do and you can't do it all at one time, do just a little bit of it. I like what Robert Schuller says. He said, by the yard it's hard, but inch by inch, anything is a cinch. Do just a little bit of it. A friend of mine, Bobby Kerr, used to be a roommate. Bobby wanted to go into the area of public relations. He loved working with the public. Young lady he wanted to marry named Clarice. Bobby was a great procrastinator. Pretty soon the job where Bobby worked, they transferred him to another location. He went out to celebrate with the people on that new job site. And Bobby suffered a massive heart attack and died. Bobby didn't drink and didn't smoke, was under 40, and he died. Ask you a question. How much time do you have left? How much time do you have left? When you start thinking about that, we don't know. We don't know. Bobby took all the greatness and all of the talent and all of his abilities to his grave with him. One of the things he could have put in parentheses under his name, he didn't use all his stuff. And most of us do that. Most of us don't use the stuff that we have brought into the universe. And we want to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to start living life with a sense of urgency and using what we've got. Using ourselves up. Sharing what we brought into the universe to share. Because if we don't, nobody else will. Stop wasting valuable time. Knowing that if we begin to live our lives as if each day were our last, our lives will take on a whole new meaning. It take on a whole new expression, valuing each moment that we are blessed with. The next thing that begins to nurture that hunger, honor yourself as your word. Don't give your word out lightly. When you throw your word out there and you don't honor it, it makes a statement about you. If you decide to maintain a sense of integrity with yourself, that if I speak it, I'm going to live it. It's who I am. And I'm going to be very cautious in how I give my word to others, and most of all with the commitments that I make to myself. Because I want my life to reflect my words and honoring who I am and what I express. Another challenging area in terms of nurturing and developing that hunger in yourself is learning the art of becoming single-minded. Learning how to concentrate. Learning how to focus in. And you'll be surprised at the things that you're able to do. When you learn how to block things out, when you learn how to keep thine eyes single, you'll be surprised of the ideas that will come to you, of the people that you'll be able to attract, of the opportunities that you'll be able to see. You'll begin to see things that have been standing there looking you in the face, say, I can't believe this has been here all this time. Here's a habit that I do. Maybe it might be of some value to you. I get up in the morning and I start writing what great ideas that I can think of today that can improve me and that will enable me to reach my goal. And I just let my mind flow. Sometimes I write 15, 20 ideas. Some days it's more difficult than others. One idea can change your life. One idea can turn your life around. Deciding that you're going to focus to develop your skills. The guy was the new owner of a baseball team that was in the basement of the league when he took it over. He went to the picture and he said, what is your best throw? And he said, well, I got a good curveball and I've got a good fastball. And he went on talking about his different throws. He said, but tell me this, what is your best throw? He thought for a moment. He said, I've got a good fastball. He said, that's all I want you to work on. Nothing else. Just develop your fastball. The next year, they went to the World Series. Most people don't know where their fastball is. Most people go through life never discovering what their talents are. Most people never develop their talents. They have skills and abilities, but if you don't nurture them, if you don't develop them, they will never serve you. Your gifts can take you many places if you develop your gifts. Most of us don't like to do those things that come easy to us. I've always loved to talk to people. I decided, taking this advice, to develop my skills as a speaker. And my gift has developed and it's taken me many places. You have something that you brought to the universe. And that if you decide that my life deserves my developing this what I do well, and becoming the best at it, and mastering myself, and seeing what I have within me, if you decide to drop your buckets where you are and develop your gifts, I grant you, you'll never ever be without. I grant you that your gifts will take you places that will literally amaze you. I grant you that if you begin to work to develop your gifts, you'll develop a strong sense of happiness. You'll get a larger vision of yourself, because part of beginning to get a larger vision of yourself, all of us need some area of our lives where we can have a feeling of competence. That people know when they think about this area, that's something you do. That you eat and sleep that. And that you do that. You do that. And people know it. And you know it. And you know that you know this. If you don't know anything else, you know this. Can you tell I know what I'm doing? Oh, hello. You know this. So you've got to work on it. When other folk are having a good time, you've got to have the strength of character to concentrate, to read, to digest information. If you decide in any particular area that you're concerned about, to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort to read one book a month in that area, in 5 years, you'll be among the top 5% experts in the world. I read a minimum of 2 books a week. The average American reads only 1 book a year. If you decide that area that you love, that you are going to master that particular area, in this era of accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and tremendous competition, as you begin to develop and expand your skills and your talents and your vision of yourself, you will always be in control of your destiny. The next thing is, whatever it is that you want to do, you want to do it massively. I have a friend who was telling me that his sales were down. I said, well, how many phone calls you make a day? He said, 25. I said, double them. Make 50 or 75 or 100. He said, oh man, that's just too much. I said, what do you mean too much? You behind on your bills? You're talking about too much? You know one way to get back on your feet real quick is to miss 2 car payments? You talking about you're tired? There's no competition out here. Decide that you're going to push yourself. Most people won't do that. Most people give up on themselves easily. You know the human spirit is powerful. There's nothing as powerful. It's hard to kill the human spirit. They asked Benjamin Disraeli, a man who became the head of a country at a time when Jews were not allowed out after 10 o'clock. They said, how did you do it? How did you achieve it against such great odds? He said, nothing can resist the will of a people that will stake even their existence on the extent of their purpose for good. That when you have a made-up mind, when you decide that you want to do something, I was reading something the other day, he said, the power to hold on in spite of everything, the power to endure, this is the winner's quality. The hunger, the ability to face defeat again and again without giving up. This is a winner's quality. You have that quality within you. When you're hungry, you don't care about the facts. You don't care about the odds. Doug Williams played for the Washington Redskins, quarterback. John Elway of the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl. Everybody was talking about Elway. After the Super Bowl, when Doug Williams made a historic passing game, they asked him, said, how were you able, in spite of all of the negative publicity saying that you couldn't win, how did you do it? He said, I ignored my critics. I just didn't pay any attention to them. I ignored myself because they kept on saying it so much. There were times I doubted whether or not I can do what I needed to do. There's a Doug Williams in everybody here. There's greatness in you. And you've got to learn how to tune out the critics outside and the critic inside. And since I'm going to do this, I'm going to harness my will. And I'm not going to let anything stop me. I deserve this. I'm going to do it until. And this friend, I told him, said, start increasing your calls. I said, I make 100 calls a day. I got a callus in my ear. My ear kind of dark. You can't see it, but it's there. His sales have increased. He's working harder now. The other thing is that if you want something, you have got to be relentless. You've got to learn how to become resourceful. You've got to learn how to become creative. When crises strike in your life, and in the Chinese language, crises mean danger, but it also means opportunity. And this is an opportunity for you to grow. And you've got to be so relentless, regardless of what comes down the pike, that you're always looking for a way to get over, always looking for a way that you can break through, always looking for a way that you can win. And always looking for a way that you can strike a telling blow. And pretty soon, I think there's some people watching us in the universe that say, wait, let's call a meeting over here. You know that guy Mustafa? Look at him down there. He won't stop. Just that fool don't know he can't get over. Look here. Why don't we do this? Let him go and let's mess with somebody else. Just let him go on through. Life will just get tired of whipping you sometimes. And just say, let's just let this one go. I believe this. Now, no one has told me this, but I just kept on kicking. I didn't have sense enough to stop. I was intelligently ignorant. I didn't know what I couldn't do. So I just tried anything. And the fascinating thing about life, because you can't get out of it alive, you might as well have a good time, you know? You might as well have a good time. Live your life with passion, with some drive. I was giving a seminar the other day, and I mentioned that I was going to do some training in August with some young teenagers and take about 100 away to a 2 or 3 day camp and wipe them out. Been working on this. So after the speech, one of the parents walked up to me and said, Mr. Brown, I'd like for you to do something for my son. He's not motivated. I said, I wonder why. I wonder what's wrong with him. He had no fire whatsoever. See, what you do speaks so loudly, folk can't hear what you're saying. And so if you don't have any fire, you know, you've got to watch the people, the relationships that you develop. Have people of kindred mindsets. If you're around folk who are dead and negative all the time, they will affect you. You want people that are around you that have smiles on their faces, looking good. I was telling a group last week, Abraham Lincoln refused to hire a guy because of his face. They said, but the guy can't help it. He said, anybody over 30 is responsible for their face. If you have some depressing face looking at you every day, it affects your blood pressure. Keep these dead faces away from you. It's contagious. This is serious. So you've got to watch your countenance, watch your face, have an uplifted expression, watch your body posture. All of these things affect you psychically. You've got to be the kind of person that you are fearless. Fearless. Folk leave fearless people alone. There's some people walk through a neighborhood and every dog in the neighborhood would bark at them. But there's some people come through and ain't nobody gonna mess with this. You are unstoppable. And because you are unstoppable, because you've got power that you haven't even begun to use yet, you owe it to yourself to release your brakes. How many of you have the experience of pulling out of your driveway and you mashed on the accelerator and the car was just going, and couldn't move, and you mashed harder and it couldn't move, and then you discovered you had your emergency brakes on, and then you release those emergency brakes and it goes, choo. Have you ever had that experience before? Most of us go through life with our brakes on, holding back, not giving all that we have, not sharing all of ourselves. Most of us go to our graves still holding on rather than releasing it. What are some of those things that keep us from releasing it? Because of past experiences, past defeats, past pain. We look back, well, it didn't work out then. It probably won't work out now. Many people get confused their performances with who they are. I was reading Pat Riley, the coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. But you're going to like this quote here. After the Trailblazers had blown them out of the water, and I'm sure he said this last night, they asked him, how do you feel? He said, tonight we were exposed for what we are right now. You see? That if my speech tonight doesn't work, it doesn't mean that I'm a bad speaker. It means that what I did didn't work tonight. And I've got to separate what I do from who I am. And I've got another shot. See, the last chapter to your life has not been written yet, and it doesn't matter about what happened yesterday. It doesn't matter about the things that you've done that you feel guilty about. If you wouldn't do it today, you're convicting an innocent person. You've been reborn to a new state of consciousness. And as they say, if we knew better, we would do better. And so you begin to decide, I'm not going to be denied. I remember, and I was telling someone, and they asked me, would you repeat that again? I was interested in going into broadcasting. I'm adopted. And that was my key out. I wanted to make my mama proud of me. I was very much appreciative of what she's done for my brother and sister and I. And that was my way out. And I went over to a radio station, asked a guy and told him that I was interested in broadcasting. He looked at me in my straw hat and my overalls. He said, you have any broadcasting background? I said, no, sir, I don't. What do you do? I cut grass. Young ladies asked me what kind of work I do, and I was working on a garbage truck. I say, well, I'm a sanitary technician. He said, we don't have any job for you. I decided that was something I was going to do. I decided I'm unstoppable. I'm going to go up in here and I'm going to do this. I started going to the radio station every day, developing a relationship with the people that were doing what I wanted to do. And that's what I encourage you to do. Whatever area you want to go in, find people that are doing it the way you want to do it and develop a relationship with them. When I decided to go in this area, I wrote letters to Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, to Zig Ziglar, to Dennis Waitley, all of the giants in this area. And I said, this is something I want to do. I've been following your career. Would you help me? Dr. Norman Vincent Peale answered my letter, did an article on me, wrote about me in the most recent book that he issued, and done many broadcasts about me. I'd wanted to develop a relationship and rapport with those people that were achieving those things that I wanted to achieve. By the same token, I would go to the radio station, and I developed a relationship with the guys. And they used me as an errand boy when they needed some food or someone to go pick up entertainers that came into town. Temptation singing My Girl, Jerry Butler singing For Your Precious Love, Sam Cooke singing Darling You Send Me. I would pick up the entertainers at the airport and driving around in the disc jockeys, big Cadillacs. They didn't have any driver's license, but I was acting like I had some. Every day I used to go home and work on my communication skills, developing myself. It was Whitney Young. He said, it's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. Start working and developing yourself now and prepare yourself for what it is that you want, because you expect to get it. And when the disc jockeys were in the control room, I would go in and watch them and develop a trust level, and they would let me stay, and I would watch and observe them working the controls. When you want something out of life, don't worry about how you're going to get it. How is none of your business. The most difficult thing it is to hold the vision. It's to hold the vision. So there I was at the radio station. A guy was on the air and he started to drink by the name of Rock. I was outside the window looking at him and watching. Hungry and ready, saying, drink, Rock, drink. Pretty soon the phone rang. It was the general manager. I said, hello? He said, Les, this is Mr. Klein. I said, I know. He said, Rock can't finish his program. He's slurring his words. I said, I know. Can you work the controls until one of the other disc jockeys come in? Would you call them? I said, yes, sir. I hung the phone up. I said, now he must be thinking I'm crazy. I called my mama and my girlfriend Cassandra. I said, y'all come out on the front porch and turn up the radio. I'm about to come on the air. I waited about 15 minutes. I called him back. I said, Mr. Klein, I can't find nobody. He said, well, why don't you go in there and work the controls until they get there? And don't say nothing here. I said, yes, sir. I couldn't wait to sit down at that turntable, Mustafa. I said, look out, this is me, LB, Triple P, Les Brown, your platter playing Papa. There were none before me, and there will be none after me. Therefore, that makes me the one and only. Young and single and love to mingle, certified, bona fide, indubitably qualified to bring you satisfaction and a whole lot of action. Look out, baby, I'm your love man. I was hungry. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, you've got to be hungry. Well, y'all something else. You hear me? You want to be persistent about what it is that you want to achieve. Alexander Graham Bell said, what this power is, I cannot say. All I know is that it exists, and it becomes available only when a man or a woman is in that state of mind in which he or she knows exactly what he or she wants and is fully determined not to quit until they find it. When our children are learning how to walk, how many times will your baby attempt to walk and fall and you just say, just sit down, don't try anymore, you've fallen 20 times. Just sit down somewhere, busting your lip and everything, getting in folks' way. When will a baby walk? It will walk when it walks. That's when it will walk. Les, when will you be known nationally as the motivator? I will be known when I'm known. That's when I'll be known. Don't get caught up in, well, I've tried it 4 or 5 times and things didn't work out. If there's something that you want and you're hungry for it, you've got to do whatever is necessary until. And when you give the best you can and that's not enough, you must do what is required. And don't give up on yourself. Don't throw the towel in so quickly. Many people give up on the 1-yard line, where if they have the determination just to keep on knocking. It's a funny thing about life. If you're home one day and someone is knocking on the door and you say, I don't want to be bothered today, and if that person just keep on knocking, say, can you believe that fool's still knocking? Pretty soon you say, what is it? What do you want? And that's how you've got to be about your dream. Some people, well, I guess ain't nobody home. I knocked on the door, but nobody came. I heard the television on and people were moving around, but I guess opportunity probably went out the back door. Oh, no. See, life is not just that simple. It's not that cut and dry. And that's why most people never realize their personal greatness, because they're casual about life. And when you are casual about life, you will end up a casualty. Life is serious business. So I encourage you to be persistent. to not decide that, well, I've done the best I can. I guess I just can't have it. Don't make that decision. Many of us make premature decisions about ourselves. Calvin Coolidge said something, a man who was a president that was not known for his eloquence or making any historical decisions, but something he wrote about persistence. And he says, press on. Nothing can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. The world is full of unsuccessful people with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education alone will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. There's a person that is the embodiment of persistence and determination. A person who decided that some time ago that I'm not going to take anything to my grave with me. I'm going to use myself up, and I'm going to give and give and give until my last breath. This summer, I'm going to be working for her and with her doing training, teaching young people techniques and strategies on how to manifest their personal greatness, teaching them techniques and strategies that will change them at the subconscious level, changing their value systems, and let them see the major role they can play in society. Let's give Mrs. Rosa Parks a round of applause, if you please. Here we are in the presence of greatness. Mrs. Parks, people over here couldn't see you. Would you come up? Could you? She's such a beautiful person. Beautiful person. I encourage you to see Mrs. Parks and Mrs. Elaine Steele about the Rosa and Raymond Parks Institute for Self-Development. If you're interested in your children participating in that, they have some information over here to share with you. It is just fascinating and just a blessing to have this woman when a lot of folk who are giving up. And here this year she celebrated her 75th birthday and still has a dream of being an instrument of change. And there is a Rosa Parks in all of us who made a decision at one point in time, standing on the platform of oughtness, as Immanuel Kant talks about in a book called Critique of Pure Reasoning, that there's certain things we know we ought to do. We just know it.
So welcome everyone to Strategies for Enhancing Instructor Presence in Your Online Classroom. And I thought today we could just start a little bit with our goals and getting to know each other, and then we can get into all of the different content. So we do have a couple of goals for you for today. So hopefully I can give you some new ideas for how to communicate effectively with your online students, how to show your students that you are present, as well as how you can support them for their overall success. And I'm going to give you a couple of opportunities just to interact and get to know each other. So if you wouldn't mind, in the text chat, if you can introduce yourself, your name, what is it that you teach, and in your mind, what makes a strong, positive teacher impression. And I'm just going to wait a moment and I'll let you type. Hello, Helena. Welcome. You joined us just in time. I think everyone's just kind of typing in the chat. We're doing a little bit of icebreakers to get us started. So if you can find that purple thumbprint at the bottom of your screen, if you expand that panel, you should see a text chat that you can type in.
Megan, would you tell us again what it is you want us to answer in our little introduction?
Yeah, you can just, well, your name will come up automatically, but you can include what it is that you teach and what you believe makes a strong, positive teacher impression.
Okay, thank you.
Great, I see them all piling in. So Lori is from the ETRA department, and that's actually my doctorate program, so I'm very fond of ETRA. Let's see, she thinks that students in online classes really want to feel like their instructor is present, and she does this by providing consistent communications via announcements and Blackboard messages and providing prompt feedback on assignments. Fantastic. Kelly teaches in higher education and student affairs program, and enthusiasm makes a world of difference. It really does. I love when I get an instructor who is just passionate about their field and about their course. Yes, it makes me want to be there. Helena is teaching public speaking in the comms department for 25 years. Congratulations, it's fantastic. And Helena, what do you think makes a positive teacher impression? Or if you prefer the microphone, if that's easier, you can come on the mic as well.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
I'm kind of a slow typer, but so I was working on it while you were asking, and but I think empathy is a huge part. You know, letting students know that you were an undergrad at one time, and you remember how crazy the first week of class is, and I think that's important early on. But I also think the other things that people, that the others have mentioned. Enthusiasm, getting their feedback to them on assignments very quickly, and then just being available for to interact with you.
You're going to steal all the content for the workshop. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
But yes, I agree. I 100% agree. All right, so we'll move on. Thank you, everyone. So here's another approach that we can take when we're thinking about instructor presence in an online course, is to think about how online teaching is different, right? I think many of us, or most of us, may have come to teaching from the face-to-face traditional classroom. So, you can think of one or two of these, but how do you approach communicating effectively with your students? And how do you show them that you're present? Or how do you support their success? And I know you may have already touched on this, so if you've already answered it, but it is kind of a nice way to think about how are online students different. And I'll take either text answers if you're more comfortable typing, or if you prefer the microphone, the floor is yours.
One of the things that I started doing this summer was when I'm communicating feedback to my students, one of the platforms that we use is McGraw-Hill Connect. I actually have the option to give my feedback as an audio recording rather than as, a little blurb, text blurb. And so I think that makes a huge difference because then they can hear in my voice uh, that I'm excited about how they did. And I think there's less possibility for miscommunication when you're communicating verbally rather than in text. I think it's easy for people to misread uh, text. And then I've also just found, and I just did it for the first time yesterday, when you do an announcement in Blackboard, if you click on the little plus sign, there's a little box that says media, and you can actually record part of your announcement with audio. So I used that for the first time yesterday, but I think those two things help.
I love this. Yes, I love that the voice inflection can really just change or enhance the classroom. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, it makes all the difference. And then I've also started, and I actually got this from a professor in the Etcher department, Fafo Kalata. I started responding when I close my emails and my announcements, my closing word that I use instead of best regards or whatever. Fossil always used the word kindly, comma, and then he'd sign his name. And so I've started doing that as well, and I think that makes a difference.
I love that. I think I had a colleague who always used warm wishes.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's a good one. That's a good one too.
All right, and then I see Lori's been typing in the text chat here, and Lori offers online office hours twice each week and collaborate to offer assignment help and support. I make sure students know when my office hours are, and I encourage them to drop in anytime to connect live with me. That's fantastic. You're on top of it. All of you are. And Kelly goes over assignment expectations well in advance and use class time for students to brainstorm about projects or to do group work. Love that. Yes. Making the most of your synchronous course time together. So it's not just, lecture based. It's a great way to get them involved.
Megan, do you mind if I make a quick comment or ask a question?
Sure, please.
So I teach undergrad gen ed courses, and it's typically one of several sections offered, right? So I'm a teaching assistant, and so we all have our Blackboard course shells populated for us. I'm pretty sort of stuck in, what is already present in the course, but there isn't a whole lot of student interaction opportunities built into the courses that I teach. So I'm really looking for ways to make my presence more enhanced. What can I do with the content that I'm given, which I can't really augment much? What kinds of things can I do to make myself more present? Like I'm not currently using lots of videos, and I think Helena mentioned videos. So, what kinds of things like videos and things like that can I do to enhance my presence? That's sort of what I'm looking for.
Great. I think we're going to have some things for you today. So part of that is you're going to want to think about when and how you expect your students to communicate. For instance, you're going to want to start thinking to yourself, do we have synchronous time together or is it asynchronous? And so you're going to want to think of formats like that and how and when can students log into their course and when can they respond. So that's going to be the first step. The other part is when you think about instructor presence, as you touched on, it also means students getting together and working together, right? It's not just students getting to know you, but they're getting to know each other through you because you are the facilitator. So I think you're going to want to start to think about activities that you can do, icebreakers, and that doesn't even have to get down to trying to alter or change your course content, which, as you said, may already be pre-prescribed. So there's, additional ways that you can use that valuable course time, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, for your students to connect. So I do have some specific ideas for you, and I want to come back to this in a little bit and see if we've started generating some ideas. But those are all the different things that I would encourage you to think about now is how do you envision your students entering your course? What times are they together? Are they oftentimes doing this on their own? If it's an asynchronous course, it may feel a little bit more solitary. So if you can kind of establish those patterns first, then you might think of some specific activities that you can insert into your course to work for your specific student population. And I see the chat is going wild here, so I have to pop in really quick. Lena says, I've started using the phrase student drop-in hours rather than office hours to make it feel less intimidating. Ooh, that's a nice one. And you've made an introduction video on your phone and included your pets. Yes, all of these things are excellent ideas here. All right, so let's see if we can add to this list that you're already generating. All right, so I suppose I should go back a slide and say, well, what is instructor presence? We should probably define this just for ourselves today so that we can expand on this idea. So before we can discuss those strategies for enhancing our instructor presence, we do want to define it. And simply put, I think instructor presence means being there or being present for your class. It means that your students see you as an accessible, real person who is there to help them with their learning. So when they get into their online course, they truly know who you are. You're not just a staff photo or a bobblehead. They think that they actually could identify you. So in other words, instructor presence is about creating this perception for your students that you are this real person right there with them in the process of learning and that they can come to you for help when they need it. So I think that's the working definition that we're going to go with today. All right. So now we have this idea of set it and forget it. And the set it and forget it mindset is kind of this slippery slope. It's a sneaky trap that you can fall into. It's tempting that you might just set up your course and then you think that it's going to be good to go for the rest of the semester. And the reason that we can sometimes fall into this slope is because we've done a lot of front loading, if you will. We've done a lot of preparations for our course. And I'm not suggesting that you don't prep your class ahead of time, but in order to be there and to be present for your students, you want to make sure that you are willing to go along and look at for areas where you can tweak them or adjust them for your unique student set. So this idea here is, again, we want faculty to evaluate and adjust. It could be their learning materials or approaches continually to ensure that students are progressing towards their learning outcomes. And the only way we can do that is just by looking at our students on an individual course basis once it goes live. Great, thank you, Helena. She has dropped the name of an article here into the text chat for any of you who are interested. So we do have 3 different components of the instructor presence, in which you can see up here on the screen. And so these include the persona, the social presence, and then your instructional presence. So we'll go through each of these just briefly here. The persona is the instructor personality and teaching style that you infuse into your course. This is what gives your students that impression of who you are, and it helps them feel more connected to you as their teacher. You can communicate this throughout your course. It's again, not just one of those set it and forget it type of things. But some easy ways that you can do this are by including videos of yourself. If you have an introductory page, you might include a recorded course welcome message or even module overviews. And we're going to get into these a little bit more, I promise. We also have the social presence, which in essence is really all about community building. So in other words, what we're saying here is that you can connect with students, and also it enables students to feel like they can connect with you. This is not just a one-sided relationship here. So you want to, again, be the facilitator. You're going to provide opportunities for connections to happen. And it's also important to keep students engaged in your course to increase their chances of success. So this does mean being responsive to students through timely communication, but also holding them to the same standards. Okay. The instructional presence is essentially your role in facilitating students' learning experiences in the course. So you're going to enhance your presence through instruction, and you might want to consider using multimodal learning materials. And so I know we already touched on this in the chat. All of you are very, very on top of these different ideas. What are the different ways that students can interact even with their course material? Are there things that they can listen to that are audible? Is there text that they can look at? Is there visual representation? So all of these things can enhance their learning experience. And you may even consider providing your students with a weekly video of yourself explaining what they can expect from the course and the assignments and how they should go about navigating that week's module or lesson or activity. So you can kind of think of it as you're guiding them along. So now we can talk a little bit about creating and sustaining these connections, which is our first topic. So some examples of ways to create and sustain connections could include developing an introduction discussion forum in which students can get to know each other and you. And you want to make sure that you do read your students' introductions and respond to them. Now, I know that this is a pretty common scenario, but what I see a lot is that they'll say, in online courses, go ahead and introduce yourself. And there might be no follow-up to that. So one of my colleagues has what she likes to call the pet parade, and she specifically asks students to introduce themselves, and then they should either upload pictures of their pets, their kids, or their travels. And so this really gets people excited. Again, they've been encouraged to upload photos or videos of their recent adventures. And then you finally might want to require the peer responses so that students must read about each other and engage in a conversation. So just putting a little bit of a fun twist on maybe a familiar concept. Another way to create and sustain connections in your online course is to hold at least one synchronous session in the first week so that you can interact with your students and let them connect with you and each other. Within that synchronous session, you can encourage students to share video or audio. We do caution about requiring it due to privacy and equity concerns, but you can always encourage it. You could also consider doing an icebreaker activity to make everyone feel more comfortable and kind of to build that sense of community. So for example, you could put them into breakout groups and ask them to come up with ways in which they could build a sense of class community and see what and techniques they come up with. So I think in the past, one group came up with creating a group chat on social media so they could talk to each other outside of the classroom environment. So again, it's putting some of that ownership onto your students. This is their class, and they get to create part of that atmosphere. So ask them to generate ideas. And last but not least, consider using a welcome assignment or a survey and ask your students how you can best serve them. So you can ask them what are their needs, what are their challenges, what are their goals, and how can you help them figure out ways to be successful in light of that context. So this is an area where you have an opportunity to learn about them, and you might get some unusual insight into your students that you might otherwise not discern if you had not distributed a survey. I see a question here about Yellow Dig, so that is coming up. So I will talk to you about that too.
Megan, I have a quick question about the survey. Are there any resources that you know of that will give, I don't know, maybe good survey questions? I've done a survey once or twice, intending to get a feel for, say, for instance, how students intend to, what they're expecting from the class, how they intend to use that information, meaning how is it going to apply to, say, what their future goals may be. So I teach a senior level class and a junior level class. So if you're interested in graduate school, I'd like to know these kinds of things. Or if you're interested in going into industry, and I find that the kind of answers that I get are, very generic, and they don't often give me much to work with in terms of trying to understand how to plan work so that the relevance is felt. I'm wondering if maybe I'm just not using great questions. Do you know of a resource or something that someplace I could go to for to get a better understanding of what a welcome survey might look like?
Yes, let me, so after this workshop is over, I am going to send out a follow-up email with a list of resources. So I'll go ahead and I'll see if I can link you to some different ideas for survey questions. I know that one faculty member, Jason Rohde, has an exemplary course program, and he highlights that he always has a survey that he likes to ask his students at the beginning of the semester with some of these questions. So I'll see if I can get a copy of that survey as well for you.
Okay, thank you.
So let me see if I can find that, as well as a couple of other resources. So, but I can link you. I'll do some more homework, and I can link you to that in the follow-up.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Sure. Alrighty. So let's see. All right, I think I saw something about Yellow Dig, so we're going to come up with that one yet, or in just a little bit here. But some examples of ways to create and sustain connections include developing an introduction discussion forum, which we already just talked about. And we can also think about some other opportunities here as well. So one way to engage students with the course is to connect your course material to students' interests. So you can use these opportunities you've created to get to know your students, and like we said, like that welcome forum. And you're going to leverage that with information into connecting students' interests to your learning materials, maybe to specific activities, or some type of graded assessment whenever possible or practical, I think would be another way to say that. You can also share your own interests with students so they can get to know you better. I think we talked about being enthusiastic about your field and your course and its material. So you can talk to your students about maybe some of your past experiences, accomplishments, projects that you've worked on, and show your students what they can expect. Another way to engage your students is to show them how the course materials are relevant to their academic lives. And so this is helping them to think more broadly. It's not just this singular course, it's how does this course fit into my overall academic experience. And so you might discuss what common college expectations do you have in your course that students will be expected to follow across their college careers. What are some of the skills and knowledge that will transfer to other college courses? I always enjoyed this as an English instructor because I knew that if my course was not required, the majority of my students would not be in my classroom. So I always enjoyed playing with this idea that we could still build skills that they could use for courses that they would rather be taking. So it's a challenge, but it's always worthwhile to see if you can help them understand why they're here and what they can expect to draw from your course. And you can also ask how can you build connections between your course and another course. So you can ask them specifically to develop maybe a plan or a map and show that strategy. So instead of you just explaining it, you can ask them to identify the skills that they're acquiring in your course and where it will lead to. Finally, you may also want to emphasize the relevance of your course to your students' future professional lives in order to engage them with learning in your course. So you can help your students create those connections and think about how and what they're learning and how it could apply to their future professional goals. Sometimes this can be tricky, but again, it's this idea that learning is a broad spectrum and it carries over into many unexpected places. So we can help to try to highlight that for our students. Another way that you can create connections to future professions is by connecting course policies to professional expectations, but as a note of caution, just be sure that those expectations accurately reflect the workplace, and keep in mind that your students are in college, which is a learning environment, not technically a professional one, but they are adult learners, so you can still broach that topic with them. Okay. I think I've given you some ideas here up on the screen as well. I always hate to read slides to you. I think we can move on. So in addition to creating connections within your course, we do want to talk about communication with students, and you're going to want to communicate with students frequently and in multiple ways in order to maintain presence in your course. So here are some ideas for you. You don't have to do all of them, certainly, because it might be overkill, but you could remind students of upcoming deadlines in a weekly announcement and have follow-up announcements. You could create an announcement and send an email when grades are posted and provide any additional instructions you may have, whether that's for accessing feedback or comments that are in an interactive rubric. You could send reminders about your virtual office hours, including how to make an appointment and how to get to that virtual office space. I do have a little bit more about virtual office hours, so that'll come up again. You could post weekly module introductions or overviews and include connections to the previous model. So again, we're talking about a transition here and layering in information, this idea that every new lesson your students learn is building on top of previous knowledge. You could post an occasional midweek motivation message or video. Those are always fun, right? It's not just the standard, please don't forget to show up to our synchronous course session. It could just be a random motivational message. And then finally on this one, since I talked about all these different types of communications that you can send or alerts, just be careful of overkill. If you post too much and too frequently, students may start to glaze over some of your communications. So I recommend trying some of these and playing with it, making it so not every single Monday of your course they're going to expect to see an announcement. You know, they're going to become desensitized to it. So try to liven it up, give them different ways in which you're connecting with them. In addition to posting announcements, if you're using Blackboard Ultra, you now have maybe tested out the messaging tool. So the messaging tool is an intercourse tool, but it does have a little checkbox where anytime you type a message, you can also have it forwarded to their email. So that's a nice way to keep up with your students. And they're more likely to respond, we've noticed, if it goes to their email. So I do always recommend that feature. Another important component for communicating with your students is providing that timely feedback. And so we're thinking about formative and summative assessments. The formative assessments are the smaller pieces, right? These could be your discussion boards, a homework assignment, an in-class quiz. But any of these smaller activities that are leading up to the summative assessments. So for the formative assessments, the students are going to want timely feedback so that they can learn and feel like they've fared for that larger summative assessment. And so I tend to think of summative assessments as things like midterms, finals, portfolios, things of that nature. And when it comes time for students to look at the summative assignments or assessments, they're going to want to receive feedback for those activities in order for them to be meaningful and useful. They also want to know how their grade was calculated. And so they need your comments and your feedback to be able to learn and improve so that they can move on, to the next unit, the next module, the next assessment, whatever the next milestone may be. Lori wants to know more about weekly motivational messages. Could this be a podcast or a video? Do you know of a good resource I could find good messages to share with my students? Yes, I think I can find some more resources for you. So Lori, I'm keeping a running list of some of the resources that people are asking for in this workshop, and so I can try to follow up with you. But a nice idea here is that sometimes when you reach out to your students, it's more informal, less scripted. It's not just, hey, this is what we're doing in class this week. You might just reach out to them and say, hey, I noticed we were having the greatest discussion this week, and I just wanted to say congratulations. You're really on top of things. So those messages can go a long way for your students. So, all right, I'm just making a note here. Weekly motivational messages. Okay, returning back to Alicia asked, would the motivational element need to be relevant to coursework or is appropriate to be motivational in the traditional sense? I think you can find a nice balance between the two. I highly doubt you would be sending motivational messages that don't in some way connect to their course. But again, it's one of those ideas where it's just being authentic with your students and connecting with them. Or, maybe that everybody's preparing for a large exam and they're getting a little tired. Maybe they want to hear something upbeat from you and words of encouragement. That's another way of looking at it. All righty. So moving forward through this, with our feedback, and again, I just like to throw a rule of thumb out there so it'll give you something to work with. A good rule of thumb is to provide feedback no more than 1 week after the due date. And that seems to be a pretty sufficient amount of time, both by student and instructor standards. So somewhere in there, that's a nice rule of thumb to have. Okay. So another way that you can maintain presence in your online course is through that frequent communication or by recording module overviews or videos that include you on the video or at least audio. Again, this idea that they could hear your voice, they know you're a person. And that shows to students that you're communicating with them and it makes it seem more personal. These videos can help students connect with you and the course, and it demonstrates to students that you are personally invested in their learning. So again, it's just a nice touch that not everything is a written text. I know we're creeping up on 2:40 here, so I'm just kind of breezing along. All right, as far as establishing the communication plan goes, another best practice is communicating with students to make sure that you respond to their communication in a timely fashion. But this does not mean that you have to be on call 24/7. So I do want to emphasize that. You can easily say that you will get back to them within 24 to 48 hours. Anything that's a reasonable amount of time, I think as long as you state that in your syllabus and you tell your students about that, usually towards the first week or two of class, that seems to help kind of insert your instructor presence. It makes you feel like a human. They know who you are. They know how to connect with you. I remember as a student, I really greatly appreciated when instructors said, I know you're an online student. I know many of you have busy lives, and so this is why you chose online education. You can email me anytime you want. So that's fine. Just don't expect me to respond right away if you email me in the middle of the night. But as a student who was waitressing and had long evening hours, sometimes I was doing my homework in the evening. And it was really reassuring to hear from an instructor that said, hey, I understand that you might be doing homework in the off hours. That's fine. If you have questions, you can send me a message. But just so you know, I won't get to it until the morning. Something to that effect. You could consider holding regular virtual office hours as well, so that students can meet with you one-on-one. So you could use Teams, Collaborate, which is what we're in right now, or Zoom. So NIU has licenses to all three of those products. If you're interested in virtual office hours, you may consider viewing the virtual office hours workshop recording on our website for details and tips. We have different things like how to set up bookings and things of that nature, but I'm going to try to get to some of those as well. You should also include some of your expectations for communication, and these can include what your students can expect from you as well as what you can expect from your students. Again, it's this two-way street that you have expectations for them as well. So if you think it's necessary, you can give them an example email template. You can include any information you want just so that they can see an example of what you expect at the higher education level. And it's also just a way for them to practice professionalism and aid you in helping them. All right, so the world is your classroom, and I love this photo. Online courses happen everywhere, so they are not just isolated to a computer, and I love this photo. There's a student out there, definitely not just sitting in front of a laptop and inside. So don't be afraid to show your students your environment, encourage them to show you theirs if they're comfortable doing so. You can also encourage them to take videos out and post them to discussion boards. So this is really an exciting idea here. And again, we do have more information specifically on how to do this. We have a mobile app. So sometimes we don't know what technology our students have, but we do know that almost everybody has a cell phone. And so we have a free mobile app for our video platform, Kaltura. So people can literally go anywhere, take their cell phone and record a video. So again, it's this idea that their classroom is the world. It expands far beyond their computer or their laptop. So if you live in a city, record a video with your city view. If you're out in the country and you want to include some cornfields, you can do that. You might find that you have students all over the country or even outside of the country as well. So it's this really nice idea that everybody is sharing and contributing. Wonderful. I will tag everybody on a group email then when we're done, since it sounds like there's some different resources that people want to share. So I think I'll do our follow-up that way. You can also use discussion forums and class conversations. Discussions, this is a tool unique to Blackboard Ultra. It's a great way to help students stay engaged in their course. So discussions, or I shouldn't say discussions, but class conversations are, pardon me, unique to Blackboard Ultra. And so this is just a tool that you can enable. You can turn it on or off just with a toggle switch. But this way, if somebody has a question about an assignment, it creates kind of like a side discussion and anybody can chime in to answer someone's question. So that's just a nice informal way for students to feel like they can, ask some additional questions. You can also use Yellow Dig. Yellow Dig is a gamification discussion board, and so we do have a license for them. And it's nice because it gives students an opportunity to decide how they want to interact. In a Blackboard discussion board, the typical one that you see is students are required to do a first original post, and then they have to do a follow-up post where they comment on 2 or 3 of their peers' posts. Yellow Dig lets students choose how they want to accrue their points. If they post earlier in the week, they might accrue more points because they were getting a jump start on their discussion. You can earn points for responding to others, and if somebody does an exceptional post, the instructor can award additional points to, reinforce, this great behavior and let them know that they've done some outstanding work. So again, it is kind of a fun way to take a new look at discussion boards. The class conversations toggle switch in Ultra is if you're in an assignment, in an assessment, anything like that, you can turn that on when you go to the gear icon. Okay. Another way that you can encourage students to interact with one another and for you to respond to questions about particular learning materials, activities, or assessments is, again, to enable that class conversation. So that was actually, I just wanted to show that to you. It was funny that somebody typed that in the chat. I've got the picture right here, and the one thing it doesn't show you is the gear icon. But if you click on that gear icon, you should see the little button. It's like a little toggle switch that says Allow Class Conversations. And you'll be alerted anytime somebody posts something in the conversations because you'll get a little purple chat bubble. I don't know if I'm psychic, but thank you. So, all right, some rules and thumb for participating in discussion boards, and I get a lot of questions about this. Nobody is going around and looking at instructors saying you have to respond to every post. There is no quantification for how many times you need to respond. And in fact, you may, again, want to take a step back so you can facilitate the discussion and put more ownership on your students to run the discussion. So again, the idea here is you might want to chime in with a comment or two every week to show your students that you're engaged, that you're looking, that you're watching. It's not busy work, but you're also doing it to model for your students the types of responses that they should be posting. So you're looking for a balance, basically, of your participation in discussion boards, but also you don't want to dominate it as well. So don't post too much because students may rely on you to carry the conversation. So again, if you have to take a step back and you can even just say, who wants to answer this? Or you can ask specific questions of your students. So again, look for that balance. Do not feel as an instructor that you are obligated to respond to every student. I've had that question before, and you most certainly are not. Another idea here is that you can require office hour meetings. I like this option. I think it's nice because it breaks that ice, that barrier, that initial nervousness that a student may have about coming to your virtual office hours. Even if you post information about it, they might not feel comfortable. So one thing you can do is you can require mandatory office hours early on in the semester. It could even just be for 5 minutes. Just say, here's my schedule. I like to use bookings for this. If you have an up-to-date Office 365 calendar, it works really well. So this is my availability. Just pick a time slot and come meet me for 5 minutes. If you mandate that your students come to meet you early on in the semester, they're more likely to approach you if they have questions later on. And again, you can do this more than once. So you might have that initial meeting, which is only just a 5-minute meeting, getting to know you, and then you could offer required mandatory office hours later in the semester, and we can discuss, a particular assignment. So again, it's this idea, moving past that set it and forget it mentality, is, pulling them in for office hours to let them know that, yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm a person. And you really should come talk to me. So I know we talked about this earlier too, but you can distribute a survey and you can find out what your students already know about a subject that you're teaching. So this is always a fun one. I used to do this with my English composition students, and I would call it the Are You a Know-It-All quiz. And at the start of the semester, I would just ask them a series of questions about a topic, and a low amount of points. It really didn't affect their grade, but you know what? You can have 5 free points as long as you fill out the survey. Even if you don't know the answer, give it your best guess. You will only lose points if you don't answer it, or if you say, I don't know. So this is kind of a fun one that you can do with your students, and then you can always revisit surveys later on after you've taught a lesson or at the end of the semester, and you can see how their answers have changed over time. You could do surveys at a smaller level, at a class level. You could have your students come into class and you can say, what do you have a question about with the reading? And you can actually ask them a question as they're leaving the classroom. I have one instructor who said, before you can sign out of our synchronous session, you have to type in the chat one thing that you learned today. Or, if you don't want to answer one thing you learned, ask me one question. What still needs to be clarified? So again, it's this idea that you keep checking in with your students and asking them to give you some sort of a response. It's going above and beyond. Do you have any questions? Because a lot of times they'll just say no, or they'll shake their head. Ooh, we're almost done, I promise. And another way that you can go ahead and support student success and to maintain instructor presence is to provide students with some information about campus services and resources. So if you don't already have this, you may consider having a section in your course or in your syllabus dedicated to sharing these resources, and to be proactive in pointing students to specific things, such as, if you have an essay coming up, you might want to highlight the Writing Center. You might want to remind students about the DRC if they need special accommodations. You can also target resources that are maybe needed for specific students. So if somebody mentions to you that they're having a problem with someone on campus, you can link them with the ombudsman person. But again, it's just this idea that you have a list of resources and you may continue to expand on that. I know during the pandemic, one instructor had resources for, internet free hotspots. I had one instructor who was linking information to food pantries and all sorts of things. So you can also ask your students to contribute to this list of resources because they may know of some additional ones. And I also wanted to point you to Blackboard Assist, which is a relatively new tool. So I don't know if any of you have seen this or not, but now we have a list of these student resources all in one concentrated area. So when you log into Blackboard, instead of going to courses, scroll down and you'll see Assist. And going in here, your students will have links to all sorts of different resources on campus or related to NIU. They're all up to date and current, which is nice. So you could even just post information about this in your syllabus. So it's really just one concentrated area where students can get all of this information in one spot. So other things that you may want to consider as well with your students, I think I forgot to mention, is you may want to let them know about some other additional resources that they have with Blackboard. So you can give them the information they need to change their name or their pronouns in case that, they're tired of people mispronouncing their names, or they want someone to know their pronouns. So you can also provide information like that. So that's a great way just to insert your presence and to let them know that you're seeing them as an individual and not just a name on a roster. All right, so I think that was actually I made it with 5 minutes to spare. That was my list of resources I have for you, and it's all about your questions. Anything that I can try to answer for you or comments? All right, well, floor is yours. So last 5 minutes, if you have questions or comments, let me know. You can hop on the mic, you can type in the chat. Otherwise, I'll give you back 5 minutes of your day, and I promise I will follow up with some resources for you and a link to.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Aprilla West. We would love to hear you share a bit of your incredible and diverse work that you do, as well as your background with our audience.
I came to psychology actually a little later in life. I've had a pretty diverse background. Started out in politics as a speechwriter and a press secretary, and then actually transitioned from policy work to music and ended up being a staff songwriter at Warner Chappell Music and an artist for a while. And then from there moved into doing some nonprofit advocacy work around campaigns like the Darfur genocide and also some civic reform issues, and got really interested in human psychology there, which led me into getting trained as a mediator. And then once I got into mediation, I was like, whoa, I want to go deeper with people. I really want to be able to understand, conceptualize, hold, and work with anything that comes into the room. And that's what led me into psychology.
There is a lot of skills going on there. And just for my own curiosity, I'm kind of wondering, how did you go from writing speeches in the political sphere to writing music?
Yeah, well, it's actually a more natural transition than it might sound like, because in both spaces, we're really figuring out how to evoke emotion in people, right? Whether it's activating people around a certain cause or policy direction, or whether it's really bringing them into the deepest experience of heartbreak or new love or some of the other peak experiences that we have in life. So for me, it didn't feel like a strange transition. The cultures are definitely different in politics and in the music industry, but it felt natural.
So it sounds like emotions played a big role in your career, and that naturally leads to emotional efficacy. And Johnny and I believe that emotional intelligence and communication are really key to building successful relationships, but also your career. So could you unpack for our audience what emotional efficacy is?
Absolutely. And by the way, I think you just said it really well. But emotion efficacy in its simplest form is just being able to do what matters most, even in the face of intense stress, challenge, or pain. Now, this is a lot more difficult than it sounds because, as I outlined in my most recent book, there's a glitch in our code. Our emotions tell us about everything from fake news to what really matters most to us. And so if we don't have the skillfulness to decode what kind of messages we're getting from our emotions, it's really hard to figure out how to choose wisely.
I'm kind of curious on the emotional efficacy tip. For myself, I tend to find the music that most pushes my emotional buttons. And it changes from my mood or what's going on in my life. But the more emotional, the better. I mean, it just drives me in so many ways. When I listen to today's music, I find it devoid of any emotion, especially, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't artists who are doing that, but on pop radio, it's empty, at least to me. Did you find that in the same way, or were you working in an area that was writing quite emotionally stirring music?
I'm not sure that I struggled because in order to write music, you have to tap into something that is evocative for you. If you're bored, you're not going to write a good song. You really have to find a subject, a topic, a moment, a person who, brings out all the emotional stuff to take advantage of that, to put that into music.
Johnny's not being honest in his fandom of Taylor Swift. And there certainly are pop musicians who do know how to play those emotional buttons. Unfortunately, a lot of it is with technology and EDM and other forms of evoking those emotions. But, circling back on what you were saying earlier, it just feels today like our emotions are being evoked from so many different places, on screens, friends, family, work from home, uncertainty, the news, politics, everywhere we go, all of these emotions are at play. And it feels like many of our conversations are now emotionally charged. So it feels to me like emotional efficacy is more important than ever to be able to sort through like what really matters to you versus understanding, hey, this person is actually just playing with those emotions, or they're trying to evoke these emotions to get me to act in a way that isn't really in line with my values.
Yeah. And what you're bringing up is a great intro to this idea of the emotional default world, which really is where we are in this trance of reactivity, where we're moving from emotional reaction to emotional reaction, and we lack the spaciousness or the curiosity to really think about what is it that I'm experiencing? What is this other person experiencing? To step into more perspective around what's happening. And it's so easy because by design, our emotions want to suck us in. When you think about it, our emotions are responsible for us surviving. And so we are born into this world with an emotional reasoning bias. That means that we tend to believe everything we feel. Our emotions are by design super sexy, super seductive. And it's hard not to get into that emotional mode, that what I call the emotional default world. In order to unplug from that world, we need to increase our ability to be aware of what we're experiencing, to see ourselves as separate from the emotional messages that are always coming at us. We need to learn how to tolerate unwanted or uncomfortable emotions so that we can even see that we have a choice about what we do next, about whether we react or whether we design our next moment and how we show up.
It's fascinating to me, as I just spent some time traveling and didn't have good internet connection and was unplugged from a lot of these emotions that you feel online through work email and Slack, and then of course social media, TV, news, all of the like. And it created some space for me to actually tune a little bit more into my emotions. And I felt that was a magical opportunity, but many of us don't have that opportunity to travel. Let's be honest. In the Western world, we're working more than we're on vacation. And yet we find we wait until vacation to unplug, to clear through some of these emotions. So how do we do this in our day-to-day life, create that space and diffuse from those emotions that feel such a strong part of us?
I appreciate what you just said there, the last piece. It's an opportunity for me to clarify that we're not really trying to distance from emotions, and we can't do that. That's just a fool's errand for us humans. We can't get rid of our emotions. What we can do is become really skillful with what we do with them, how we interact with them. And you're right, like when we travel, we have more of that spaciousness to just kind of slow down and sit with what's going on for us. But we can do this in any moment. Even right now, as I'm sitting here with you guys, I could slow down just a little and drop in, and I can notice what's happening in my body. What are the thoughts I'm having about what you guys think of me or what I think of you? I can notice those thoughts. I can, notice an urge to, slow down or to speed up. I can label my feelings of curiosity and excitement and appreciation for the conversation. And that right there is me unplugging from the emotional default world, leveraging some awareness, leaning into some of the discomfort even that is here in this moment with us.
I think at this point, we should go ahead and define what emotional default world is for our audience, because it is incredibly important. And I always say that a lot of the work that we do here and with our clients is pattern recognition, and whether or not the patterns are pushing them forward or holding them back. And those patterns are based on these programmed emotional default modes. So please go ahead and explain that to our audience.
I'd love to. Twist my arm. I love talking about the emotional default world, and I actually developed a model to help people understand what's going on when we just have sort of automatic reactions. And what I designed is this model I call the 3Bs. And the 3Bs are your biology. That's what you're genetically programmed to do in response to certain stimuli. Your biases, which in this case include the emotional reasoning bias, that we believe everything we feel, the confirmation bias, that we look for evidence to support what we already think, and the negativity bias, which keeps us looking for any potential threats around us. That's the second B. And then the third B are our beliefs, and specifically our beliefs about emotions. All three of these Bs are shaping our behavior in any moment, and they're trying to help us index for safety, certainty, coherence, and comfort. And that is our default mode. That's what pretty much all of us are on some level doing. You know, if we were able to like tune into everyone's most inner world, we would sound a little bit like cave people going, ooga, ooga, me want safety, or ooga, ooga, me want certainty, right? That's kind of what's at the heart of most of our default reactions. Now, that's not always helpful in every context. So this is where we really can imagine an evolutionary upgrade to our emotional coding, right? Like I say in the book, there's a glitch in our decision-making code when we have, on average, 35,000 choices a day, and 98% of those are actually not authentic choices. Not that every choice has to be authentic, right? I don't want to decide whether or not I have to pee. You know, I want to like just know I have to pee and go pee. I don't want to do a lot of inquiry around it. That's nice and helpful. But there are times where it's not so obvious what choice is going to move me. Like, you know, AJ, I think you were suggesting, or Johnny, maybe it was you, saying that, you know, we want to move in the direction that matters to us.
So I think comfort, certainty, that resonates, but this cohesion piece, I think our audience might be a little lost on.
Do you mean coherence?
Coherence, sorry.
Yeah, we like things to make sense. It's uncomfortable when we can't make sense of things. So, you know, our minds are really meaning-making, problem-solving machines. And again, for good reason. We have to solve problems. If there's a big bear standing in front of us, we have to figure out how to survive that. What's really difficult for us is we have a lot less physical threats now in the time we're living in. But what our mind has done is it's gone from identifying threats as sort of threats to our physical survival to threats to our social survival. So now we tend to read threats as like, what does someone else think about me and how do I think about myself? That's usually what's at stake when we think about, you know, navigating threats on a daily basis now.
And in our experience, a big part of that is the bias to personalize a lot of the response that we see in others and then have the emotional reaction. So you have someone that you're trying to get to know and they don't respond, and immediately you personalize that lack of response to, I did something, they don't like me, they're not going to want a second date, etc., when maybe they got in a car accident, maybe it had literally nothing to do with you. And I even fall into this trap. So I had a really close friend and I had reached out to him a few times, hadn't heard from him. And then I come to find out he was in some major legal trouble and I didn't know. He was keeping it from all of us and he was very stressed about it. But I had personalized it. Oh, what did I do to him? Oh my God, why is he not responding to me? He normally is so responsive. So this personalization comes up again and again when we think about those social threats.
Absolutely. You know, and that is a powerful threat, right? Where we internalize and we're taking responsibility for things, even in the absence of any evidence that it has anything to do with us. And that is, you know, in the emotion efficacy model, one part of emotional stuff, which are thoughts. It's our thinking. It's how we're languaging our experience.
So let's talk about those different parts, because obviously thoughts jump out at us for sure, but what are these other parts of emotional efficacy?
So if I were to ask you guys right now in this moment, what are you feeling? You would probably be able to tell me, yes? Maybe at least
I
one
hope so.
feeling. Okay. If I then asked you to tell me why you know you're feeling that, what comes up?
Past experiences of labeling those emotions and feelings.
Okay, so you're comparing it to other times where you've had the same experience. But how do you know that you're experiencing the feeling you're experiencing right now?
I would most likely look to physical cues and
Okay, nice.
stories,
Okay,
experiences.
so
Yeah.
sensations in your body, that's definitely one part of it. Yep. And then you're also mentioning stories, which is thinking. So that's another part of stuff. Yeah. What else?
What I'm compelled to do because of how I feel.
Yes, exactly. Urges. Perfect. Yeah. And then AJ, you also mentioned labeling, the experience of being able to label your experience. So you guys, well done. You've basically outlined all 4 parts of emotional stuff. And stuff is an acronym that stands for sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. It makes it really easy to remember. And this is always happening for us. Even more basic is the answer to the question, what is emotion? In our culture, especially in English-speaking cultures, we tend to conflate feeling and the word feeling and emotion. Feeling is actually just an interpretation of your sensations and thoughts. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It comes from the Latin word emotere. And all of this stuff is energy in motion. All of your sensations, your thoughts, your urges and feelings is energy in motion. That's the basic model for emotion efficacy training. And it's sort of the jumping off point for people to become more aware of, like, when I say I'm feeling something, what's actually going on?
Right. I notice in that, for many of the clients we work, they're with men. So they tend to shy away from or try their best to distance themselves from expressing those emotions to others. And there's a bit of an internal struggle there of not wanting to showcase too much emotion. And then it leads to a lack in expressing that emotion and vulnerability and certainly harms their relationships. So are there differences to the experience of those emotions for men and women? Is that something that you've seen in your work?
I do see it a lot. And this actually fits into the 3 Bs we were talking about. What are those default shaping forces in our lives? Because part of our beliefs about emotions have to do with what we've learned, not only just in terms of our own levels of comfort with emotion, but our family of origins, beliefs about emotions, and then also what our culture tells us is okay or acceptable for people who identify as male or female to express or even feel. And so I do think that there's a lot of rules that have been made up about what's okay to experience, especially for men, as you're saying.
Why is emotional efficacy so important?
Well, if you care about how your life unfolds, then you want a powerful relationship with your emotions. Because even in moments where we're not aware of it, our emotions are our primary motivational force. So I've been watching with great curiosity the rise of interest in Stoicism over the past 5 years. And it's really interesting to me / amusing because why is Stoicism so popular? It's popular because it feels good. It's an emotional experience to feel like your emotions aren't controlling you. At its core, it is still an emotionally driven interest or desire to, be able to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. So even people who are identifying as being more rational or stoic are really just embracing a pleasurable emotional experience. Emotions are just at the heart of all the choices we make and the actions we take, making it so fundamental to quality of life and thriving.
I think it becomes quite apparent as well if we're faced with 35,000 choices a day and 98% of them are in default mode. Well, there's a lot going on there that is probably covering up issues that would be getting us to where we need to go if we could focus in on default mode or patterns that are keeping us in that same place.
Exactly. The source of most psychological suffering that we're finding now in the research. The research is going beyond symptoms and really looking at what causes psychological suffering is the inability to tolerate and allow uncomfortable emotional experiences. And this leads to all kinds of suffering. I mean, we see this in people who struggle with drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. We see it in relationship patterns that are unhelpful. Anytime we're moving away from something that we don't want to experience, it's possible we're also blocking ourselves from connecting to what really matters.
And those emotions actually connect all of us because they're universal. So a lot of what we're seeing in society is categorizing and labeling and making emotions good and bad and things to avoid and things you want to pursue and chase. But all of those emotions are universally expressed across all cultures, across all humanity. And we've found in a lot of the work that we've done with our students is there's also a lack in emotional vocabulary. So with this labeling goes good, bad, I feel okay, and you don't have quite the range of expression of emotions when you start labeling things as good and bad and things to avoid and things to share and not to share. So what have you found in your work around labeling, and how does that impact our emotional efficacy?
Well, if we can't describe or language our experience, it's almost like being a baby who can kind of like look around and notice their surroundings and has sort of this maybe ambiguous sense of what they're experiencing, but can't make any meaning out of it. You know, what human doesn't love coherence and certainty? So just being able to put labels on what you're experiencing is very regulating for humans. So that's one of the benefits of it. The other benefit, which you're, alluding to, AJ, is that we all experience all the feelings. And being able to share what we're experiencing is how we get close to each other. It's impossible to experience real intimacy without having a certain level of fluency around your experience. So I think that makes it super important. I also just want to say I love what you're talking about in terms of meeting all the emotions. I think I recently posted on my Instagram that some negativity is essential for thriving. But we need to know what doesn't work for us. And the way we know that is through our emotion messages and being able to read those clearly. Positive vibes only is not a recipe for thriving in life. If you're only experiencing positive vibes, then you're not really in life. You're not taking risks. You're not loving hard enough to be disappointed when there's a disconnection or rupture in that love. We really have to experience a full range of emotions to thrive in life. And so I've been pretty concerned about a lot of the cultural messages that are encouraging people to try and only focus or only even have positive thoughts. It's not even possible.
Feels like the through line between stoicism and hedonism of this desire for certainty around emotion. And it's easier to chase the positive emotion with hedonism, just go towards the positive vibes, YOLO. And then with stoicism, to have this certainty that you can control and manage emotions and use them to your advantage when you see fit.
Yeah, and both of those are a setup from my perspective. We will never be able to only experience positive vibes, and we cannot control our emotions. We only can control how we engage with them, how we relate to them, and how we respond to them. So it's more like a keto than it is a black and white, skill.
I also feel that a lot of times because of these cultural forces to hide or not show the full range of emotion because, hey, you don't want to let people down. You don't want them to see you in the negative. And obviously the highlight reel that social media creates, we're lacking this ability then to recognize in others when they might be feeling what we label as negative emotions, and also to feel them in ourselves because we don't feel comfortable expressing those negatively labeled emotions. And that is not healthy.
Right. It's not healthy. It's not helpful. There's also a belief that we perpetuate there that negative emotions are somehow undesirable or ugly. And I feel sad a lot of times that people don't have the experience of joining in someone's sadness and really celebrating that we have the ability to celebrate / mourn together. We're losing a lot of rituals around the experiences that are less positive in our culture as a result of that. And that also means a life that has less meaning for people.
Well, thinking about Johnny's music selection, sadness is often a driving force of some of the doom metal that he listens to. And it is a very powerful form of music, is sadness. And it's funny that pop culture now has labeled this as a negative emotion to run from or avoid.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, AJ. There's another thing that I had connected it to, and there's a certain scene for what is called doom metal. And it's just very slow. It's very sad, and it's incredibly emotional. And when I hear it, I get lifted up. I revel in it. I get stronger. Somebody who's not used to it hears it, they're getting mowed over. And I remember the first time I played some stuff for AJ, and he's like, whoa, I don't even know what's going on right now. And one of the things that I had connected it to why it feels so good, I've also lived in the Southeast and played within the alt country scene as well. And really sad country songs to the untrained ear it puts people in a place where they're squirming and they're trying to get out of it. But folks who understand those sad country songs are being lifted up by the same music. I really enjoy how people are experiencing that. And I also know that they could easily fall into the joy that I'm getting out of it as well. But their first guttural, visceral instinct of hearing that is they're uncomfortable with the overwhelming emotions that it throws onto them.
Well, I mean, so they're being true to their wiring, right? Which is to index for comfort, certainty, coherence. I will say, I remember when I first started writing songs, and for me, country music was the least interesting. And then as I began to appreciate it more as a craft and, the stylizing and things like that, I got more interested in writing it. But in the beginning, I did feel like it was pulling me into something that felt a little too obvious or too simple to hold my interest. I think it's very contextual for people. That's why we like different kinds of music, right? And different things like, blow our skirts up.
And certainly different time periods. I remember growing up, my emo phase, and listening to that music now evokes fond memories, but I don't necessarily want to be in that emotional state all the time, like my teenage years.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any clear signs or indicators that we might not have high emotional efficacy and it might be hindering our success, our wellness, our health?
That's such a great question, because I think, first of all, yes, there are signs. And secondly, I don't think that people even know to ask themselves that question. What else is possible for me? Yeah.
I feel many of us overestimate our emotional efficacy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have that. And we hear this too. I'm highly emotionally intelligent. I can recognize emotions in others. And then through some communication with them, you go, well, I'm not necessarily clear that you actually do have the level that you believe that you have. So it sounds like a buzzword that everyone would want to over-index on, but how do we know maybe this is an area for development?
Yeah, so a lot of my coaching clients tend to be really high-functioning tech innovators or creatives, and they fall exactly into this category where they just don't realize what they're missing that they could create in their lives, right? The opportunity cost that being plugged into the emotional default world creates can be really big, because you're not thinking about what is possible. You're thinking about navigating just from one moment to the next based on what feels usually most familiar and is the path of least resistance for most people. So one of the inquiries you can do is to ask yourself a question. If I had no fear, what would I be doing differently in my life? And if you come up with anything other than what you're doing right now, you probably have some room to grow with your emotional efficacy. Most people I know would be able to come up with things. Even for myself, I did this with myself last week, and I came up with 3 things I would be doing differently right now in my life. And And so, I see my own ability to grow there and facing some of what feel like insurmountable challenges or stress, that once I commit and I see why I might want to move in that direction, I then see the opportunity in front of me. And this is the kind of thing you would just miss going along in life, maybe being, reasonably content even. But it does allow you to stretch for what's possible. It's not just for people who struggle with chronic emotion over control or under control. It's also just for people who want to tap all of what's possible for them.
Well, there's certainly that aspect of aspiration and goal setting. And if you're setting proper goals, those goals should be outside of your comfort zone. If they weren't, you should have reached them already. But if they're real goals, you're going to have to step outside of your comfort zone and you're going to have to work. And what comes from that is an overwhelming of emotions that you're going to have to stir through, of frustration, anger, to being elated and joyful that you've reached those goals. So we have everyone who comes through our programs, that we have a program called Unstoppable, which basically sets everybody up for the journey that they're going to take. And it sets up with basically allowing our clients to learn their own triggers and mechanisms to their psychology, so that when they understand that they're in a heightened emotional state, they are turning towards challenge rather than turning away, again, to understand their default mode and where it has failed them in the past, the decisions that they made or what they default on. And now we're going to begin to install new habits that allow you to face towards that comfort zone of breaking that and being out there. You're going to be battered with emotions. And one of the words that I heard you use was emotional surfing, that I love, right? Of riding that wave, reveling in it, enjoying it, learning about it so that you can manage it.
Exactly. And this is why I think goals can be so problematic. They're very abstract, right? To reach a goal, they're also something you can check on or off your list. But as human beings, we are more than human doings. When people use goals to guide their lives, I find that they come in a lot more frequently with burnout and overwhelm. It's really, for me, what helps with motivation and leaning into discomfort and doing what matters is being really clear about your values. Because values, you can derive goals from values, but also values are what give you the secret sauce. Values give you the willingness to do hard things. There is no way I would do my physical therapy 3 times a week were it not for being willing to do these boring exercises that only serve to remind me where I'm not where I want to be physically yet. If I weren't connected to my value around strength and health and all the things that will come from that for me.
Again, for our clients to discover those values is incredibly important. And that's part of that program. I know how much that idea changed my life completely and just how I attacked the day. I went from dreading going to sleep because I knew I'd have to wake up and do a bunch of things that I didn't want to have to do and bitching and moan about it, to I couldn't wait to go to sleep because now everything I'm doing is tied to the values that enhance life for me.
Even if you don't like some of the activities around them, right? It's connected to what matters for you. Exactly.
For a lot of our clients, the other challenge with goals and what I call box checking is the influence that others have on those goals. Marriage, kids, buying a home, safe career choice. I mean, a lot of these things are passed down through our families and culturally as the safe, comfortable route to success. And then many of our clients find us having reached those goals, checked those boxes, and still feeling an emptiness, feeling a lack of connection with others, and a wondering and a regret around, did I make the right decision living my life based on these goals?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're referencing the third skill of emotion efficacy training, which is values-based action. And in that part of the training, we're looking at what part of what you organize your life around are shoulds things that you've learned or internalized you should do. What part of this are just values that your family or your culture has? What part of this could be old values, things you don't care about anymore? And then what's left that you really do care about? What are your innermost interests, desires, and yearnings at this point in your life? And that right there is, for a lot of people, a huge inquiry that doesn't happen in one session. It's a constant inquiry because our values change over our lives, and they change from context to context. So it really is this active inquiry that if you're going to practice high emotional efficacy, you can always be asking yourself, even right now, right here in this moment with you on this podcast, what matters most? Is it me continuing to talk? Is it me making space for you guys to bring me as your guest into the context of, your show and your programs and your audience? So it allows for so much more flexibility, intentionality, and creativity in life.
That word flexibility, psychological flexibility, a big part of acceptance commitment therapy and what we do with our clients is just so important, because a lot of this regret, self-doubt, inner criticism comes from that lack of flexibility and the rigidity that comes with these goals and checking boxes and timelines, that life just doesn't always work out that way, as much as we try, as much as we force it to.
That's another nice way of talking about the default world. Is it's essentially like a set of rules that govern our behavior instead of being freely chosen and authentic. It does not lead to vitality and meaning.
So can we walk through these 5 steps to increase our emotional efficacy? I think we did a great job of really convincing our audience that it is important.
There's really, 5 steps to emotion efficacy. The first is just becoming aware of your emotional experience, which I kind of walked you guys through earlier in this podcast. Just becoming aware of emotional stuff, sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. And right there, just by even being able to drop in and notice that, you're already unplugging from the emotional matrix because you're disrupting any reaction that's happening. Then the next step is what we just briefly mentioned, which is emotion surfing. And emotion surfing adds to emotion awareness, hanging out with the uncomfortable emotion without acting on the urge. So that's why we call it surfing. It's almost like being on the wave without being overtaken by it. The third step to increasing emotion efficacy is being really clear on what matters to you in any moment or context, and then being able to design actions that are aligned with what matters, with your values. And then the fourth step to emotion efficacy is when you try to surf an emotion wave, but it's a huge tsunami and you find yourself pulled under, maybe even choking up gobs of salt water. Sometimes we do need skills, which we call mindful coping, to dial down the intensity of emotion or regulate your emotions, not for the purpose of getting rid of emotional distress or pain, but just so that we can get clear again about what matters and how we want to show up in that moment. In the training, that all the skills are practiced in an activated state, because to borrow a quote from Morpheus, it's one thing to know the path, it's another thing to walk it. So we do, everything is experiential, the practice is experiential. It's really easy to know what you think you should do when you're in a moment of choice, when you're stressed or triggered. It's a whole other thing to actually have access to doing something different.
Identifying, labeling, and becoming more aware of these emotions certainly gives you more control that you've had in the past. And AJ brought this up earlier, that everything is now triggering, from the music that we're listening to, the messaging that we're seeing. You go on Twitter and it is built specifically to rile you up. And it's coming from everywhere now, because now everyone has the tools to be a marketer and be effective with this stuff. And one of the things that I tell people, I'm like, if you're online and you feel yourself in a heightened emotional state, ask yourself 3 questions to work through it before you just lose yourself in how mad you are, which is, what's the message? Who is this message for? What do they want you to feel? And what do they want you to do? If you answer those 3 questions, you can see it for the marketing and advertising that it is, and it kind of gives you some detachment from it. And then you can see like, oh, well, this is for this group to feel this and to do this. answering those questions is enough to allow you to calm down a bit and see it for what it is.
That is a nice slowing down. And I would just add one last step to that, which is, how do I want to show up in the face of this marketing? Maybe it's even marketed to you. Maybe it says something that's really offensive to you or something that feels very threatening. And maybe you can or can't see their agenda. But ultimately, what you do next is about your ability to design your actions, how you want to show up.
And with this high emotional efficacy, what does it actually look like on the other side, having developed it, for those who do have it?
That is such a good question. I'm going to give you a couple of really different examples. It can look like someone choosing not to take their life because they know that what they feel is not all there is, that feelings can come and go and can change, and that what they're feeling in this moment might not be what they're feeling in an hour or 2 hours or a day from now. It can look like someone learning how to listen in conversation with their partner, where they may think they already know what the other person's going to say, but they decide and get clear that what matters most is being open and respectful and showing the person that they do care what their experience is, even if they think they already know it. And it can look like a CEO in the middle of making a deal to sell their company. Instead of choosing to react by being offended at the first number that's put on the table, being able to stay curious and open, noticing their feelings while staying focused on what matters most to them, which is making the deal happen.
All of those are in the face of a level of uncertainty, right? Each one of those examples is working through that uncertainty.
Threat and uncertainty, and often incoherence. Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
What strikes me in all of this, and Johnny and I have talked about this, is this loneliness epidemic that we're facing. So even as the COVID numbers come back and the amount of people who passed, took their life, and the amount of loneliness we all collectively felt being disconnected from the social fabric, it seems to me that emotional efficacy is one of those key areas of focus to create these relationships, to bring the level of vulnerability that adds depth, that protects from the loneliness that might lead you to those suicidal thoughts, that might lead you from feeling disconnected and in pain and suffering. And yet this isn't taught in schools. This isn't widely available, which is so frustrating to me and Johnny. And many of our students who come to work with us, they want simple tricks and solutions and strategies. And they also see, and they're confronted with, we've talked about not only triggering marketing messaging, but also this false ideal that emotions are something that you need to be able to control on a whim. You need to be zen in the face of that wave, and you can never let that wave of emotions overwhelm you to the point that you need coping mechanisms. And all of that seems to just be working against this healthy state that we need as humans.
No, that's a dangerous belief, in my professional opinion, because again, we can't control or even stop what we experience emotionally. What we can do is get really good at how we respond to it. And, to your point about loneliness, my hope is that people like you and me, who have some kind of public platform or ability to model, will model vulnerability, that we will share, when we are lonely, because the more that we normalize that as a healthy, acceptable experience, the more people will feel comfortable calling someone up and saying, having these thoughts that are really scary, I need support, or I just need to share them, or I need to feel like someone cares about me today.
And that's one of the keys, is just being able to actually share those thoughts, right? It's very easy to feel trapped by those thoughts when you just keep them inside internally. And sometimes the simplest share could be a journaling practice of just actually writing out what you're thinking and feeling in the face of those emotions, or that tsunami of emotion that's knocked you off that surfboard.
Even if you have one or two people that you can be that vulnerable with, that's successful relationship. You have deep relationships. In fact, there's a lot of people that don't have one or two people. And then the opposite side of that are the people who who just floodlight mass audiences on social media, which is like, well, you're being vulnerable, but are you really? Because I think that vulnerability is sharing space in those emotions with somebody else. When you're just floodlighting your platform and an audience, you're not sharing in that with them. You're not there with them. They may be feeling it for you, but you guys aren't sharing that together.
It's harder to have that kind of quality sharing and connection on those big platforms. I have seen some people successfully share on bigger platforms, and I think it's made a difference for some people. But in general, what we're talking about is really getting that sense of like, someone's a witness to my life, I matter on the most basic level, and that usually happens in much more intimate kind of settings.
Absolutely agree there. I think the other piece to this equation on the emotion front that I know we have shared a lot on the show is understanding that even in this state, you might be labeling and feeling negative emotions. Opening yourself up to new experiences, new opportunities is a big part of the work that we do, so that you're not just in this constant environment that might be the triggering environment. And it's very easy right now with devices and social media and the messaging that we're seeing to feel trapped in this environment, in this emotional state, and to not have the ability to maybe step outside. So for me, on a weekly basis, I've shared this with our audience. I have a men's group, and a lot of what we do is body check-in, talk about the sensations in our body and the emotions that we're feeling, and we create space to hear from others. And then I also have a daily gratitude practice to try to ground myself in some things that I am grateful for in the face of whatever negative emotions I may be feeling. Do you have any daily practices that you recommend or things that we can do and our audience can use to start to work on these tools?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my favorite one is a really brief just inquiry, which is in any moment, just check in with yourself and ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now in this situation what matters most to me? It's just, I call it an intentionality check. And it's something that pretty much anyone can figure out without a lot of training. I love your gratitude practice because what that does is it helps offset our negativity bias, right? And it's really easy in this culture of increased emotion activation or reactivity that we're living in right now to be more attentive to all the threats in our environment. So it's really helpful. I do this too at the beginning of my day. I always write down at least 3 things that I'm either thankful for or that I appreciate in my life, because it helps me also maintain a balance between attending to things that feel scary, that I don't necessarily want to be overwhelmed by, and then also things that I really do want to open to and enjoy and appreciate that I might otherwise miss.
Love to hear the answer to our favorite question of every guest. What is your X factor? What makes you unique and extraordinary?
Ooh, wow. I was so not prepared for this, which I love, actually. I'm just noticing in my body a little bit of fluttering in my stomach, a little bit of tensing up, some thoughts like, what's the right response? And then like intentionally going a little deeper and asking myself, what is an authentic response to this? So I think that my X factor is how much I freaking love helping people stretch for what's possible. Like, I can hang out there all day. I never get bored. I find it energizing. I truly love it. It's, it is a very generous contribution, and it's incredibly selfish for me because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that's what I would say.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Where can our audience find out more about your latest book and all the great work you do with your coaching?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So the most recent book, What You Feel Is Not All There Is a self-help book. It's available on Amazon and across the interwebs. And if you want to find me, I am on IG at Dr. Aprilia West. That's APRILIAWEST. And then I also have a website where I have a lot of professional offerings. I also have a quiz if you want to take a quiz and find out what your EEQ is, your emotion efficacy quotient. And that is at www.draprilliawest.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys are fun.
Hey, hey.
Hey, hey.
I might get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
I thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. I actually... Go ahead.
Someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42, okay. I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body. And like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, it's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we always had to it was like happy birthday, like something. I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal Tov and happy birthday to the big.
Thank you.
To my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all. We enjoy this.
Happy to be here with you guys on my birthday.
On your birthday.
Being here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but if you're new, let us know because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom. And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga, like there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly, the experiences to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment box there, and so we can see your questions, we can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome. Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here.
Cool.
Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. I may be butchering that one.
Might be Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we
Yeah.
have a bunch of.
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav, she's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
Yeah, I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm going to drop a link for you real super fast. If you want your, if you see your name when you drop in a comment as a Facebook user, that's because we are in a closed group. So the software can't pull your name out. So I'm going to put this link in there right now, that chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay?
Cool. Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family then.
Yeah, totally.
You know, interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, you know, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of, like, you know, the situation and everything. I think part of it is, like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously, there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, you know, months and months and months ago this thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden there's all these like more comments than usual, you know, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Also another side note. This reminds me of you know, when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's, you know, a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, what's that B name that you had? So I stopped using it, and then, you know, Barack became president, and I was like, oh, that's my name, and everyone's like, no, it isn't. You know, like, you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, all right, just won't use it again. Oh my God.
You know, Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me. And not even from the fact of Tesla, just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday, Ukrainian, Russian, Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're gonna walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today, and we're gonna kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. When we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today,
and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you, and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize, like, you get to acknowledge yourself for being there, right? You know, the human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like, where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And no, we'll actually work with you and share with you, like, what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in two separate ways, and then I'll have a guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level one. And level one, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level one is, in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy, is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like, you know, when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone, unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these five senses, right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level one. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization, like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, you know, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level one phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. You know, was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get, like, how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it, like, you know, to the T. Like, he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone, it felt like I was like on a mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like, I thought I was hallucinating, right? So what happens is, in this early stages, like the phase one of your growth, this level one phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like, wow after wow and aha after aha. And you get so excited. You kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone, like, you have to read this book, you have to do this program. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted, right? And that kind of is that in that phase one practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah.
And I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location, it's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this, so it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I could prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like give or take, that's the range that we have. So like here's what we can hear. Now anything lower than that or higher than that to us is silence. Non-existent. Okay. And we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name, or we thought we heard something, and we turn around and maybe nothing is there, or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we want to throw a wrench at our 5 senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my 5 senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your 5 senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against the wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue. And then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water, and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship. And so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay. And so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives, in our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.00001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain, notice in your life, we loop in this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next two layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase one of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this. I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me, and mom did this, or dad didn't do that, and then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have the, and you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often it kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life. And that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it like just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because, again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything's been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down, because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, so I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. And the more of you guys that respond to this, to let other people know, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened, and then manage your way out of them. Like, manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed? And when I say healed, I mean fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Mindset cannot liberate you from that place, because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get wonderful. It's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place.
Mm-hmm.
When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body.
Mm-hmm.
And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip, or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom, you're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness, actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the
Can we
Awareness Effect
pause there real
Academy,
quick?
this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know, if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless. Okay, we find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get. And you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box, and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that, because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet, because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. Don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yep. There's just you coming to sit. Let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful. Don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we could tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. You can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself because we don't live on an island in this world. And our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied. Right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking, how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is I want to say at that level one, again, it doesn't matter, level one, location one, layer one, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes, that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations, just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys. Huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, you know, intuitively, is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system? Instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it. Like, that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse till later. Cool. Tell me how that works, and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to when they do the next thing that throws you off, and then you explode much bigger, and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from, let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you've read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like, all that is good and will serve you. as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you, like all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence. You're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like, go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this: you, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like, think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me, I've walked to this, but the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like, when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this: me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what, I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like, I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing. Like, the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all these like ninja cheat codes, but like, it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door, into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like, once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get, it's amazing. And it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys are we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how-to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how-to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map, so you can kind of sense of like, oh, wow, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm stuck. This is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay? And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self-to-self healing practices, right? This is the self-to-self. The next level is, once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system just, you feel it down regulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me, until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me. You can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay. This is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like, you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like, you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like, the words coming out of their mouths is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? What do they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, blah, 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 this happens. And right, like, you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. We call it the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, Alex was saying, like, unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was
Quantum.
here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm, and you got to get that awareness. And this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less. I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical. You have to do this and this. Like here, it's about consistency, right? Like if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like guess what? Like the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path. But my point here is that like you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's this like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like, this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here. And it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like, responsibility. Like this and that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. It is happening to you, and then some people get to, it's happening for me. But what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you. and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and five senses, but that's always transferable, always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase. And this phase is very, very important because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same. And you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas, in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah. Like, they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know, this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck, because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong. They helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So Thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Mindfulness for Happiness and Relapse Prevention. In this presentation, we're going to define mindfulness and mindlessness. We'll differentiate between mindfulness and purposeful action, identify how mindfulness can be used in practice, and explore several different mindfulness techniques and activities that you can use with your clients. So what is mindlessness? We're going to start there. Mindlessness is on autopilot. It's when you get up in the morning, you stagger into the kitchen, you make your coffee, you eat your breakfast, you take a shower, you go to work, you come home, you eat dinner, and you go to bed. And you really didn't check in with yourself to see how you were feeling, what you were needing, and if there was anything that you could do to actually perk up your day. So we don't want to be on autopilot. We need to reduce enough stress in our life, or at least learn to focus and stop and smell the roses, or at least check in, even if we're not going to smell anything. Mindlessness is also going with the flow, being a yes man, just saying, sure, let's do it, go ahead, and not ever identifying what we really want and need. Mindlessness is also doing what has always been done just because it's always been done. And sometimes you need to check in and go, you know what? That's not all that important. If you are one of those people who has to go through and bleach every bathroom every weekend, that's the way you've always done it, and it may still work for you, and you may have a perfectly good reasoning and desire to do it, and that's great. But maybe you're going through and bleaching the bathroom every weekend, and you realize you're the only one living in the house anymore. Your kids have moved out, and 3 out of the 4 bathrooms don't ever get used anymore. So maybe you can not bleach those every week, maybe just once a month. So looking at what you're doing and identifying if it's needed, or if you're just doing it because it's always been done that way. Another example of it's always been done that way, from my personal experience, when I come home, and this is total autopilot mindlessness, I come home, I put my purse on the foyer table, I walk into the kitchen, I open up the refrigerator, and I find something to eat. Now, I've never stopped to check in to go, am I really hungry? Am I thirsty? Or is it just because I'm home? It's just what I do. So it's important in mindfulness to identify what you're doing and choose your behaviors, choose how you use your energy purposefully. Other examples of mindlessness, getting home and not remembering the drive. I think all of us have done it. We get in the car and we're kind of on autopilot going home, and we're totally thinking about something else. Eating without realizing it, or when you're not hungry. Sometimes people will just kind of meander into the kitchen and get something to eat and sit down and start eating, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not really even hungry. And having intense feelings or relapses come from, quote, out of the blue. These usually don't come from out of the blue unless there's been some sort of a trauma in your life. Most of the time, relapses, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, started a long time ago, and you weren't paying attention to the fact that you were getting run down, that you were getting stressed out, that you were getting overwhelmed. So you get to this breaking point, and all of a sudden the dam breaks, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? Well, if you were paying attention, it started about 6 weeks ago. Mindfulness is having an awareness in the present. We stop, look, listen, feel, and interpret what's going inside us and what's going on around us. I encourage my clients to do mindfulness check-ins at every meal, because we usually eat at least 2 to 3 times a day. So that's a good anchor point for them to go, okay, before I eat, let me just stop, look around, see where I'm at, figure out, how am I feeling physically? Am I tired? Am I anxious? Am I stressed out? Am I hurting somewhere? And what's going on around you? How are you thinking? Once you figure out how you're feeling, whether you're comfortable, what the environment is, interpret where you are and what you need. Purposeful action means becoming mindful in the present moment and acting intentionally instead of reacting emotionally. If you are stressed out and you're exhausted and you're in the cafeteria of your office and people keep coming in and talking to you and just bothering you, and you just really want some peace and quiet, mindlessly acting people would likely just continue to sit there until somebody comes up and you bite their head off. If you're being mindful, you realize, preferably before you even go into the cafeteria, that you're stressed out and you need some quiet time. So maybe you need to eat at your desk. So you're acting intentionally instead of reacting when the dam breaks. You want to intentionally choose behaviors and actions that are going to make effective use of your energy and help you achieve your goals. So again, just thinking about biting people's heads off or getting overwhelmed, how can you prevent that from happening? If you're acting intentionally, if you do a mindfulness scan and you go, you know what, I'm really stressed out right now, I'm exhausted, I can't think straight, what do I need versus what do I think I should do? Because what you need is going to lead you towards purposeful action and get you closer to your goals. How did we learn mindlessness? As we were growing up, people have told us things like, do it because I said so. Don't ask why. This is always one of my big pet peeves when I'm working with other coaches or I'm working with clinicians in a residential setting or even in an outpatient setting. If they tell their clients to do something because they said so, that's A, not respecting the client's autonomy, but it also doesn't help the client learn why, so they can be mindful and make a purposeful choice about whether they want to do it or not. Suck it up communicates, don't feel, just do. You know, some mornings we get up, we don't want to go to work, we don't want to face the traffic, we don't want to take a shower, whatever the case is, maybe all of the above. And sometimes we do have to suck it up. But if you do a mindfulness scan and I go, you know, all of those things are true, I'm not motivated to do anything, I've got to decide in the big scheme of things what works best to help me achieve my goals. Sometimes it means suck it up. But it's important to check in with yourself and feel first, identify what you need, and then make decisions about what's going to get you closer to your goals. Nobody cares, just ignore it. Means don't trust your own instincts and don't trust other people. We don't want to learn this. Again, when you go and tell your boss, I'm overwhelmed, I've got 16 things to do that are due on Friday, and I need to know which is more of a priority to you. And he says, you know, just go figure it out. He's not giving you any direction for being mindful. Or if he says, I don't want to hear about how stressed you are, that means how you feel doesn't matter. And you need to just go ahead and do it regardless of what's in your best interest. Now, sometimes that's going to happen in the workplace. You know, I'm not saying that we live in a utopia. It is, however, important for people to be aware of their own limits and boundaries to prevent burnout. And finally, that's what everyone does. So don't question it. Everyone else does this, so you need to do it too. And in reality, this is one of the biggest mindfulness trip-ups ever. Always, always, always ask yourself, is whatever I'm getting ready to do getting me closer to or further away from my ultimate goals and where I want to be? Mindfulness can help us transition from reacting to acting. It can help us be proactive and prevent reacting, prevent blowing up, prevent burning out. It makes more efficient and effective use of energy by making the right decisions the first time. So beginning with the end in mind, so to speak. What are my ultimate goals? Let's make the right decision about how to handle this situation to get me closer to my goals. And mindfulness encourages self-awareness and compassion. So we want to seek first to understand ourselves and then to understand others. And when I say understand ourselves, it means, what are we good at? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What do we need? What do we want? And what are our ultimate goals? Mindfulness can help reduce inefficiency through planning and prioritizing. Instead of just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, deciding, hey, I want to build a doghouse, driving down to Home Depot, buying a bunch of lumber and a bunch of nails and going, okay, now let's figure out how to put this together. That's kind of inefficient. Whereas you could save time by going online, getting a plan, which will have a list of all the supplies that you need, and then you can follow the plan, put up the doghouse, and bada bing, Fido has a new home. Mindfulness helps balance and renew your resources, energy, and health to create a sustainable, long-term, effective lifestyle, because it encourages you to ask yourself regularly, what do I need right now? And what options do I have to meet those needs in the present while still moving toward future goals? If you can even just ask yourself those two questions at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and actually act on the results, not just go, okay, well, that was a fun exercise. It will help you reduce a lot of stress and free up energy to accomplish the goals that you want to. Mindfulness activities, head, heart, and gut honesty. I talk about this in a lot of presentations. In your head, this is your logic. What do you need? In your heart, this is, how you feel about something. And your gut is kind of your spidey senses. And if something isn't right, your gut's going to go, yeah, this is probably a bad idea. When you're behaving mindfully, your head, heart, and gut are all in alignment. They're going, yep, this is what we need to do. Now, your head may be saying, this is going to be hard, but we can get it done. Or your heart may be saying, this is not the most pleasant thing that I have to do, but it's the right thing to get me to where I want to be. Another activity you can do is the attitude of gratitude, also known as don't crap on the present. So having an attitude of gratitude about yourself, what are you grateful for? About your family, what are you grateful for with them? Your job and your life. Too often, because this is the way we've always been raised, we focus on the negative and forget to identify the positive, when in reality, we should identify 3 positives for every negative. Try that. 3 positives for every negative. Another activity is called the 5-minute focus, and this can be somewhat daunting at first. Go into a room for 5 minutes, and it may seem like an eternity. Write down on a piece of paper everything you see, what you smell, what you hear, and how you feel emotionally and physically. This gets you into the habit or practice of being more attuned to your surroundings and being more aware of not only what's going on inside, but also what's going on around you. Smells are the strongest trigger for memories. So if you walk into a room and, every time you walk in there, you just kind of feel chills go up your spine, think to yourself, what does this smell like that is reminding me of something in my past? Or is the paint on the walls a color that reminds me of something? Am I triggering a memory? Being aware of what's going on around and inside is important because they work together. Vulnerability checklist. This is something I encourage people do every single morning. Vulnerabilities are things that, when unchecked, can cause low-grade stress, making you more vulnerable to stronger reactions. So if you're under stress, if you're not getting proper nutrition, if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're in pain, if you're not sleeping well, when something happens, your emotional reaction, which would normally maybe be a 2, may be an 8, because you're just you're over it. Your physical reactions can also be a lot stronger. Instead of just being a mild annoyance where you have a brief little adrenaline rush, you may get completely flushed and go into a full-grade panic attack. Socially, your reactions can be a lot stronger, and you can be either a lot more needy and a lot more seeking of external validation, or on the contrary, you might be a lot more withdrawing. When stress starts to build up, it affects your relationships. And when stress starts to build up and you start to become vulnerable, environmental things can also be a lot more powerful in triggering relapses and negative mood states. Yet another activity is called 3-minute thoughts. Take 3 minutes and write down or record on a voice recorder all of the thoughts that you have. Then review what you wrote down. How many of those thoughts were negative? How many were about the past, the future, and the present? And how many were just totally irrelevant? This will help you identify what your sort of automatic thoughts are that are constantly buzzing around in your head. We want these thoughts to be positive and about the present and hopeful about the future. Irrelevant thoughts happen. You know, you may be driving down the road and you're like, ooh, bunny rabbit. Totally irrelevant, but it's a thought. So it's something that you would want to record. Colors of emotion. Most colors evoke emotion in people. Most of the emotions are learned because color reminds you of a memory. So get a big crayon box and identify how different colors make you feel. Now, certain colors, they've done research. Yellows, reds, and browns tend to make people hungry. So when you go into restaurants, you'll see a lot more yellow, red, and brown. Certain blues can be calming, but certain blues can also feel institutional, like a blue-gray or kind of a pea soup green. That may not be true for every single person, though. So look at colors, look at swatches, and just see, how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel calm, indifferent, or sad? Increase the colors in your environment that make you happy. I like purple and blues and, you know, some of the bright, cheery colors. But I love just about every shade of purple and blue. So that's what I would use for accessories in whatever environment that I'm in. But I also like white because it's blank. And that gives me a place, something that I can look at that's not overstimulating or understimulating. It's just blank. Smells are one of the strongest memory triggers, so know your nose. What smells to you are calming and maybe nostalgic at the same time? It's getting to be fall right now where I'm at, and the fall smells and the fall air fresheners are coming out. And I love the smell of cinnamon and cloves and all of those things that you associate with campfires and apple cider and all that kind of stuff. It makes me nostalgic, and it's also calming. There's not really a whole lot of smells that make me angry, except for maybe the smell of dog poop, because then I know I've got to clean it up. But, you know, some smells may trigger a memory of something, maybe a bad situation in your past, and it will make you angry. So be aware of those smells. Are there smells that make you stressed? And are there smells that make you energetic? Now, you can do all kinds of research on aromatherapy and see what scents are typically associated with certain feelings. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be associated with that feeling for you. So you still want to test it out personally. When I use aromatherapy with my animals that are on my farm, I take down an array of different essential oils and I let them sniff them. And if they like it, they'll sniff it again. If they don't like it, they'll walk away. My donkeys don't like lavender. They have no use for lavender at all. Now, valerian, on the other hand, they tend to flock to a little bit more. So before the farrier comes out, I put a little valerian oil on their halter, which helps them be a little bit calmer when he's there. The ABCs. ABCs help you identify why you're getting upset about something. So the activating event, something happens. The consequence is that you get upset or you get angry. But between those two things, which are like a split second, You have all these automatic beliefs. So something happened and you tap into schemas about this event, which are all your automatic beliefs, and it results in an emotion. Now, what you can do is dispute these beliefs and say, you know, that doesn't really apply to this situation. Sometimes your beliefs are spot on accurate, though. So then you've got to evaluate, is this worth my energy? Is my reaction useful? If you get cut off in traffic, and this is my favorite one to use because everybody gets cut off in traffic occasionally. If you get cut off in traffic, was it dangerous? Yeah, that's probably a very valid belief. But when I evaluate the consequence, is my getting angry about it and, trying to convince the other person how wrong they were, is that useful? My answer is no. The other person may not even know they cut me off, but even if they do, they may not care, and likely they don't. So is it worth my energy and effort to follow up on that, or do I just need to go, okay, deep breath, need to be a little bit more alert? Relapse warning signs checklist, or the black swan. Relapses don't come from out of the blue. A black swan is something that is an unexpected event to occur. Part of mindfulness is learning about yourself from past experiences. In the past, what has led up to a relapse? In the past, what has triggered my depression? Relapse prevention means being aware of your status, how you're feeling, your vulnerabilities, and your wants and needs. So being aware of that, being aware of your swan, will help you prevent the black swan. It will help you prevent a relapse from just showing up out of the blue. Developing a checklist of your relapse warning signs and reviewing it daily can also assist in preventing relapse. A functional analysis: what, whys, and hows. I like this one just because I tend to be more cognitive in my approach. What makes you angry, resentful, or guilty? Anger is a protective feeling. It pushes people away or gives you power over them. Resentment is just another form of anger. Guilt, interestingly, a lot of people don't loop it in here, but guilt is often anger at yourself for something you did or didn't do. So we're still dealing with anger. So what triggers your anger? What are you angry about? Why are you angry about it? And how can you get rid of this anger? Because being angry doesn't do anybody any good. So figuring out how to deal with that anger and let it go. Fear, again, what's causing it? If you've got fear going on, what's causing it? Why are you afraid of this? And how can you deal with it? Being stressed out or overwhelmed. Same basic principle. Now, happiness, here's one that we don't usually question. Why would we question happiness? Why would we do a functional analysis on it? Because you can't be happy and miserable at the same exact time. So what makes you happy? Why does it make you happy? And how can you increase that in your life? Denial. Sometimes we have to look at, somebody tells me I'm in denial about something. So what is it they're telling me I'm in denial about? Why do they think I'm in denial about it? And how can I address it? And depression and isolation follows the same pattern. What is it that's causing it? Why do I feel this way? And how can I deal with it? A daily planner can also be helpful. Each morning, spend 10 minutes being mindful of how you're feeling. 10 minutes can feel like an eternity, but do it while you're drinking your coffee. Maybe drink your coffee on the porch and watch the birds or listen to the frogs, whatever it is that you do in the morning. Identify all the things that need to happen or get done that day. Not that you want to happen or get done, that need to. These absolutely, positively have to happen. Go through the list and highlight the ones that must get done today. Maybe your electric bill is due today, so that's got to be done today. Identify anybody that can assist with the must-dos, and then get going. You can only sit there and think about it and dread it and ponder it and feel overwhelmed for so long before you just exhaust yourself. So you might as well use that energy to get going and start knocking things off of your list. Our culture promotes automation and mindlessness. Mindfulness means taking time to think before you act. Stopping to think takes time, though, but it usually takes less time than making needless errors. So, do you have time to do it twice, or is it better to do it right the first time? Mindfulness means understanding your SWAN, your status, your wants and needs, and the what's, whys, and how's of your vulnerabilities so you can make the best choice of action to get you closer to where you want to be. Here are some mindfulness-related resources that you can take a look at. They're all workbooks. They are very good. If you want to go to newharbinger.com and use coupon code 1168SNIPES, you'll get a 25% discount off your entire order.